Bonjour, bienvenue à tous. Je vous invite à rejoindre un siège pour ceux qui ne sont pas encore assis. Merci d'être ici, très nombreux, avec nous à Paris. Et puis, je sais qu'il y a aussi de très nombreuses personnes en ligne qui donc nous écoutent via Internet et nous regardent. Je vous invite à utiliser, pour ceux qui sont ici, les casques, car une partie des interventions se dérouleront en anglais et en espagnol. Et pour ceux qui sont à distance, n'hésitez pas à changer de langue quand ça sera nécessaire. Voilà. Moi, je suis Virginie Le Petit, je suis rédactrice en chef de Courrier International. Je vais vous accompagner ce matin pour l'ouverture de cette très belle conférence Droit et développement durable organisée par l'Agence française de développement. Elle coïncide avec, le 75e anniversaire de la Déclaration des droits de l'homme. Ça n'est pas du tout anodin. Voilà, et donc nous allons nous intéresser toute la journée à la façon dont les acteurs du développement peuvent contribuer à respecter, à protéger et à réaliser les droits humains partout dans le monde. J'insiste partout dans le monde parce que vous allez le voir, la journée va être extrêmement riche en interventions. Elle montrera différents points de vue, différentes zones géographiques et voilà, ça va être extrêmement intéressant. Et pour ouvrir cette conférence, nous aurons 5 discours et nous sommes très honorés d'avoir ces discours. Donc j'invite à me rejoindre, pardon, avant ça, je voulais vous dire, nous aurons donc 5 discours d'introduction, puis après la pause, un état du monde avec 6 grands témoins qui parleront de différentes problématiques dans les différentes zones mondiales. Et cet après-midi, ce sera beaucoup plus consacré au retour d'expérience. Voilà. Comme ça laisse tout le monde de s'installer. Donc, pour ouvrir cette journée, j'invite à me rejoindre sur scène Marie-Hélène Loison, directrice générale adjointe de l'Agence française de développement.
The Deputy Director of the AFD, who is welcoming us today.
Je vous en prie, installez-vous. Delphine, Borione, ambassadrice pour les droits de l'homme, ministère de l'Europe et des Affaires étrangères, bienvenue.
Borione, Minister of Europe and Foreign Affairs.
Marianna Belalba, directrice de la recherche
Marianna
de
Belalba, Director of Research for l'espace civique from CIVICUS in Civic Space.
Alors, nous aurons à distance et nous avons le grand honneur d'avoir avec nous Al-Nashif, haute commissaire adjointe des Nations Unies pour les droits humains, qui nous parlera via Internet. Et puis Jonathan, merci beaucoup. Et Jonathan Van Meerbeeck, directeur secteur des droits humains, direction générale des partenariats internationaux, à la Commission européenne, pardon. Alors, pour commencer, Marie-Hélène Loison, si vous voulez bien rejoindre cette petite tribune. Merci.
Inaudible.
Ah voilà, ça y est. Chers collègues, chers partenaires, bonjour à toutes et à tous et bienvenue. Merci de nous avoir rejoints pour cette journée de conférence. Je suis particulièrement heureuse de vous accueillir aujourd'hui à l'AFD pour cette seconde édition de la conférence Droits humains et développement. La première édition s'est tenue en décembre 2021, il y a 2 ans déjà, et elle avait permis à une large diversité d'acteurs du développement de partager leurs constats sur la situation précaire des droits humains dans le monde, mais aussi sur les pistes d'action possibles pour les acteurs du développement dans leur pluralité. Les participants avaient alors alerté d'une seule voix sur le recul sans précédent des droits humains depuis plusieurs années. Il y avait eu bien sûr la période Covid, mais qui remontait en fait à plus loin et s'était accordé sur la nécessité de placer les droits humains au centre de l'action des acteurs du développement, leur réalisation étant indispensable à l'atteinte des objectifs de développement durable. Cette édition avait également permis de lancer une dynamique positive pour avancer collectivement sur ces enjeux. Je vois que nous arrivons à une nouvelle fois à réunir une large diversité d'acteurs. On m'annonce 1400 personnes, je crois, inscrites aujourd'hui en ligne et ici en présentiel. Sur ces questions, on me dit que la dynamique est bien enclenchée. En effet, donc, nous avons le plaisir de réunir de nouveau la commissaire européenne, mais aussi le Haut Commissariat des Nations Unies pour les droits humains, en ligne avec Madame Nada Al-Nashif, haute commissaire adjointe des Nations Unies pour les droits humains, et également un grand nombre d'acteurs et de partenaires du développement du monde entier, représentants de ministères, de collectivités territoriales, du monde académique, de la société civile, de banques publiques de développement, d'agences de coopération publique. Les intervenants et intervenants du jour, nous parlerons depuis le monde entier, comme vous le disiez, donc Afrique, Amérique latine, Asie, Europe orientale, Moyen-Orient, Océanie, mais aussi Europe de l'Ouest. Ils illustreront comment et dans quelle mesure les droits humains sont véritablement universels, au même titre que les ODD. Et comment ils correspondent à de très fortes attentes, aspirations et besoins véritablement dans tous les pays du monde. En ce qui concerne l'AFD, je voudrais ici vous redire son profond attachement aux valeurs humanistes et démocratiques, aux droits fondamentaux et à la paix. Attachement qui a non seulement permis la jeunesse de l'agence en 1941 face à l'obscurantisme des années 40, mais également son évolution au cours de toutes ces années. Au-delà de l'agenda du développement durable et en fait étroitement imbriqué avec lui, nous bénéficions aujourd'hui d'un mandat très fort en la matière, notamment d'une part depuis l'adoption de la stratégie française droits humains et développement en 2018, qui sera évoquée par Madame Delphine Borione, ambassadrice pour les droits de l'homme, mais également avec la priorité énoncée récemment par le Conseil présidentiel pour le développement et le comité interministériel de soutenir partout les droits humains. En cohérence avec ce mandat, la nouvelle stratégie 2024-2030 de l'AFD ambitionne de progresser significativement en matière d'intégration de l'approche fondée sur les droits humains au sens large, c'est-à-dire également en accompagnant nos partenaires qui le souhaitent sur les questions de droit à un environnement sain ou encore de droit de la nature, et nous y reviendrons plus tard dans la journée. Nous verrons aujourd'hui que cela est possible, nous disposons d'un nombre croissant d'exemples qui en font la démonstration. Par ailleurs, nous sommes convaincus que l'approche fondée sur les droits humains participe de la résilience des démocraties, mais également de leur émergence. Et en ce sens aussi, les droits humains sont vraiment le socle, la base sur laquelle nous pouvons fonder notre action. Je vous souhaite donc une journée très riche et avoir un programme, je ne doute pas qu'elle le soit. Cette conférence sera sans conteste une nouvelle étape pour une convergence de l'action de l'AFD en la matière avec les priorités gouvernementale, mais également une occasion de participer et de répondre plus efficacement aux demandes et aux besoins de nos partenaires sur ces questions. Une excellente journée à tous.
Delphine Borione, si vous voulez bien,
Delphine
votre tour.
Delphine
Borione, ambassadrice pour les droits de l'homme, au ministère de l'Europe et des Affaires étrangères,
saturated, we can't hear. To talk about the action and the challenges facing France. Thank you very much. It's saturated. We're sorry, we cannot understand what we're hearing.
Madame Nada Al-Nashif, haute commissaire adjointe des Nations Unies pour les droits de l'homme. Monsieur Jonathan van Meerbeeck de la Commission européenne. Madame Marianna Belalba, directrice de la recherche de l'espace civique CIVICUS, et surtout, chers amis, chers participants, ici présents et en ligne. Je suis très heureuse d'ouvrir cette conférence organisée par l'Agence française de développement, que je remercie, pour célébrer ces 75 ans de la Déclaration universelle des droits de l'homme et également les 25 ans de la Déclaration des Nations Unies sur les défenseurs des droits humains. Il y en a beaucoup aussi aujourd'hui et je les salue. Parce que le combat est loin d'être achevé, nous devons rester mobilisés ensemble, plus que jamais, face à la remise en cause des droits de l'homme dans le monde. Le constat, et nous le voyons tous les jours, est en effet amer. Trop souvent, les opposants sont réduits au silence. Les minorités sont persécutées. Les droits des femmes et des personnes LGBT sont annihilés. Les défenseurs des droits de l'homme sont menacés, harcelés, persécutés. La liberté d'expression est violée.
les espaces civiques se réduisent ou disparaissent, l'administration de la justice est arbitraire, l'impunité demeure. Au-delà de ces violations des droits humains les plus fondamentaux, des conflits armés font rage, et une crise écologique d'ampleur mondiale bouleverse nos modes de vie. Elle renforce les inégalités, la pauvreté et aggrave la situation des droits humains dans de nombreuses régions du monde, et vous allez en discuter. Face à ce sombre tableau, qui n'est pas complètement sombre, il y a aussi des zones d'espoir, bien sûr. Les organisations de la société civile et les mouvements de la jeunesse africaine, sud-américaine, asiatique, européenne nous alertent et nous rappellent à notre devoir d'agir. Le lien étroit et indissociable entre l'atteinte des objectifs du développement durable et la réalisation des droits humains a été rappelé à de multiples reprises par la France. Les droits humains sont des objectifs affirmés de la politique française d'investissement solidaire et durable, inscrit dans la loi du 4 août 2021 et rappelé par le comité interministériel de la coopération internationale et du développement de 2023. Il y a 5 ans, à l'occasion des 70 ans de la Déclaration universelle des droits de l'homme, la France a adopté sa première stratégie droits humains et développement, coordonnée par le ministère de l'Europe et des Affaires étrangères. Cette stratégie répond à un double objectif. Elle vise d'une part à faire de la politique de coopération et d'aide au développement de la France un levier pour sa diplomatie en matière de la promotion des droits de l'homme. Elle engage ainsi la France à renforcer ses capacités d'action dans plusieurs domaines prioritaires, y compris le soutien aux défenseurs des droits humains. D'autre part, elle inscrit la coopération au développement dans une approche fondée sur les droits humains, afin que toute l'aide publique au développement concourt à la réalisation des droits humains. Cela s'applique aux politiques menées par le ministère de l'Europe et des Affaires étrangères, mais également aux actions mises en œuvre par ses opérateurs, comme l'Agence française du développement. Pour atteindre ces objectifs, un plan d'action concret et ambitieux a été développé et déployé en concertation étroite avec nos partenaires au sein des ministères français, des opérateurs publics du développement et des organisations de la société civile, dont l'action est si importante. Nous avons déjà salué les nombreuses avancées qui ont été réalisées depuis 2019. Que ce soit en faveur de l'éducation aux droits, de la protection des défenseurs des droits, ou bien pour soutenir les mécanismes institutionnels de protection et de promotion des droits humains. Et je salue aussi Magali Lafourcade qui représente ici la CIVICUS. Notre aide publique au développement, la 4e au monde, agit sans relâche pour auprès des plus vulnérables unremittingly acting to help the most vulnerable to help ensure the rights of all people. Le président de la République a notamment lancé l'initiative
also noted the Marianne initiative in 2021, December, to offer, in addition to the programs, a concrete support to defenders of human rights all over the world. This program rewards 15 people who are welcomed for 6 months for training and meeting to reinforce their actions and give them the visibility that they so merit. It also makes it possible to support internationally those defending freedoms at the risk sometimes of their lives. Some of them are, and I'd like to pay attention to, I'd like to pay tribute to their courage and their bravery, and I'm delighted to see them here today.
Contribue à défendre les victimes des violations des droits de l'homme et à veiller à ce qu'elles aient accès aux voies de recours et aux moyens de réparation.
Human rights violations have means of access to recourse. It also returns the public authorities to their duty, their international duty, as defined in treaties and conventions that they have freely ratified. These are the vital partners, and we should support them and make their actions easier. At the same time, the Ministry of Europe and the Foreign Affairs Ministry carries on promoting its commitment for human rights with multilateral bodies and with countries that are partnering our aid to promote our transversal actions within operations. We have launched a program to ensure the duty, the programs of French development programs to make our actions more transparent and more in line with the principles of action and the approach based on human rights. This work will be the subject of discussions today has been conducted by the Danish Institute for Human Rights and has been financed by France, working closely with our partners and French civil society. Given all these forms of progress that's encouraging, it is clear that we have to continue to do better and more. We'll continue to support the defenders of human rights, ensure their protection, reinforce our support, in fact, for civil society institutions and institutional organizations defending human rights, supporting regular reviews and also institutional mechanisms for protecting rights, along with support for the from the private sector to ensure these requirements in human rights and support regional authorities to protect rights on a local level. And finally, deal with the impunity of all those who perpetrate human rights violations. The strategy, which is still being implemented, will be renewed in 2025 to reinforce our action and the deployment of the approach based on human rights in all cooperation by France in development and in all sectors of its intervention. I'd like to thank the AFD for organizing this conference that will make it possible to discuss things between development actors and civil society from both the North and the South on these various challenges and to promote the concrete substantiation of human rights defense in development. I hope you have an excellent conference.
Merci. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much.
Et maintenant, je vais demander à Marianna Belalba,
I'm going to ask Marianna Belalba, Research Director on Civic Space at CIVICUS, and therefore a voice in civil society, to take the floor.
Et si vous avez besoin, les casques pourraient vous aider à écouter le discours.
You can hear her speech.
Thank you. It feels like I'm the only one speaking English in this panel. On Wednesday, CIVICUS launched the annual report, People Power Under Attack. Basically, this report speaks about conditions for civil society at a global level. When we speak about civic space, we track basically the right to associate, the ability of human rights defenders to do their job, right to freedom of expression, or take to the street to protest. And during Jyotsna, I heard a lot this question about how we can hold states and private sector accountable for human rights violations. And it took me back to why we created the CIVICUS Monitor 7 years ago. Because in order to hold states and private sector accountable, we need to know exactly what are we holding them accountable for, what exactly are the human rights violations that they are committing. And in addition to that, I think the speech today will frame into how we're able to do our work. This room and people online is full of people from a very diverse backgrounds. We have human rights defenders, communities, civil society organizations, philanthropists, donors, the private sectors. But we have the same goal, right? To protect human rights. And we all need this information. Human rights defenders, we need to know the environment we're working. If I work in Venezuela or in Bangladesh or Senegal, I need to know the environment so I can design strategies to sort of counterattack state repression. Donors need to know exactly the challenge that human rights defenders face so they can provide support that is flexible and resources that allow them to actually do their job in very restricted environment. And the private sector, I think we need to know where are we investing. Are we actually doing more harm or good when we invest in countries that attack human rights defenders? Now, how the monitor works? We basically rate countries, right? We rate it from open, repressed, obstructed, or closed. And this rating basically means whether a state is protecting human rights or not. This is for us to sort of understand the statistics that I'm going to present. In 2018, when we first started releasing this report, 26% of the world population live in countries rated closed. Right? We're celebrating 75 years of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. We should be able to have a more positive statistic. Today is worse. Almost a third of the world population, almost 31% of the world population, live in countries that the CIVICUS Monitor rated as closed. This actually means in practice that a good percentage of us actually exercise freedoms with high risk. There is extreme restrictions to the work that we do. In addition to that, very few of us actually live in countries where space is free and open. 5 years ago, it was 4% of the world population. Low, but we can work with that. Today, only 2% of the world population live in countries that are rated as open. This is a global problem. We're not talking about Venezuela, Nicaragua, Cuba, or Bangladesh. This is a global problem. We downgraded this year Bosnia and Herzegovina and Germany because of Germany's attacks against climate defenders. 12 European countries have seen their rating downgraded over the past 5 years. This is not an isolated thing. This is a global issue. We're also able to sort of track or see what are the main tactics that states are using to sort of restrict civic space. And I'm going to speak about two because they speak about our ability to do our job. The first one is freedom of expression, since the states are very into restricting what works. So we register almost 900 violations on the right to freedom of expression. And this takes many forms, from intimidation of journalists, to censorship measures, to attacks or killing of journalists. Tactics are very different. The goal is only one: to prevent, to block, to deter people from speaking out. We have plenty of examples of that. In Tunisia, a government raided the house of a journalist in retaliation for their work. In Kenya, they block content of LGBTIQ+ content because they are intolerant to this group. Also happened in Uganda and in Ghana. In Mexico, they kill journalists for reporting on corruption, and many other examples of this. The second one is the right to peaceful assembly. This is my favorite right because it's a right on himself, but it also is a vehicle for demanding other rights. Right to health, basic service, among others. And we have been documented over the past 5 years a crackdown on the peaceful assembly. We registered that over 200 protests were disrupted this year by using excessive force, in some cases lethal force, or by basically just detaining protesters. And these have many drivers. In Africa, for example, the target is the political opposition. In Senegal, DRC, they do not want the political opposition to take to the street. It's happening now in Bangladesh, that is holding elections in January, because they do not want any form of dissent. But I think for this conference, I wanted to focus on one particular group who is bearing the brunt of these restrictions. It's climate defenders. We have documented that this particular group is mostly attacked by any government, but especially European governments who claim to be champions of climate change. We have registered in Germany, the Netherlands, Finland, Switzerland, Sweden, restrictions on the right to peaceful assembly, when people take to the street to demand a better world. Why this is important for the discussions today? If we're not able to organize, to take to the street to protest, we're not going to be able to meet the sustainable development goal. That is not even an issue that we should be discussing. We're not going to be able to reduce inequality, to confront the climate change crisis, or to bring an end, very pertinent now, to war and conflicts. I wanted to offer also some recommendations to end on a positive note, despite the environment we're in. Yesterday I heard, and I cannot point the person, from Colombia who spoke about civil society organizations or citizens and communities being agents of change. We are agents of change. There is a need to actually win that debate, right? It seems that civil society is always trying to prove why are we good. We need to win the recognition of the active and very important role that civil society is playing. It has proven that large-scale mobilizations actually work. You saw very recently in Georgia. They wanted to pass a lot of foreign agents. People took to the street massively, and they want the government sort of took away the law. So there is a need for donors, states, to focus on the protection of the right to peaceful assembly, to sort of train security officers so they can comply with international standards, and to ensure that perpetrators are held into account when they commit violations. This is the only way to ensure there is no repetition. For donors, we always speak about flexible, direct support to organizations in the Global South and communities, and support that is core, that allows them to do their job they know they need to do. It seems fairly easy to do that, right? But yesterday I was hearing a lot about still unbalanced relations in the needs. And it makes me think that we need to go beyond sort of claiming that we need flexible, we need support. We need to change the relationship between civil society and donors. We need to go beyond building or connecting beyond sort of implementation of projects and start working towards building together a shared vision for change. And finally, transnational solidarity. I love these spaces. We all come from different parts of the world, different backgrounds. And something that is proven to work is that all of us, wherever we are, to sort of come together in solidarity when one of us is under attack. I know that I presented here a very challenging scenario. I like to say that we're commemorating 75 years. I think we need still a lot to be able to celebrate that. But this change or these challenging times are not permanent, and I'm convinced that it can be reversed if we all work together towards that goal. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Marianna Belalba, pour ce constat.
Thank you very much, Marianna Belalba, for that very difficult but lucid appeal. And we need to stay solid, to have solidarity. And I think it'll be once again addressed on mental publication this afternoon. Now we're going to move on to Al-Nashif, the Deputy High Commissioner for Human Rights.
Good evening, everyone. Bonjour. I hope you can hear me.
Nous n'avons pas le son pour le moment. Je crois que c'est bon.
I think we're okay. Yeah, can you hear me
now?
C'est bon, merci beaucoup.
All right, great. Thank you. It's a real privilege to join this distinguished panel and to be with you today. In 3 days, we will commemorate the 75 years of the Universal Declaration, a declaration that constitutes a promise that we are all born equal in dignity and rights, a critical reminder of the universal values that human rights represent, but more than that, a blueprint for action in a very turbulent world. As we know, we've already heard a little bit, we live at a time when global challenges abound in scope and complexity. We are confronted with an alarming rise in inequality, poverty levels not seen in a generation, eroding living standards, expanding debt distress in developing countries. We witness great loss of lives, with migrants embarking on treacherous journeys seeking better lives, shrinking civic space, I'll come back to that, and increasing hate speech, the growing digital divide, deeper mistrust in public institutions, and dangerous levels of polarization, as well as the climate emergency. Perhaps most glaringly these past months is the raging conflict that has transcended national borders with many regional and global consequences, whether the war in Ukraine that continues to take its toll or the devastation that we are now grappling with in Gaza, with so many other contexts of prevailing violence and loss of life, including Sudan, Myanmar, Afghanistan, Haiti, and Yemen. This year marks the halfway point towards reaching the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, and yet only 15% of these Sustainable Development Goal targets are on track. 2 billion people live without access to clean and safe drinking water. By 2013, 84 million children will be out of school. 300 million will not have completed primary school at all. Almost 600 million are projected to be chronically undernourished. While global wealth has never been greater, the benefits of economic growth and development are increasingly unevenly distributed within and among countries. And at a time when we need to invest in people and the planet, projections indicate that this year, 143 governments will have introduced austerity measures and cut spending, affecting 85% of the world's population. Debt servicing is crowding out vital investments in economic, social, and cultural rights. In Africa, for example, the amount spent on interest payments is higher than the spending on either education or health. And many of these countries that are most affected by increasing famine, drought, massive storms, in addition to poverty, cannot take any action that is adequate because they are hamstrung by debt. Despite all this, the solutions are in plain sight, and we believe that human rights can be the game changer to resume progress on the 2030 agenda. A small reminder, if we think back to the consequences that were devastating of COVID-19, 7 million people died immediately as a result of the pandemic. And we have to think, why was this virus so destructive? Because of gaps in health, in education, in social protection systems that were created by years of systemic inequality and discrimination, decades of underinvestment in social, economic, and cultural rights. Our economies must deliver better for people and for our planet. That's why we're calling for a human rights economy, a concept that promotes a profound transformation towards economies prioritizing human rights and climate. A human rights economy places human rights guardrails on tax policies, budgets, on care support policies, ensuring that measures to deliver fundamental rights, such as adequate housing, quality education, food, a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment, are all ring-fenced against austerity. This concept treats rights not as aspirations, but as the legal obligations which in fact they are. A human rights economy intentionally aims at eliminating discrimination and reducing inequalities by using human rights as the compass to navigate the inevitable trade-offs, to make sure that we can invest in public health, in education and social security, dismantling rooted discrimination and corruption. It enables the active and meaningful participation and transparent decision-making in economic policy-making, especially for those historically sidelined. And it prioritizes clear and firm action on the triple planetary crisis, translating the right to a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment into tangible policies and programs. Only such economies can withstand the biggest and the deepest of shocks because they build social cohesion and stability. The UN Secretary General, Antonio Guterres, has spoken of the urgent need for reform of the international financial architecture, noting that it is outdated, dysfunctional, and unjust. It has certainly hampered the implementation of the SDGs and the realization of human rights at all. A reformed international financial architecture is a key lever for redressing inequalities within and between nations, creating lasting solutions to debt and reshaping international public finance. Our call for the human rights economy relies on such reform, underpinned by human rights and a more robust multilateralism anchored in solidarity with the stronger voice of the global South. And in this context, I welcome France's leadership in convening the summit for a new global financing pact in June of this year. The World Bank's commitment at the summit to pause loan repayments to disaster-hit countries is one example, and certainly a very important step in the right direction. As we already heard from Marianna, we are also greatly concerned that civic space continues to be under strain globally, with widespread repression of peaceful assembly and of expression and infringement of religious freedoms. Almost everywhere, we see growing attempts to silence the voice of those who work to inform, to empower, to expose, and hold those in power to account. Human rights defenders, including environmental human rights defenders and journalists. Civic space needs to be protected, and our action must empower people as active agents of sustainable development. Disadvantaged groups, including women and girls, must have a seat at the table. We need to recognize that civil society are the sparks of transformation. And for any policy to really make change, participation is a must. This is why we invite a sustained focus on Sustainable Development Goal 16 as an enabler of all others. Development requires a vibrant civil society with meaningful participation, inclusive, accountable institutions, and good governance. Frustrated with the world we live in, we see people increasingly taking to the streets. The drivers are often socioeconomic grievances, the erosion of democratic institutions, or the destruction of planet. And protecting planet from environmental degradation and climate change is perhaps the greatest human challenge of this era. As our planet heats and its ecosystems fall apart, clearly we have failed our collective responsibility. The climate crisis is certainly a manifestation of greed over solidarity, of inequality over equity, of short-term gain over long-term loss. Low ambition on climate change and climate action condemns millions to premature death, to hunger, to disease and displacement, not just in the future, but already now, as we can see. As you will have seen in a breakthrough moment last year, the General Assembly endorsed that claim that a safe, clean, healthy and sustainable environment is a human right. At least 155 states recognize this right in national law. The Paris Agreement is clear. Climate action must be grounded in respect for human rights, informing decisions on climate financing, mitigation and adaptation, as well as on loss and damage. Agreement to operationalize the Loss and Damage Fund on the first day of COP28 reflects important progress in political discussions on the issue. However, the fund remains inadequately funded and falls short of ensuring access to effective remedies, and we will be tracking this very closely. Our message is simple, it's unequivocal. One planet, one people. Distinguished guests, the 2030 Agenda commitment to leave no one behind is a call for equality and non-discrimination. The most exposed are always the most vulnerable, those who have suffered long-standing discrimination and compounded marginalization. I mean women, children, persons with disabilities, persons of African descent, indigenous people, minorities, LGBTI persons, migrants and refugees. As our world increasingly unfolds in the digital space, digital technologies are a lifeline for millions, making information, remote work, and schooling, even healthcare possible. And yet, 1/3 of the world remains offline. Another type of inequality, it's our collective responsibility to current and future generations to bridge the digital divide. Faced with so many challenges, what lessons can we use? The now famous quote for Kofi Annan's 2005 report, In Larger Freedom, captures the essence. We will not enjoy development without security. We will not enjoy security without development. And we will not enjoy either without respect for human rights. So we must stop treating human rights and sustainable development as separate issues and place rights at the core of all dimensions of sustainable development. And human rights, of course, need to be achieved in their own right, but they're also an essential lever for accelerating the implementation of the goals. When we take the human rights-based approach to development, outcomes are more sustainable and effective. We are also more accountable to the people we serve. Human rights are universal, indivisible, interdependent. We must address all rights on an equal footing: economic, social, cultural, civil, or political. But we must give this meaning in the design of development policies and plans, because freedom of expression helps the small-scale farmer whose land is being cleared for a dam construction, and the right to social security helps the domestic worker to live without violence, and so on. We have an opportunity this year to revitalize the consensus on human rights that brought the world together for the adoption of the Universal Declaration. The Declaration captured the essence of universality across time and place. We have seen powerful social movements refute relativism. Black Lives Matter, the Me Too movement, Fridays for the Future, The women's protests in Iran, in Afghanistan, are all rooted in the same values and the same aspirations: equality, dignity, justice, underpinning international human rights law. I encourage you all to take up the Human Rights 75 as an opportunity to push for the transformative, catalytic change that we all aspire, and certainly to make sure that we have a better world in the next 25 years at least. Thank you very much.
Merci infiniment, Nada Al-Nashif, d'avoir été avec nous ce matin, d'avoir rappelé la dimension fondamentale et transversale des droits de l'homme qui va être la ligne directrice de cette journée, et d'avoir rappelé aussi face à tous ces défis aux inégalités galopantes à une économie des droits humains. Voilà. Donc, merci infiniment. Et donc, pour cette session d'ouverture, j'appelle finalement Jonathan von Meerbeeck, directeur secteur droits humains, direction générale des partenariats internationaux à la Commission européenne, pour parler des actions, des partenariats de l'Europe et des défis aussi qui l'attendent, et de la cohérence avec laquelle tout ça doit être fait.
Voilà. Merci beaucoup. On m'a demandé de parler ici au nom de la Commission européenne, au nom de l'Europe. Donc, vous n'échapperez pas malheureusement à certains mots du jargon franglais du Bruxelles, mais je ferai de mon mieux. Alors, l'avantage d'être le dernier intervenant, c'est que je peux citer l'état des lieux qui a été fait par mon prédécesseur, pardon.
The situation that was presented already by the previous speakers. We are celebrating the 75th anniversary of the Human Rights Declaration, and Marianna and the previous speakers talked about this, and we agree with this. We talked about the climate challenges, about the environmental degradation, the growing inequalities, the reduction, the shrinking of civil space, and this is the status that we also share at the European level. And also, in addition to all the different challenges, there is maybe another difficulty operational because the questioning of acquired sense of what should be, what should be. We see this degradation in numerous countries, and we see that some governments are now questioning interdependency and some aspects of human rights. We sometimes hear from different regimes that they ask for a hierarchy of rights, collective rights, non-collective rights, individual rights, in order to justify their reducing access to individual human rights. And this is, I believe, a main concern that we share with you when seeing these attacks against our standards when it comes to human rights. And faced with these challenges, the European Union has to be exemplary. We need to be at the forefront when it comes to adherence to human rights. This is embedded in our treaty, in our charter, European Charter, Human Rights Charter. So we need to observe them within the European Union, but also outside the European Union, within our different corporations. We need to be up to these values, and therefore we have an action plan. The European Union Action Plan in favor of human rights and for democracy for 2020 and 2024, which underpins all actions of the European Union, but also of the different member states that signed this agreement. It sets the level of ambitions, our priorities, but also the tools that we have in order to promote human rights and in order to answer or to address the examples provided, tangible example provided by our colleagues from CIVICUS. We have a program of 1,500 million euros dedicated to defending human rights and democracy throughout the world. And we also support the role of civic society through actions led, for example, by CIVICUS. And no later than yesterday, we signed a partnership. I will not give you the acronym that was found in English, but with its partnership with 6 consortia of NGOs defending the rights of association, the rights of gathering assemblies. This was done yesterday, no later than yesterday in Brussels, to support their work to defend and promote the work of these people, the people demonstrating in the streets, and ensuring that their rights are defended. So we have also a formula on the defense of journalists, of freedom of speech, freedom of expression, because these are key values. And we highlight also the essential role played by civil society to defend journalists, for example, and we've been working in doing so with the media world as well. But beyond our programs, supporting directly civil society when it comes to human rights, and also defending democracy, we need also to make sure that we are consistent with all our action. Madame Al-Nashif reminded us how the objectives of sustainable development are embedded in the human rights treaties, that they underpin all the objectives. We won't be able to address and achieve these objectives, and we were reminded how far we are from achieving this if we don't embed this in our human rights. These are codependent, so this is consistent. I would like to great the French strategy in this area. We will need to be consistent in the way we approach support to development and also respect of human rights. So throughout this program of cooperation, we insist on this consistency, and we have an approach based on human rights. France knows it very well. It's a methodology that we need to apply. This is compelling for us. This is based on different principles to apply this to all human rights for everyone, to be part of inclusive society, include society, to ensure the non-discrimination and equity in all our actions, the obligation of being accountable of this right to everyone, and also obligation of transparency, and also transparency of information on these different development challenges. Quite concretely, this approach is rolled out through different tools, and for each countries we are working in, and we have a strategy at European level, and also for all member states, agreed with all member states when it comes to democracy and human rights. We have risk analysis, which are done for each country. We have we're addressing gender equity issues as well, and this is key to approach these challenges. And we ensure a consistency in cooperation of development is not enough. We need to be consistent when it comes to investment made by the European Union. In terms of the commercial, of the trade. In terms of investment, we adopted the Global Gateway Strategy, and the aim is to mobilize 300 billion public investment and private investments in different dedicated different areas: digital, health, transport, energy, education, research. And the aim is to observe the highest standards of sustainable and development standards, which are based on our values. This is key for us because this is what is demonstrating the additional value of the European Union when it comes to our investment strategy compared with when we compare ourselves with other institutions. When I came by train, I met with a colleague of mine who is in charge of trade, and we discussed and exchanged our notes, and I was quite proud to see and reassured to see that we shared the same point of view. And in terms of the European Union, it's very important to be consistent at these different levels. We talk about the different regulations. We adopted an ambitious regulations in terms of deforestation, and also on the ban of the use of products manufactured through forced labor as well. And we are also discussing on these topics not only in Brussels, Paris here, elsewhere. We have an approach which is based
on the need for Europe today to ensure consistency with all the different partners. The approach that we call Team Europe, which gathers European Commission member states, agencies of the member states, the public development agency, the Bank for Development, and in order to discuss together what kind of methods we can, how can we ensure consistent development when it comes to cooperation, investment, but commercial policies. We talk with the credit agencies on exportation. So we are making progress, and we want to be participating. This will be my last point. I would like to conclude on this. We need to be up to the challenges, and earlier this week we gathered around this anniversary of the 75th anniversary of the declaration. So we gathered activists, young activists in Brussels, and we shared the vision for human rights for the world, for the ambition for the future. Al-Nashif was present. And the results will fit in a declaration made by the youth that will be presented in Geneva next week. So this meeting is part of an approach that we have at the Commission, European Commission, to include the younger generations in this type of cooperation partnership. This is making progress in all these countries that we use on board. So this is a Franco-English wording, but with the aim is to discuss with the younger generation to identify the challenges, how they can support us in defining and drafting policies that make sense for everyone. So, and this is reflected in this panel today, but this is they're inspiring, and we see also the different challenges: freedom, environmental justice, right to education, climate change, and but what is really important in all this is to listen to one another, and this is what we're doing. Thank you for your attention.
Merci Jonathan van Meerbeeck d'avoir
parlé
au nom de Team Europe. Donc,
Meerbeeck, thank you for talking about on behalf of Team Europe
to
identify the levers and also to remind us on how the younger generation is mobilized, providing a real impetus, full of energy and supporting cross-cutting ideas. So thank you very much for this. Following these 5 presentations, we are suggesting 5-minute break in order to have coffee, and we will resume in this very room in 5 minutes from now to resume with the roundtable with 6 speakers talking on the current situation in the world. Thank you for all these speakers. Thank you for opening this discussion today with us. Thank you. The second part of this morning will be dedicated to the states of the world, and we had an appetizer to say of what is happening, and it is quite a difficult observation that we're making right now. But we're going to welcome 6 witnesses who are going to take stock of the situation in their part of the world and on a specific topic. And after these testimonies, we are going to have a debate here at the panel and with you in the room and online for those following on the internet. And this will be until 1 p.m. So we are numerous, so we will have to be quite limited in the duration of our speeches. So the first 3 speakers, so the first one, I hope I'm not spelling it wrong, Jyotsna Mohan, who is a regional coordinator for Asia. I'm sorry, for Asia Development Alliance. Luz Haro from Caribbean, who is executive secretary of this network, and for Northern Africa and Middle East, Mhanna, for the Lebanese, who is also executive director. So they will be our first 3 witnesses. We are going to start without further ado with this first session, which is a session taking stock of the current situation in the world. So to start with, we'll start with you, Jyotsna Mohan, and we're going to talk about Asia, and we're going to talk about the impact of agricultural agro-industry on human rights. This is expertise that you acquired through Asia Development Alliance.
Qui soutient la société civile dans les changements sociaux. Voilà, et je vous laisse la parole.
Sorry, the interpreter has no sound, no image. I'm frozen. Is it back? Sorry, back. Okay.
It's fine, I think.
It's just if you want to,
it's
for
fine.
your slide, you want to show your slide,
if possible,
right?
yeah.
Merci de vous installer. Nous commençons les tables rondes. Et nous commençons par un grand témoignage.
Please be seated. We're going starting with the round table, and we're going to start with Asia and agro-industry impact on human rights in Asia. First presentation.
Thank you so
Please
much.
be seated.
Good morning. My name is Jyotsna Mohan, and I'm representing an Asian regional civil society platform called Asia Development Alliance, and we are based in 25 countries, and the rest of the countries in Asia, we have partners. So today I'm going to discuss about the human rights implication of the privatization of agriculture and agribusinesses in Asia, a region with over 59% of the world's population, that is marked by vibrant economies, rich natural resources, and a complex tapestry of political and economic landscape. I think. Okay. So, if we come to the economic development and the challenges, that we see in my region, and we are going to talk about the impact on the human rights. We have heard a lot about the human right violation in, what's happening. Before starting, the speech, I would also want to say, we discussed about the SDG 16, but we have seen in our experience that there are hardly any member state that wants to talk about SDG 16. So that's again another pity. So if you talk about the challenges, we see that Asia, especially the South and Southeast Asia, is a hub of economic dynamism. Its journey of economic development has been surpassed expectations. However, the rapid growth has not consistently benefited local communities. Large-scale land acquisition, a byproduct of this development, have led to widespread dispossession, exclusion, and disruption for local population. For example, in Southeast Asia, Cambodia, the pursuit of agribusiness project has resulted in forced evictions, a stark example of land grabbing. Indonesia, another country in Southeast Asia, faces a similar crisis where their practices have not only displaced the community, but also led to significant deforestation, threatening indigenous people. I hope you know about the Mekong project in Southeast Asia, which has high level of displacement of the indigenous people. There has been many times that people have been displaced. So the distressing trend of farmicide that we see, in India, the country that I come from, has underscores the severity and human cost of these land issues. The human right protection gap in Asia is profound. Existing measure through theoretical, robust, falter in practical application. The region grapples with opaque economic practices and a lack of corporate accountability. Consequently, the dividends of corporate growth in Asia and Southeast Asia trickles down to the workers and communities most impacted. This raises the pressing questions about the sustainability of such growth models and their alignment with global rates of dynamics. And some of the examples that I would also want to put here is some of the case studies. For For example, in Malaysia and Indonesia, the palm oil industry faces exploitation where working conditions and enforcement on indigenous lands. In Nepal, the promotion of cash crop has led to a loss of agricultural biodiversity. In Philippines, agribusinesses projects often proceed without proper consultation with the indigenous communities. In Cambodia, large-scale and land acquisition for agribusiness have resulted in forced eviction of the local communities. The corporatization of the agriculture in Sri Lanka has led to the displacement of the smallholders, impacting livelihood and the land accesses. We'll also talk about the uses of pesticides. As one of the largest consumers of pesticides globally, countries like China, India, and Vietnam face significant health issues from this pesticides use. Pesticides essential for pest and disease management pose the risk due to the inadequate safety measures and lack of proper uses guidelines. Bangladesh's success in reducing pesticides self-poisoning death is a model worth emulating. The agribusiness impact and challenges. In my region, South Asia, privatization impacts are mixed. While India has seen increased efficiency in agriculture, concerns over market concentration and loss of agricultural biodiversity, as seen in Nepal, which are prevalent. In Pakistan, private agribusinesses have improved market accesses, yet the broader region faces the challenges like environmental degradation and the social injustice. Please, okay. There are some human rights defenders that our region is facing. So I'll come to this community management later. Maybe there is some issue with. Okay, maybe you can see the slides later. Just listen to me. Technical problem, I'm sorry. So there are some human rights defending challenges that I see in my region is the human rights defenders are pivotal in navigating the complex interplay between economic development and human rights. They serve as the vital links between the local communities and influential corporates and government entities, advocating for the rights and welfare of these impacted by the rapid development and land acquisition. Despite their crucial role, HRDs faces significant challenges that we even heard in the previous session. There are human rights abuses, especially the people who are working with the climate. The climate rights defenders are always on the forefront. And the protection afforded by the current human rights instruments is alarming, particularly in rapidly developing countries like China and India. Here, the fast pace of growth combined with transparency issues raises serious concerns about the sustainability of this development and its impact on the well-being of the workers and communities. The deficit of the strong regional and mechanism aggravates these challenges, contributing to instability and governance inadequacy. It is imperative to address these gaps to ensure that economic progress is inclusive and respectful to all for the human rights. So the community management natural farming, as a solution, I would just say very briefly that emphasize community participation and agroecological practices offers a sustainable alternative. Initiative like zero budget natural farming in India and SRI in the Philippines have shown positive impact on biodiversity, climate resilience, and community empowerment. Such models are essential in preserving agrobiodiversity and countering the dominant productivist-oriented agricultural model. Some of the recommendation I would say very quickly is a collaboration with the international conventions like the Rotterdam Convention to strengthen regulatory framework and capacity building, enhance transparency in pesticides regulation and advocate for environmentally sustainable practices, support the re-evaluation of the pesticides registration and promote IPM program as demonstrated in Indonesia, encourage legal framework that integrate various aspects of agrobiodiversity conservation, and finally, Asia our economic growth has brought many benefits. It has also led to the significant human rights challenges in the context of agriculture privatization. Addressing these effectively requires a multifaceted approach involving stronger legal framework, community initiative, and international cooperation that we have been talking since morning, and all focused on protecting local communities and the environment. Thank you so much for your attention.
Merci. Merci beaucoup pour cette présentation extrêmement synthétique.
Thank you for that highly summarized presentation of what's going on. As you said, in Asia, there's 59% of the human population, which may also know experiencing rice crisis in the years to come, which is aggravated by global warming. The question I was asking after your presentation is that there have been in India, including farmer suicides. In 2021, the government finally withdrew from agrarian reform that was going to deregulate the sector after a year of extremely intensive demonstrations by farmers, and after a union has finally managed to win its case. Does that mean there's some hope? Does that mean the mobilization can help?
There is immense hope. We are democracy, but I would also want to say, with the latest democratic movement that we say, the whole narrative of democracy has changed, it's changing. It depends on the government, how they want the democracy to be portrayed. But despite all that, we feel there is an increased hope after the farmers' movement that we saw in 2021. It was immense. And government had to, bow down, and they had to listen to the farmers. I think there is immense hope. Before that, also India has witnessed some movement on transparency, and but somehow sometimes they fizzled. But sometimes when the community actually they come on road, it has immense hope. And then I'm very hopeful if it can be successful in India. I'm sure that other countries can also follow the suit.
Mais c'est une note d'espoir, effectivement.
Let's try that. It's hope. I had another question, which is rather sadder. Now, clearly, small landholders are being eaten up by multinationals, but there's also contraction in the vocation of being a farmer. I'm thinking about Indonesia, where in 10 years, they lost 5 million families of farmers because no one wants to be a farmer anymore. They had to stop palm oil in Indonesia, and given all these difficulties and poverty as well, facing these small landholders, are there still people who still want to be farmers?
I hope I understood your question well, but the small landholders, talk about Indonesia, but it's not only in Indonesia actually. It's all over South and Southeast Asia where the land holding is like decreasing every time because, we have this system of where the parents, they give away their land to the kids, especially the sons. So if one land, which is 1 hectare, goes to 4 sons, so it's 25, it becomes 25 into 4. So that's the problem that, the land holding is getting very smaller. And definitely, and also, there's a lurch, there's a lot of thoughts and I would say the people are more inclined towards going to the city. The rural-urban migration is also one of the reasons. I mean, instead of working on the land, which is very scientific, people are also losing on the scientific tradition that they used as cultivation. So that's, that somehow it's not transferring to the next generation. And the generation X or this generation, their movement to the urban cities, even they are doing small labor work or doing very small work, but they want to move to the cities. I think it's very important at this point of time to make the cities, make the small towns and villages self-sustained the way it used to be, even on the small land. Also the use of commercial practices, commercial crops like rubber plantation, or all the plantation that you see, or the sugar cane, these commercial, they also need a lot of land. But the problem is that when the land is subdivided and ultimately you are left with no land, and the role of, again, urban, what I see in my country, in my region, that the rural-urban migration, and again, the land buying, which is happening by the big builders. So they are also buying agricultural land. So you know what I see in my country, there's small farmers, they are selling their land. They think that is a very, very good price, and obviously they are able to make some money out of selling of the land. But imagine how the land use is changing. I think the government really needs to think about it, the changing land use, because the land is very limited. If we keep using the agricultural land for the building purpose, I think again, and the farmers are again moving to the cities, I think it's very important for the government to look at the sustainability of the land. How can we still manage the small land holding? I think it's something that I would want to focus here. Did I able to answer your question?
Vous avez parfaitement répondu à la question, merci.
Perfectly, thank you. Just to summarize, we need farmers, the world needs farmers.
Et il faut que ces agriculteurs puissent vivre tout en
and these farmers need to be able to live with virtuous practices, so they should be able to live with dignity from their activity. That's a day-to-day struggle. We will carry on talking about this with Luz Haro from the network from Latin America and who comes from Ecuador. And I'm going to ask you to take the floor, the lectern, and we'll talk about something vital, the rights of women in rural zones.
Ce sont aussi des agricultrices, mais
who are
elles ne
also
sont pas forcément reconnues.
But aren't not necessarily recognized as such.
Souvent bon marché, parfois gratuite.
It often means cheap or free labor that's exploited. And you will talk to us about that. Thank you.
Hola, buen día a todas y a todos.
Hello.
Reciban el saludo respetuoso, fraterno, de una campesina ecuatoriana, Luz Haro, secretaria ejecutiva de la Red Latinoamericana.
I'm an Ecuadorian farmer. I'm the executive secretary of the Latin American Caribbean network of rural farmers. I have started up several social organizations since the 1980s, and I work
en la Sierra Centro, en la provincia de Chimborazo.
Bottom up. I was born in the province of Chimborazo, in the Central Plateau in Ecuador, and my heart lies in the heart of the Amazonian forest. So I'd like to say hello to you on behalf of millions of rural women in Latin America and the West Indies. So, and I hope that we'll be able to give some key strategic points across today. You can see here there are some women who are very important to us. For example, Matilde Hidalgo, who ensured that women got the right to vote, and she was born in education. She was born south of the equator, of Ecuador's frontier. There's Margarita Silva Alves, who was a Brazilian. She was violently murdered when she was upholding, defending small farmers. Sister Mareva de Mamatingo, a woman farmer murdered by landowners in the 70s. Dolores Mancuando and Transito in Deza, leaders living at a time where they weren't entitled to education. They were women working practically as slaves in Ecuador. This is a historic struggle, as you can see.
Por la red LAG, ¿quiénes somos? La red nace en 1990 con el deseo.
Who are we? Our network came up in 1990 to give a place, a voice to women farmers who had no voice, because international meetings of women and feminists had never been a woman from the countryside trying to convey a message, but it wasn't a real one. So, I've been part of this network since 1995, 96, and we have struggled enormously when we talk about human rights here. We
estoy
try
casi a la
to
par con los
listen
derechos humanos.
and make
Yo
an
nací
effort
en 1940.
from the bottom upwards, and I was born in 1949.
Entonces casi tenemos la misma edad,
Well,
¿sí ven?
the human rights turned up in 1948, so you can see we're more or less the same age. And what I share with human rights. But these are rights that are absent for women in the most precarious situations, living in the countryside and in communities.
Porque muchas de nuestras mujeres, niñas y adolescentes,
we have a right to know that these rights exist for us, because women, children, teenagers in very remote communities in Ecuador, there is 17% illiteracy, and sometimes we don't even have an ID card to document our existence. You know that the Amazon rainforest,
pero en toda la Amazonía y en el Ecuador, en el caso de las ecuatorianas,
but in that Amazon basin, at least in Ecuador where I live, in the Pastaza province, for example, there are 17 rural communities in that province, and only 13 of them can be accessed by car. There are some you can go by only aircraft or over the rivers. Our daughters who are autonomous, who live in the Amazon rainforest, know nothing. Most are illiterate, are not entitled to health or education, clean living conditions, basic fundamental services, electricity and connections. What they experience is completely different from what people live in towns and cities. And when we're talking about statistics and sometimes even economic averages, we're talking about Quito, Guayaquil, or Cuenca. And this is exactly what happens in Latin America and the West Indies. Statistics do not show what's really going on. They reflect the urban existence. And when they talk about poverty has reduced, there is poverty, but it's not because we want to be poor. It's because that there are no opportunities. There's no investment. Local government prefers spending money.
Porque si no tenemos educación, mal podemos
developing infrastructure, but not in human talent. And if we do not get an education, we cannot exercise our rights, because we can't write, and which is why from our network we support schools to train rural leader women to help make us understand that we have rights, which will strengthen our leadership and be able to promote the struggle to demand the rights that are included in all international conventions, in the Constitution and in basic law. And that is our roadmap. So during the pandemic, we also organized leader training things in 16 Latin American and West Indian countries between 2020 and 2021, because otherwise we would have been completely disconnected from each other during the pandemic. And COVID highlighted all the social injustices in which governments had left us, because we realized there was no connectivity in Ecuador. In the rural areas, there are only 16% of landline usage. And during that time, children had to go and work. Women were working without a salary to feed the world, because women in the countryside fed the rest of the world throughout the full duration of the COVID pandemic. And nobody can recognize this. So these training classes brought us together, made us stronger, and made it possible to contribute our rights.
Gracias. Entonces, nosotras como Red de Mujeres Rurales de Latinoamérica y el Caribe,
our networks of rural women in Latin America and
Brasil, el segundo en México,
organized 5 major events, the first in Brazil, second in Mexico,
en
third
abril
in
pasado
Ecuador,
en la
fourth
ciudad
in
de
Panama, and the fifth in April
se discute nuestra
in
problemática
in Patagonia, in Chilean Patagonia. And that's where we talked and shared about our issues, and we were looking for solutions to propose them to governments to find strategic alliances such as this one. So thank you for French cooperation that make it possible to be here today. But I also want to thank Eurosocial, thank you for being here, and in scenarios from all over the world where we can try and solve things that have yet to be resolved to date.
pudiese llegar a las comunidades más
if education
millones de niñas y niños no han podido acceder a la educación o tienen un retroceso y que las niñas y niños desde antes de la pandemia
no access to education or have been delayed in their education. So these little boys and girls before the pandemic and even during, and especially during, didn't have a sufficient level of education, have not been able to access schools and universities because they could not get to the same level. So education in rural areas and in underpopular areas leave a lot to be desired.
Nuestras niñas y niños quedan excluidos. Pero también podemos hablar de cómo nuestras niñas principalmente
and therefore excludes our children from schooling. How do we explain, especially for girls,
por el abuso familiar,
why girls are actually excluded from class and therefore are victims of incest or rape? Because
esa es la realidad de América
fall
Latina.
pregnant as teenagers, and then instead of being able to go to school, they become mothers. And that's the reality in Latin America and Ecuador. We as women, rural women, as country women, we are the guardians of life, of nature, of cereals, of healthy food, of production, without using GMOs.
Nos quedamos a trabajar ahí en las propiedades.
Men leave. We continue in the land holdings, working on the working earth, and our salaries are not even half that of men, because in fact these aren't salaries that we get. We get each day, if a man will earn $15 a day,
Y como no tenemos ninguna garantía
earn
de
maybe
seguridad,
$7 a day for the same work. And given that we have no guarantees, no welfare, we are completely disadvantaged. And we said that we'd have a minimum salary, and lots of women don't even get a salary. We produce
y somos la fuerza laboral
51% of the food.
en un 43%. Y un promedio del
The workforce, according to CEPAL data, there's 45% of women in the region have not access to the internet. If we do not have access
de la
to the
realidad
internet, then
nacional y
we
global.
are completely disconnected from the national reality and global realities.
De un 30.7 en la región.
Coverage is only 30.7% of the region, but in Ecuador, it's even smaller. If we invest in rural financial services, then we can help women
También para la disminución de la pobreza.
be heard.
Si las políticas públicas
And
locales
the
y
next,
nacionales
that will reduce poverty.
no estaríamos
And if
en
local,
esta lucha de alcanzar el
if
hambre.
justice was more there,
Mujeres rurales y hoy más que nunca el mundo
we
debe
won't
reconocer
be in this
que ahí
struggle
en las comunidades más
to
distantes estamos
eliminate
produciendo,
the
trabajando en
end
la
of
tierra
this
desde antes de que
inequality,
amanezca.
because we have to acknowledge that we as women have been work on the earth, on the soil, from dawn to dusk without earning
Porque no hay caminos
anything.
vecinales adecuados, porque no hay canales de
we risk
comercialización,
losing
porque no se
everything
ocupan de
because there
ayudarnos
is
a ver
no
dónde podemos llevar a vender a precios justos nuestros productos, que además son frescos y
There's no
saludables.
pathway between the lands that we work on.
Nosotras con todo
We
esto,
can't access markets to sell our produce that is healthy. And not only
claro,
do we have a very low level of education, we are, however, the guardians of nature. Yes, we were talking about deforestation before, but in Ecuador, in Latin America, we can see a huge
Están
deforestation, but there's
plantando
no
plantas y
reforestation.
árboles
What do they do
ajenos
when
al
they
lugar.
reforest?
Y con
They
el
plant
pino, el eucalipto, como el
trees that
teco,
are foreign, such as pines, eucalyptus, teak.
y se dice que
All
pronto
of
el
these
mundo, la
are
guerra será
trees
por agua.
that absorb too much water,
Apoyan a los
and they are water predators.
que vienen de fuera.
We say
Les
that the
entregan
major crisis will be a water crisis, but in fact,
campesinas,
governments
acá han dicho,
attract
campesinos. Y yo me preguntaba, ¿cuántos de
foreign investment to
campesinas
plant foreign trees that are inadequate for our
a las mujeres
soil
y sobre
and
todo a
uses?
las mujeres
We're
rurales?
talking
Nos
about
hace
country
falta
people, but
datos
in fact, we have to
estadísticos
say that
para que
people,
realmente
rural women,
desagregados
we
para
need
saber
statistical
cuál es
data
el nivel de situación de las mujeres,
that
las
have to be specific and accurate to appreciate the exact situation of men, of women and girls and adolescents throughout the region, from Caribbean to Mexico, up to Chile in the bottom of.
Ya, gracias.
South
Nosotras, debo concluir. Nosotras hemos levantado un estudio con el PNUD, con la FAO, y hemos visto cómo las mujeres hemos aportado decididamente al bienestar de las poblaciones urbanas.
And we've seen
Como para
that
reflexionar, ¿no es
women
cierto?
offered
Que hay que
contributed
revalorizar
to the
el
well-being
lugar
of
donde
urban populations. We've also understood
prácticas
that we have to
tradicionales
revalue
y no
the place
subsumirnos
where we
en las
work,
imposiciones
to recover
internacionales
traditional
que
practices so as not to
de nuestra realidad.
suffer from international impositions of people deciding on our name, although they are far from our
A las
reality.
mujeres,
So
a
we
las niñas
need
y a las adolescentes, porque nosotros
governance that
pero también generamos
put
el desarrollo.
girls, women, and teenagers at the
en las
core
comunidades rurales.
of the discussion.
Agradecemos a
because we
quienes nos brindan el espacio para
contribute
estar,
to
como en
development,
Costa Rica.
especially of rural populations,
Hemos
as in Costa Rica with the
estado
ULAC.
en varios espacios
We were there,
para poder
and
hablar
we were
de
also in
nuestra.
Rome
Entonces,
at
si yo vengo
the
de Pastaza, que es el corazón de la
to
Amazonía,
talk about what we're going through. So if I come from Pastaza, which is in the heart of the Amazon basin, and where one of the lungs of humanity, we want that the entire world should recognize and allocate resources to strengthen the potential through training so that decisions are taken in the field so we can live with dignity. Thank you for your attention.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much.
C'était un témoignage extrêmement vibrant.
That was an
Merci d'avoir rappelé
lively insight. Thank you for reminding us how much you are the guardians of life, of biodiversity,
et d'avoir rappelé aussi à quel point
and for reminding us how important it is
les femmes en zone rurale puissent avoir accès à l'éducation, puissent avoir
access, education, means of communication and information.
Si vous deviez résumer en
If
un
you
seul
had to summarize in a word or two,
votre
in a
témoignage,
what you can tell us is the main challenge, what would that be?
el principal reto creo que es que
The
el
main challenge is, I believe,
de
is that the
nosotras, las
world
mujeres,
should
las niñas,
recognize the contribution made by girls, teenagers, and women,
que
those who will
baje
become
no solo al-
tomorrow's women,
sino que llegue a
to
las organizaciones de base
ensure
para
that
poder
we have
desde ahí
support
canalizar los recursos y hacer que las
not from only from the governments, but also organizations in the field so that women
clientelismo del populismo
can fulfill their role without having to depend on clientelism or populism, which governments impose on us, giving
y no
to
dejarnos levantar la
some
mirada ni la
women
cabeza.
just a few
Nosotras
cents to leave us at the bottom of the scale without raising our heads up and looking upwards. We want to be citizens as women and recognized as such because we belong to the world. We do not wish to listen to
de
the
la
fact
gente humilde del campo
that cities are filling up
donde podemos producir para pasar a
with
consumir
a
en
with a
desventaja.
population of the poor. In fact, we want to be able to. We don't want to consume unequally in cities. We want to stay in our villages to produce
de todas las mujeres, las niñas y
with dignity.
adolescentes rurales, el
so
23
that all women, girls, and teenagers on the 23rd
las
of June
impulsoras de este
last,
pedido ante la ONU y ante la OEA.
we made a declaration and we asked in that declaration,
para que esto sea una realidad, pero también les invitamos a sumarse a esta gran minga,
to help us, and we ask you to join us in this large
de todas las mujeres,
work
niñas y
so that
adolescentes
you
rurales
listen to us
del
and we
mundo.
get a declaration for have a decade of rural areas all over the world. We ask you to join this.
En fait, c'est pour alimenter un nuage de mots qui résumera en fait.
Add the word cloud that will summarize all these things, and the word is recognition of women's work in rural areas. Now I have another question.
Que se reconozca, se valore
yes.
y que se genere la cultura
recognition and appreciation, and there should be reciprocity between urban areas and rural areas, because urban areas must recognize what we make, what we produce, because when you go to a supermarket,
no le permiten llevar a cabo una comercialización
talking about the price they pay at the supermarket, but when we want to sell something, we are being insulted and mistreated.
J'avais une autre question qui concernait, il me semble de mémoire que dans un précédent rapport de la FAO, il était indiqué que seulement
of the World Agricultural Organization that only a limited percentage of women were landowners, were actually owning agricultural land. So how can we make it possible for women to have access to land as well, to own it and to be acknowledged, to be recognized as landowners? This is one of the things you're fighting for, I believe.
Sí, muchas gracias. Efectivamente.
Yes, thank you. Yes, indeed.
Yo misma en la infancia solo tenía 4 años de escuela primaria y he tenido
a fight that comes from the field. As a young girl, I only went to primary school for 4 years, and once I was 35 years old, I started reading and learning what was taught in some schools and what had been taught in universities for 35 years to be at your level. Otherwise, I couldn't be here today. So we ask, how can we achieve this? How can we make sure that we raise the living level in order not to be perceived as inferior people? Can you repeat your question? I forgot what you were asking me. In order for women to have access to the rights of being landowners, to be recognized as landowners. Yes, access and landowners own land, but also economic autonomy as well. And there's a need for law in different countries in order to ensure the right to property, to own lands for women. Because if they are not owning the land, they won't have access to loans, and they won't be able to keep on producing on their lands. And these rights have to be differentiated for women, for small landowners, because macro production, we say that in Ecuador there are 10%. There's 10% of macro producers, and 90% are small landowners, small agricultural farmers have poor quality land, so far from the market, and governments do not help us in order for us to be able to sell our products, to have access to the market. So we ask for your support in order to be able to have access to funds, in order to reinforce those local female agriculturists, in order for them to be able to sell on the market the fruit of their daily work. Because beyond the color of our skin or beyond our religious or political beliefs, we are women working. And I insist on this. I would like to emphasize this from dawn to from sunrise to sunset. So, and we are not using a private vehicles. I'm using a public transportation. I'm here because the French Alliance for Development invited me and allows me to do so. But it's you, citizens, allowed me at 74 years old to here to come to you to bear witness of my life and to shed light on the reality in the rural area. And also, it's not to say, oh, it's just a shame. No, I'm not saying this. I want to invest in talent to improve our future.
Avant de passer au témoignage suivant,
before moving on to the next testimony for North Africa and Middle East, I forgot to ask you earlier, what would be the word you would like to use to summarize your testimony? What's the biggest challenge? What would be the word in one word, if possible?
La transparence. Merci beaucoup. Merci.
Transparency.
On va en parler là encore de transparence.
Well, thank you very much. We're going to talk about transparency once again because we're welcoming Ayman Mhanna from the Lebanese foundation Samir Kati. You are the executive director of Samir Kati's Lebanese Foundation. It's a foundation or association promoting democratic culture in Lebanon. You're going to talk about freedom of the press, which is threatened in the Middle East. I've been told that you can remain seated, so if you prefer standing or sitting, it's up to you. It's the way you prefer.
Bonjour à tous. Merci beaucoup pour l'invitation
Good
et
morning, everyone.
mesdames pour votre témoignage aussi.
Thank you for having me and for your testimonies, ladies. That the fight for freedom of expression is more relevant than ever. And current events are a cruel reminder of this. Since 7th October of 2023, 80 journalists have lost their lives in Palestine and Lebanon. And the last 2 months have been the deadliest for journalists since international organizations began recording these crimes against journalists. The whole world is going through an unprecedented crisis when it comes to relationships to information, manipulation of information, militarization of information, and our isolation in algorithmic bubbles and that are having us kept in proven consequences that call into question the most fundamental values and the possibility of living together. Different, of course, but together between nations and within one single country. Wars in Ukraine and Palestine, pandemics, and the recent elections in Argentina and the Netherlands, and those coming up in 2024 in India for the European Parliament and also in the United States are among the many playgrounds of this dystopian reality that is gradually taking hold. So this is within that framework that the fight for media freedom is that our Samir Kati Lebanese Foundation is working in order to protect journalists. And in the face of such challenges, we are all facing challenges all over the world, but particularly in countries facing multiple crises and intermingled crises, economic, social, political, Lebanon in particular, but all countries of North Africa and Middle East are sad examples. I will name just 5 key challenges: the challenge of impunity, the challenge of political and economic control, the challenge of laws, the challenge of economic model, challenge of manipulation. First of all, impunity. According to UNESCO, 85% of crimes against journalists have never led to a comprehensive judicial legal process and the conviction of the criminals. In the countries of our region, this figure rises to figures close to dictators' elections, so almost 99%. Impunity is actually the rule, and criminals are often in power or in charge. They are not necessarily directly the ones in power, but the Human Rights Watch report and Amnesty International published yesterday said that Israel knew that a team of the Reuters, Al Jazeera, and AFP that they were journalists, that they were present, and they were deliberately targeted. This is one example, and I know this will lead to impunity. And it's not only impunity that's against journalists during war times. Kassir was assassinated in Lebanon in 2005, and the 12th of December, next 12th of December, we are going to commemorate another assassination of a journalist and writer, Lebanese, Slim. So, and this is the case in Syria, which was also the most the country which has seen the highest level of numbers. It's again in Iran, in Saudi Arabia, etc. But it's not only impunities against murderers who enjoy this policy, but also for police officers who violently attack reporters, for militia that kidnaps journalists, religious groups that invade and destroy the offices of news agencies. Their names and faces are well known. But the courts have never dared do their jobs. their job. And it's in the climate of fear and self-censorship that our journalists operate. In terms of political control and economic control, I invite you to consult the Media Ownership Monitor. This is a database initially launched by borderless reporters and a German NGOs that senses the owners of the main media in more than 20 countries. More than 80% of the media are directly controlled in the hands of political figures or businessmen with direct link to political power. So in this context, the independence of media industry is profoundly called into question, their editorial independence, but also their economic independence is called into question, given the owners of the media that also control advertising markets. So in our countries, the laws are either outdated, restrictive, or vague. But and often it's all three together. In Lebanon, the most recent media law was passed on the audiovisual media in 1994. A bill to update it has been waiting in parliamentary committees since 2010. And in the United Arab Emirates, a tweet deemed contrary to the country's interests can lead to 50 years of imprisonment. In Egypt, so-called anti-terrorist laws effectively prohibit any real investigation or challenge to the actions of those in power. In Tunisia, one democratic achievement since 2011 have been undone one after the other. Challenge of the economic model experienced by media all over the world is even more acute. The concept of public subsidies is either non-existent, is absent, or worse still, harmful. We don't want subsidies from this type of governments. Advertising market already reduced and shrink by economic crisis is controlled by the oligarchy, and this is where the support of donors come in. But it's also welcome, but it remains fickle and tied to fluctuation of political interest and fashionable subjects. Efforts to ensure institutional and financial sustainability of independent media also requires resources and constant commitments. Finally, there is the challenge of manipulating information in an area of the world where the main regional powers have launched the most sophisticated operations to influence public opinion. Israel, which has been unfailing support of the major social networks, is so quick to censor pro-Palestinian content while against Israel and pro-Palestine, while validated in a test conducted by the Haifa-based NGO Family. 100% of the 19 advertisements advocating the murder and forced displacement of Palestinians. And the report exists, has been published by Hamle. You can have access to it. And 19 advertisements that they launched themselves advocating for the murder of Palestinians have been validated by Meta. Iran, which controlled satellite parties, including Hezbollah, controls cyber armies that use social networks to prepare people's minds to accept and then justify the assassination of political opponents. Saudi Arabia, whose cyber armies flood those who dare hint a possible criticism to the Crown Prince policies. An area of the world where spyware, often of Israeli manufacture, is used in the most abusive and shameless way against journalists and whistleblowers, and by Western leaders. Faced with this, we are not giving up, and each of us has a role to play. For nearly 16 years, the Samir Kassir Foundation that I lead has been trying to tackle these challenges through monitoring the program that records violations against journalists in Lebanon, Syria, Jordan, and Palestine. The safe residence program enabling dozens of journalists from all over the region to find refuge, to seek refuge, to seek shelter and continue their work and plan for the future. Physical, digital safety training tailored to the context of each country in the region. A program of financial technical support for the region's independent media by channeling international funding and providing mentoring tailored to the needs of each individual. How do we choose our partner media? There are those who, when asked what is the cause of this problem, do not answer conspiracy. And when asked what is the solution, do not answer with a proper name. And a research program to understand the impact of the major issues of technology, AI, algorithm on the media sector, and also to understand the audience perceptions of the major themes addressed in media discourses. Deep values and honors and international partners have a key role to play. which involves a change of mentality to move beyond from the somewhat paternalistic attitude between donor and beneficiary towards a real partnership that responds to needs on the ground. But overall, let journalists be journalists, not strategic communicators. There are two different noble professions, but different ones. Confusing the two damages credibility of journalists. It's leading to the loss of trust, and this has disastrous consequences. More appropriate types of funding, contributing more to the institutional consolidation of the media, rather than short-term funding for the production of a few contents, which themes have been defined in advance by the founder in London or in Western countries. Which changes according to trends and priorities. Volume of funding that enables the stated objective to be achieved. A brief comparison is in order. The total annual budget for the development of the world media is 600 million euros approximately. Russia Today's total annual budget is close to 300 million euros. Do we want to give ourselves the means to succeed in the fight for independent quality information, or do we just want to give the impression and create the perception that we are actually working to tackle a problem? And what has meant by Mr. Nonouka-Gomat, consistency between media development policies and other support programs for countries in the region. Contradiction between the pro-human rights rhetoric and the agreement between the EU and Tunisia to the tune to the level of 11 billion euros to keep potential migrants there, despite the autocratic turn of the Tunisian president, sends out the wrong message. It sends the wrong message to see the United States, the EU, Canada, France, and Netherlands supporting the Lebanese security services to up to $324 million over 5 years to improve their human rights records, while their abuse continues increasing. And we see the results: signing major arms contracts with dictatorships sends the wrong message, adopting a dual language towards Palestinians and Israelis, declaring that we want to accept migrants on the basis of the color of their skin. This sends catastrophic messages. Finally, let's not forget the private sector industry of protective equipment for journalists needs to evolve. With over 90% of bulletproof waistcoats are designed, for example, for male bodies. Through advertising, the private sector can also make an important contribution to support independent media. The private sector is not just made up of big businesses aligned to the powers in place. It includes thousands of large companies and SMEs with a real commitment to society. That's why Samir Kassir Foundation and its partners, Equal Rights and Independent Media, have set up an advertising agency in Lyon, whose aim is to channel advertising to the independent media in Lebanon, Jordan, with the hope of extending its reach to the whole region. It's a model with a capacity for almost global expansion. But above all, it requires a much stronger common front against the technology giants whose business model is inherently incompatible with the principle of freedom of information and undistorted access to information. The battle against these giants will be won by bilateral agreements, Canadian agreements here, European agreements there. The danger of being trapped in algorithm bubbles the global existential challenger. The response must be read. If we lose this battle, winning the first one will maybe futile, but despair has never been able. I owe it to my sons, mine aged 2 and a young aged 2 months. We owe it to all our children. We deserve this, but if we believe in this concept. Thank you. Thank you very much.
C'est un constat extrêmement dur.
It's a very harsh, realistic situation, and you named journalists assassinated, murdered in Lebanon. This is a sector that I know quite well, but despite this reality, in this region, Lebanese press is one of the richer. We've seen the Syrian and Algerian press disappear, and there were moments of freedom, but this is the current situation. And what we see more and more for this region, Iran, for example, is a press in exile. So is it a real solution for Ukraine as well, and for Russia mainly? Is it a solution for the future that press people will be forced to go from one geographic region and the inherent regions that they have to send in exile? Well, there is a real potential with the digital industry. The main quality media are media in exile. And but it's not sufficient to develop a journalistic content of good quality if there isn't a real and proper effort, joint effort, in line with or together with the major social networks to change the economic model of these very social networks, because you may have the best media, Azerbaijan, Russian, Syrian, etc., in exile, but if the way the information comes to the lost user, consumer of the information goes only via algorithmic bubbles, well, the only people that will read these contents will be people already convinced by the message that is conveyed. And this is what we need to change. And this is the reason why my main call is in favor of negotiations with social networks that goes beyond the different regions. It's not just a bargaining between Canada and social networks, the European Union and social networks. It's committing everyone, having everyone on board in all the sectors presented in this panel and the ones we are going to listen to later on, because we have a common fight. Today, all the fights mentioned by the ladies talking before me will be questioned and destroyed. Even if the best laws are passed in their respective countries, if there is a dystopian reality in the mindset of people through manipulation of the social networks, this will question all the efforts they will have made so far and what they have achieved so far. So the role we are playing is an enabler role. The aim is to help all the other rights as well, defending the rights to freedom of expression. It's in fact defending the rights of our capacity to assess all the rights, to access to other rights. I will try not to forget to ask each one of you how you can summarize your testimony and your main challenges with one single one. It's to fight against impunity against crimes against journalists, but impunity against all those through their bad governance, through their the corruption, through also because they are naive sometimes, or because they also collaborate with social networks, knowing that they can have negative consequences, have allowed things to take place to be what they are today.
Donc, lutte contre l'impunité, redevabilité.
The fight against impunity and accountability. Sorry, you mentioned 15 years of prison for a tweet in the. I mentioned you mentioned Mansour, who is a poet posting on the blog for damaging, jeopardizing the interests of the state because he's posted a tweet. So this is also can be a gender research. Well, and especially at the time where Google is going to send its largest data center in Saudi Arabia, and the regional networks, X networks, are all located in Dubai, which generates a huge potential for work, which is quite welcoming engineers in the region, which is good. And they have set offices with the human rights departments who are collaborating and cooperating with them. But what's the weight they have compared to their colleagues in charge of the sales of the? And we know that this is not a balance. They are very weak compared to the sales, and it really goes back to real politics. The migration crisis is real, but is the answer to accept stabilocracy? And we mean by that dealing with dictators in place, if they help us keeping the migrants on the south banks of the Mediterranean basin, there will be consequences that will be to the detriment of people of the regions, but also for the people funding this economic. So there's a contradiction between Europe, for Europe to be a normative leader, and what we see throughout the election in Slovakia, in Netherlands. I understand this dilemma in Italy as well. But if the European Union wants to keep this image of a normative leader, there will be questions to be addressed in a different manner in the future. Well, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you to the three of you. And I suggest now to switch places with the next three speakers who are going to come on stage, replacing, and then we'll have a discussion all together, and also with
on va accueillir Ksenia Bolshakova, qui est journaliste.
We are going to ask Ksenia Bolshakova, Albert Londres Award 2023, legally advocate, General Secretary of the talking about Western Europe and Northern America. And we also have for Sub-Saharan Africa, André from AOU, General Delegate for the Urgency Africa Fund. I'm sorry.
Je ne sais plus dans quel ordre nous accueillons les intervenants. Je crois que c'est.
Sorry, I think I've mistaken. I didn't give the names the right sequence. You're journalist.
Vous êtes une journaliste d'investigation.
In 2022, you're a journalist, Russian journalist working in France.
Et vous aviez fait un documentaire sur le groupe Wagner. Et vous allez nous parler de la guerre en Ukraine.
Film on Wagner Group, and you're going to talk about war in Ukraine and the humanitarian crisis.
Oui, je pense qu'en fait c'est mieux.
Either you stand or you. It's well, maybe it's better if you sit because everyone can see you. Good morning, everyone. Just bear with me 1 second.
Bonjour mesdames, bonjour messieurs et chers intervenants, avec qui j'ai l'honneur de partager.
Speakers with whom I share this stage today. For those present here or online, I would like to thank AFD for inviting me and giving me the floor during our initial discussion in order to prepare my speech with the AFD staff. I must admit I was a little lost. And I wondered how I was going to tackle the issue of the decline in human rights in Ukraine and Russia, and more globally in this region, in this current framework, this anachronistic war in the heart of Europe, which has been going on for almost 2 years now, and which hours are now increasing with each passing day. Stunned by the violations of humanitarian rights by the tens of thousands of war crimes committed by Russian forces and their auxiliaries in the country, they once called brothers, I found it hard to take distance and to like being an emergency doctor struggling to cope with a patient suffering from a long-term illness. It has to be said that since the February 2022, as a journalist and entrepreneur, I've been working almost exclusively on this subject. I've made 3 films, 2 on Ukraine, 1 on Russia, and I've plunged into countless wounds, investigated atrocious crimes, captured the voices of victims and executioners. In the face of certain tragic decline of human rights seemed almost secondary. And this is where I would like to say thank you to Evie, because I was wrong. I realized that what's happening today in Eastern Europe can largely be attributed to the decline of human rights in Russia. A disastrous process that began as soon as Vladimir Putin came to power in this country, with my country of origin, which I no longer recognize because it has changed so much. It has been transfigured into, and since it assumes its posture of an aggressor. I worked in Russia as a correspondent for the French media from 2010 to 2016. My colleagues and I covered the major opposition demonstration in winter 2011, 2012, and felt a wind of freedom blowing through the country, hoping to see a real democratization of the system, and people's mind only to be disappointed. From the start of this term in office, the Russian president opted for a crackdown on all dissent and all fundamental and individual freedoms. He rewrote history, muzzled the burgeoning civil society, poured billions of rubles into his propaganda, and sent its cops out to batten every opposition rally. He silences and persecuted his own citizens, those who dare to step out of line. And when he creates the infamous status of agent of foreigners, synonymous of enemy of the people, for many NGOs, for any NGOs or individuals that collaborates with a foreign institution or does. At the time, we saw nothing. I was the first one not to say it. Perhaps it was better not. We prefer not to see, turning a blind eye to excesses that seemed marginal to me, hoping they wouldn't come. Looking back, I imagine myself as the man in the voiceover of Mathieu Kassovitz film La Haine, an imaginary character falling from a 50-story building, whispering to himself as if to reassure himself. So far, so good. So far, so good. So far, so good. The important thing is not the fall, but the landing. I was so keen to believe that everything would be fine, that Russia would be fine, that I turned a blind eye on what was already happening in the offing, a hard landing in the form of invasion and all-out war, not just against Ukraine, but against the West and its values, which Moscow is determined to fight, convinced that it must defend what it calls the Russian world, a geopolitical fantasy that brings together all the countries where Russian speakers live, whom it believes it to be under threat, and which it intends to dominate without asking their opinion, imposing ultra-conservative values of them, face value, family, homeland, subjecting them to its crushing imperialism. With his military aggression in Ukraine, Putin has brought down the mass. Authoritarianism has been transformed into fascism, where human rights no longer have any value, where they have floated more and more every day, and where the space left to civil society has been limited. Since 24 February 2020, the independent press no longer exists in Russia. All media are obliged to use only official state-approved sources of information to write about the special military operations in Ukraine. This is how they call war over there. Coverage of the war has become almost impossible. All journalists who did not work for Kremlin-controlled media were forced into exile. I think of my friend Nigina Behoeva, with whom I've so often worked and carried out difficult investigations since the start of war. Nigina has moved 23 times, dragging her little ticket from country to country, accepting her. To welcome her. I'm thinking of her colleagues at Novaya Gazeta, Radio Echoes in Moscow, Dutch TV channels, the editorial staff of Vajne Israel. Those are the online newspaper Medusa. All these journalists of integrity and courage who have fled their countries and continue as best they can to report in Russian on what's happening at home. But more than often, their work no longer crosses the new Iron Curtain erected by the regime. Moscow has finalized what it called its sovereign internet project, filtering all content consistent to dissident. It has built a digital wall preventing access to the website. 4,900 websites were blocked per week in 2022 in Russia, and this figure has jumped to 7,000 in the second year of the war. Intelligence services watch everything and everyone, like a publication written by a French, like the journalist mentioned above, can send you directly to jail. The conclusion is terrifying. The right to inform and to be informed independently has been definitively buried. Here is this is what remains from the freedom of speech. This is the very last Novaya Gazeta, published on the 23rd November 2020, December 2022. So it's wrapped into plastic. You don't have access to, you can't read it, you're not allowed to read it, and it's stamped on it, published by a foreign agent, and it's recommended for people aged above 18. So this is what remains from free press in this country. This ban on publication, this shrink wrapping, is nothing compared to the death threats against journalists. Over the past 2 years, a dozen of my colleagues though exiled and believing themselves to be safe, mostly in Europe, have been poisoned by toxic agents. These are the findings of investigative waste. They've been poisoned. What's in it, poisoning those whom Dmitry Muratov, editor-in-chief of Novaya Gazeta and winner of the Nobel Peace Prize, described as the antidote to terroring journalists. In Russia, there is no antidote left to tyranny, only fanatical cries of those who support the war and the complicit silence. The terrified looks of those who are no longer silent. This silence is symptomatic of the fear that many Russians feel towards the regime, the result of years of systematically attacking the human rights defender, repressing dissidents. Close to 20,000 people have been arrested and face prosecution under a new law passed in 2022, which punishes denigration and discrediting of Russian armed forces and dissemination of deliberately false information, criticizing war just with a heat reserve and it's not punishable by imprisonment.
There have already been more than 350 convictions. Among the harshest and the best known is that of Alexei Gorinov, sentenced in July 2022 to 7 years imprisonment for criticizing the invasion of Ukraine. Last December, opposition politician Ilya Yashin was sentenced to 8 years and 6 months in prison for posting on a YouTube channel about the massacres of civilians perpetrated by Russian forces in Buchka, Ukraine. Just for talking about it. I knew really well. I followed him for years. He was the right-hand man of Boris Nemtsov, who was shot at the foot of the Kremlin in 2015, and was also the idealistic, incorruptible, and determined leader of a youth that, for a few demonstrations, believed that change was possible. He's now walled up, like all those who were once bearers of our hopes, opponents, Vladimir Kara-Murza, Alexei Navalny in particular. The first is dying in prison because he's not receiving the care he needs, medical care. He has been suffering from acute kidney failure since being poisoned by the secret services. Still them. The second has been in solitary confinement for over a year. Every day, he suffers violence and humiliation in the hands of Russian prison staff who excel in the art of violating prisoners' rights. For years, acts of torture have been committed in Russian prisons, acts of unprecedented violence. It's been institutionalized, endorsed by the hierarchy, ritualized. It operates according to the principle of reproduction. where yesterday's pledge becomes tomorrow's executioner. A system designed in such a way to stop suffering, you have to agree to inflict it. In a country where a quarter of men have already served a sentence, the consequences of violence suffered in prison are heavy, very heavy for the rest of society. When they get out, they repeat on their wives, their children, their parents, the acts they learned in prison. Russia still has one of the highest rates of femicide in the world, a country where domestic violence has been decriminalized, or when a battered woman calls the police to come and rescue her from a violent husband, an operator retorts, "We'll come when there's a body." The woman in question had been beaten to death by her husband. And you can imagine the war hasn't helped matters. In May 2022, in the early months of the conflict, Vladimir Putin commissioned the late boss of Wagner, Yevgeny Prigozhin, to recruit cannon fodder from prison, in violation of every law, at the expense of the last foundations of an already dying rule of law. More than 50,000 criminals, rapists, murderers were pardoned on condition they went to fight. Many died on their first days on the front line because they weren't prepared. Those who returned are the subject of legal comment in the local media. I can mention a few cases, in fact. Last August, in Lipetsk, 450 kilometers south of Moscow, a former ex-con and Wagner mercenary returned home after several months at the front. He beat his wife and her daughter from his first marriage. He beat his wife and her daughter, a 4-year-old girl, from his first marriage with all this might, and she died. On 22nd of September 23 in Rostov, another Wagner militiaman was arrested by the police. He was drinking with a friend before hitting him in the back with a knife. The man fell to the ground. He took a broom and raped him with it. In October 23, a resident of Zaporizhia returned from the war, argued with his sister, doused her with petrol, and burnt her alive. This litany of horrors gives you an idea of the kind of crimes these men could have committed in Ukraine. I personally had the opportunity to speak to one of them, a fighter operating Bakhmut, who told me he'd executed 250 civilians hiding in the cellars of their building in a single operation. The cases I mentioned have been noise in the press. But how many women, how many mothers, how many children live in terror? They have no recourse. According to the police, would mean criticizing the war. No one dares take that step. Civilians are in mortal danger, alone in the face of these killing machines who brought the war home. And for the soldiers that tried to get treatment, they've all been rejected, because in these countries there's no care for combatants suffering from PTSD. These new veterans swell the ranks of several generations of men, deeply traumatized, those who before Ukraine fought in Afghanistan and Chechnya, and unwittingly imbued the whole of Russian society with the violence that becomes intrinsic to it. In this context, the women are in agony. Asked me they should be forbidden access to higher education because women who have studies necessarily have fewer children. The resurgence of ultra-conservative discourse threatens all their rights, the right to abortion. Women become subhuman, in fact, in a patriotic, militaristic, and revengeful society where the state now interferes even in our very beds. A bill aims to enshrine in the Constitution that only a union between a man and woman is legal. Already discriminated against, representatives of the LGBTQ plus community are once again under attack. On 30th of November, the Russian Supreme Court banned for international LGBT movement on the grounds of, I quote, extremism. What madness! Equating the choice of sexual orientation or gender identity with membership of a terrorist organization. This new condemnation of homosexuality is not only the mark of a phenomenal historical retrograde state, it is also a characteristic trait of totalitarian states. What we can see today is a step back to what looked like the most harmful parts of the Stalinistic repression, an area of deportation of kinds of people defined as enemies. This history is being repeated since the beginning of the start of the war. Nearly 2,000 Ukrainian civilians have been arrested, forced to be taken to Russia and imprisoned there. Human rights activists are running up against administrative walls, trying to get them released, because they're a bargaining chip to free its prisoners of war for Russia. They are civilians. They're held in the toughest prisons, undergoing re-education and forced Russification programs. They are forbidden to speak in Ukrainian. They are subjected to mock executions. They're civilians. They're not soldiers. Their continued detention is a violation of all the Geneva Conventions. This absolute horror, never to be seen again in the heart of Europe, has also claimed younger victims and removes any future in Ukraine and Russia of its children. According to Kiev, nearly 20,000 Ukrainian minors have been deported, and the Russians have very rarely returned them to their legal organizers. The authorities are not doing this for their children, and they're being reticent there. And the refusal to do this, actually, at the moment, in fact, the return of children is individual on a case-by-case basis. It's an extremely complex process. In summer 2023, only 361 children had been returned to Ukraine, which is much less, obviously, than the number of stolen children. According to many insights that I managed to get myself, we learned that once in Russia, these children were indoctrinated. They were given a pro-Russian vision of the world that reminded them that they shouldn't have a Ukrainian anti-think. Obviously, they couldn't speak their own language. They received a Russian passport and were also adopted. More generally, Russia's aggression has led to the violation of human rights of countless Ukrainian children. Hundreds of children have been killed or injured. Millions designed the opportunity to enjoy their fundamental rights, including healthcare and education. These systemic, organized, premeditated violations of children's rights are a crime that has led to the historic prosecution of Putin and his commission's rights, Marianna Belalba. In March 2023, the International Criminal Court issued 2 arrest warrants against them for the alleged war crime of deporting children from Europe. But since then, nothing has happened, and Russian soldiers continue to separate families and deport children with total impunity. Urgent action is needed to reignite Ukrainian children transferred to Russia, and we have to deploy every possible effort to identify all those who knowingly commit violations of children's rights, because they must be held accountable, in the hope of one day bringing justice to all the victims of these violations. Thank you for your attention.
Après ce tableau extrêmement complet et terrible.
That extremely comprehensive and horrible picture.
Oui, il y a beaucoup plus de choses encore.
And many other things as well. I won't
d'abord, comment
ask you
je la
many
pose à tout le monde, donc un seul mot pour résumer tout ça.
Give us a word to summarize all that.
Ou deux.
J'aime bien impunité.
I like impunity. Struggle against impunity.
Et l'autre.
The other question we wanted to ask you, we have an awful lot of difficulty because everything is controlled, monitored, and hidden. We don't know what the Russian population feels. Does it
schéma ou
embrace this approach? You still have contacts. Could you tell us?
Nous le dire?
C'est extrêmement compliqué de dire.
It's extremely complicated to tell you what Russian society thinks, because firstly, it's not a monolithic thing. It's not a same. There's a whole different kind of people behind Vladimir Putin. It's very complicated to estimate the percentage of people who'd be totally behind the government and would support the war, because there are no opinion surveys that are reliable in that country.
Il y a quand même eu
there have been a repressive system there, so people won't necessarily answer. We'll call you to a pollster, and they say, what do you think about Vladimir Putin? They'll say only good things, whereas in fact you might think they completely say the opposite. The reliability of surveys should be questioned. Personally, I spent some time there. I had doing a documentary called People Walking in Step, to see why people hadn't come out into the street to protest against the wall. And we realized that there were a huge number of factors. There's propaganda, of course, that played a very important role, that was heightened in the last decade, and is a factor that explains some of the popular support for the regime. There's a stick and repression that's very extensive, and a whole legislative arsenal that means that a population prefers to keep silence instead of speaking out.
C'est très difficile de dire.
So it's very difficult to say, to answer this. What do Russians think? Now, obviously, some of the population supports it. There's a huge soft underbelly that isn't going to talking, that is frightened of stepping out. And between sociologists and journalists, we say some 15% of the population would be categorically behind or the idea. Thank you very much.
Alors nous allons poursuivre en Europe occidentale et en Amérique du Nord.
In Western Europe and North America, with Marianna Belalba, General Secretary For human rights, we will talk about a subject that's a different one, the way in which
ça a déjà été abordé ce matin.
It's already been addressed this morning for people defending environmental rights. The situation is becoming increasingly complicated, and how civil society is shrinking. It's a little difficult to speak after.
C'est extrêmement puissant. Et je
It's
pense que vous avez
very powerful insight. I think if you're feeling really low now, and I'm not sure if I can actually make you feel any better with what I have to say, but I'm going to try. I prepared a presentation. We're talking about defenders of human and environmental rights. And I think you're all familiar with the notion of defenders.
Donc, on fête les 75 ans de la
In fact, after the 75th anniversary, we've got that, but there's another declaration which is celebrating its 25th anniversary, the Defenders of Human Rights, which is an extremely important declaration because it has a status and it also carries the commitment of states to protect these people. These people are very ordinary people who have an ordinary combat to enhance the value of our freedoms, our common good. This is the framework of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. And that's not an extraordinary combat in itself. What is extraordinarily difficult to implement is repression that these people face. And that is what has to be decried. Now, in that declaration, when we look at this, the defenders of human rights as defenders, individuals, groups, and organizations of civil society that individually or in combination with others
promeuvent la protection et la réalisation des droits de l'homme et des libertés
fondamentales. And implementation of human rights and fundamental freedoms at national and international levels. These attacks that are extraordinarily hard become ordinary or commonplace and also universal everywhere. That's where we have to talk about the West, not to give the impression that it's always the global South that we are criticizing, because there are so many things happening in Western Europe and North America. What is also very important to understand is that human rights, these are charities and restrictive mechanisms, but there is not much sense unless it's epitomized by people in the field. And these are the people in the field working, the defenders of human and rights. It's not so much the statutes, it's what they actually do on a day-to-day basis. And it's because they are powerful, because they represent a threat for specific interests, for states, because they voice a message that is contrary to these things, that they are regressed and attacked, and in many cases, murdered. Now, all of this, to attack a defender, you have to attack everything that's around it. The environment around it is the civic space. That civic space is what guarantees the freedom of expression, the freedom of association, that, as has been said this morning, is being a vector of the rights themselves and a vector for claiming other rights. And these are vital to guarantee, according to the UN, peace and sustainable development. And in shrinking this civic space, we promote actions against the defenders of human rights. Now, this goes in parallel, in tandem with the increasing populism and
ce que nous a dit Ksenia à l'instant, je pense, est extrêmement éclairant.
Donc ces attaques sont très diverses. Now has been extremely enlightening. There are various forms of attacks. There's a very thing. There's something called Global Witness that in 2012 had counted 1,733 murders of defenders. In other words, those trying to protect lands and natural resources. In other words, a murder every 2 days. That's been listed. There's also the invisible part that you should keep in mind as well. Now, there are categories of defenders that are more targeted than others. The most targeted one, and here,
ce sont les femmes,
are women. Women also incur the fact that they are there's a sexual aspect that will stick their heads on degrading women in pornographic situations that are all threatening children. These are targeted attacks that are particularly hard to live with. Children, contrary to what we can imagine. are extremely active defenders. And contrary to received opinion, when we're looking, they're more interested in the color of the pencil case or Barbies or what have you, they are very aware of a very powerful political conscience, and they are systematically denigrated, including at home. We remember Emmanuel Macron talking to a young man who was talking about climate inactivity. Yeah, and he said, "You seem quite certain for a young man of your age." It wasn't exactly what he said, perhaps. I apologize for that. But imagine we said that to a woman. For a woman, you seem quite sure of yourself. Or for a person of color, a black person, you seem quite certain. You can see instantly how there is a problem about how we perceive children. Well, indigenous peoples as well, it's been reminded about this as well. I will go back to this. Now, in Western Europe and in North America, we have defenders of the environment, of migrants' rights, and rights of women and LGBTQ plus communities that are particularly targeted by a number of attacks. I'm thinking, of course, of Poland and its anti-LGBTQ zones.
C'était particulièrement manifeste avec un discours.
It was quite obvious there with a discourse of President Buddha. See, I'm not going to talk about Emmanuel Macron, who had said that LGBTQ people were not people but an ideology, and tried to dehumanize the situation and incite hatred and fear. At the end of 2019, we realized there were 4 local governments in Poland that had declared LGBTQ-free zones. There was one activist, Bart Strasowski, who tried to show a visualized artistic event there to see this. He received huge death threats. There were another activist, Johanna Grisa-Iskandar, who in January 2019 had posters where you've got a rainbow halo around the Virgin Mary, and now she's facing 2 years in prison for attacking religious feeling. Don't worry, everyone is entitled to this. I'm not just going to mention Poland. In these attacks, we have attacks, the defenders on the defenders, and those attacking more organizations as opposed to individuals.
Alors sur les défenseurs, donc il y a des agressions, des assassinats, on en a parlé avec Global Witness. Il y a aussi un mouvement très fort de criminalisation.
Once again, for the last time, in Poland, Justyna Brydręcka, a militant for abortion rights.
Qui était enceinte, une pilule abortive.
She gave a woman in distress who was pregnant, she was given abortion. She was sentenced to 8 months of general for her huge crime. There's also judicial harassment. There's a case that's quite well known, and I'd like to talk to you about the case of Inigo Rombello, a very young militant from Just Stop Oil in the UK. And because she waved a banner in a visible part, it just said it wasn't a hate message.
Des forces antiterroristes débarquées chez elle.
Was visited by the anti-terrorist police, a raid in the morning.
Mettre vraiment en scène cette intrusion et la placer en garde à vue.
That heightened up, and she was arrested.
Pour juste cette action.
Just for that.
C'est aussi très impactant pour sa famille.
It has a huge impact on the family because all the neighborhood witnessed this raid, this police raid. In Canada, I'd like to talk to you of a situation that is extremely worrying. These are land defenders who got involved to prevent an oil gas pipeline being built on their land by Constant Gaslink, which, with the help from the government and also a private company, have had a number of raids to prevent, in an arbitrary way, and arrest over 80 people who were opposed to the project, who will be sentenced in the early 2024. There we're not talking about arbitrary detention, we're talking about buildings burnt and the desacralization of ceremonial areas that they've used since time immemorial. We can talk as well about techniques by the police in Germany. Perhaps you've seen there's a new technique that's very inventive to take climate militants who sit down and do a human chain. We twist their wrists. It's extremely painful, but leaves no traces. It's very useful at that point. It's very painful, and it's entirely in the definition of torture. And it was highlighted by the special rapporteurs for this as an act of torture committed by the German police. The instrumentalization of anti-terrorism laws and even laws against the pandemic. Everything's good to circumvent legislation, to circumvent defenders, and for COP21 in France, militants were placed under house arrest using anti-terrorism laws, and also in Poland for COP24 and Slovenia. So there's circumventing legislation or misusing this COVID legislation to prevent militants from taking part in environmental impact studies. It's good when we'd ask them for their opinion. There is, of course, surveillance software. If I talk to you about eco-terrorism or totalitarian states, all of this will remind you of one or two things. Anyway, it was carried here by our Interior Ministry in France. And the dissolution of Soulèvement de la Terre, a movement with very denigrating wording. And we have, thank goodness, an independent Council of State that can overturn this. Now, it's very practical as well to attack organizations. And once again, there's a whole arsenal of possibilities. And I'd like to give you the figures of the International Center for Non-Profit Law that identified 120 restrictive laws for civil society organizations adopted in over 60 countries between 2012 and 2015. In fact, it shows the moment where things switched over. In 2005-06, there was a movement that accelerated, not just in Russia, but in many other countries. This model of restriction of civil space is there. Half of those were about the general framework of NGOs, 1/3 on international financing, 20% on freedom of association and assembly. And the flagship technique is the foreign agent technique to limit, in fact, registrations, recordings, and in fact, avoid the whole point. And by the way, punitive taxation. That's not just in authoritarian regimes. It's in lots of democracies facing populism. And we can see the populism is now so rampant that it's very widespread. There are, of course, Bayon trials. I'm thinking about Greenpeace, cutting off networks, which are very useful for making communication harder, and financing for the law on foreign agents, as in Hungary or Georgia in 2023. For Hungary, I'd like to remind you, is contrary to European Union legislation.
Oui, c'est trop long.
Un peu accéléré.
Of course. Yeah, can we go a little faster? So let's go to the important thing. Given all these diagnoses that are really put you down, I have some good news. We have international mechanisms that are now greatly mobilized, special reporters for environmental defenders, human rights defenders that have extremely detailed reports, alert mechanisms of risk. We've also got the international communities now increasingly aware of this, that has universal periodic reviews and also treaty organizations as well that are mobilized. The Council of Europe as well. We have a councillor there, as when all the bodies are very motivated, but also the civil society that is extraordinarily inventive to deal with the problem of recordings. Well, we create hashtags that will move a cause forwards. For example, Black Lives Matters or Me Too, that without any organization, no financing, a subject turn into a factor for change and transformation. There's, of course, within civil society, a power of what's going on. We can see in COP28 how NGOs are deploying financial and technical expertise in carbon and coal with all kinds of intelligence and the ability to be able to read satellite imagery and what have you. And the measures against what's called SLAPPs, again, the case but you, this coalition to deal with the Bayon procedures, with the gagging procedures, in fact, against the gagging trial, there's a means of deploying attention about what's training to stop the gag, the industrial who actually started with the thing, and to talk about the thing. So we focus on what should have been kept silent, which makes we annihilate the interest of having a gagging trial. There is, of course, the role of institutions such as mine, but that's less interesting. And to conclude,
Nous avons fait un avis qui a été adopté la semaine dernière.
Opinion that was adopted last week that will ask you to consult. That will make it possible to see a very strong list of recommendations. I'll just use one. The Lowe's models as well that were developed by special reporters that should in fact apply to all states that want to adopt this legislative status, and that will be implemented in national action plans to protect defenders. Thank you for your attention, and I'd like to say that if you want to know more about defenders, with Michel Foss, the special reporter, again, the special report on defenders of the environment, we have a podcast on UN mechanisms to protect environmental defenders. It's called Unitaire. Thank you.
Merci. Alors, toujours pour alimenter notre nuage de mots.
Just to add on to this word cloud, if you had to summarize what you said, your insight.
Qui dresse quand même un bilan assez difficile.
J'ai réfléchi du coup.
Bah oui, voilà.
Cohérence, est-ce qu'en fait on demande aux États d'être cohérents entre ce qu'ils font à l'intérieur de leurs frontières et ce qu'ils promeuvent?
Consistency, therefore, in other words, in what they're promoting. So in the West, there's a lot of people who feel free to moralize and lecture people, but they should actually practice what they preach.
Parmi les États dont on n'a pas parlé, mais qui s'inscrivent.
Among the states we haven't talked about, but are perfectly in that table that you're describing, is the US. That since the Patriot Act have extended the concept of terrorism, I think there's some 20 American states have a law now that punish any blockages of infrastructure. What can you do in the US to defend the environment, but not just to be there and be present in the public space and be clear? We can see there is a change in action drivers, especially for environment, which goes to civil disobedience. And that's actually quite frightening. Let's not forgetting that defenders are pacific, and civil disobedience must be pacifistic to ensure that it is civil disobedience. So this summer with the Council of Europe and with financing from Europe, we had a workshop to bring together militants that are threatened for their civil disobedience actions in Europe. And that's exactly the same mechanisms as in the US. We can see to what extent, especially since COVID, where states we would have found acute are now criminalizing and ensuring police violence, and that the stakes have really been raised. And they're so determined to say that they've got an approach in terms of life, hope, and future generations, that their media space is very weak. And just to go back to what journalists were saying before, to be able to attract attention, you have to, civil disobedience works.
Et puis la désobéissance civile, c'est vieux comme Antigone.
Donc, that's as old as Antigone. So we know that there is a historic depth to this, and therefore we have to be able to accept that and be able to plead the legitimacy of the law before the courts.
Ça, c'est la théorie. Si vous, sur le chemin, vous êtes, vous faites casser les poignets et vous êtes extrêmement estropié, ça décourage toutes les bonnes volontés.
Entendu. Merci. Notre dernier témoin, c'est André Francaoyo, délégué général du Fonds Urgence Identité Afrique. Vous allez parler pour l'Afrique subsaharienne et votre intervention s'intitule Droits humains.
Human rights between fantasies and reality. We're going to talk about how dangerous this is for human rights if people have a real relative approach of the issues.
Alors, bonjour à tous.
Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure for me to be with you today, and I would like to thank the teams of AFD, Farid, Sarah, and Aurélie, who prepared at the AFD brilliantly this day, gathering us around the topics of human rights. And I'm going to talk about the African continent, which is also showing all the different contrasts that we've been presented on human rights throughout the world and presented by the previous speakers. I also would like to seize this opportunity of Mr. Alistair
to greet her and all African ladies and other ladies who are in the world fighting and supporting you for your fights and your involvement in the fight for human rights. I don't want us to start on misunderstanding. What I want to say today is that I don't want to say that the end of human rights is on the African continent, because some African countries are going in that direction, because we see projects and actions converging and demonstrating that human rights are not adapted for the African continent. I would like to stress further that I'm not in the part of this category. The end of human rights is not more real than the end of history and at the end of the Cold War. And when it comes to human rights, there are three aspects I would like to present to you. The first one has to do with relativism and knowing whether human rights, whether they are universal, whether the topic of human rights is a Western topic, because this is often what is said to us by people who are against human rights. Well, I think that this should not be discarded altogether. So we need to look at the points, arguments presented by those who use the traditions of what's happening on the African continent to demonstrate that there is a kind of relativism, and which is quite strong. So how can we demonstrate this? You are knowledgeable people, and you know that human rights are part of an anthropocentric approach of the world centered on human beings, so individualistic approach of a human being. And this is based on this dual vision. The human being taken as an autonomous individual is in contradiction with most African societies, or where you have more collective rights and duties against the rights. And in some instances, the duties are more important than the rights. And this is also tied to this African tradition in Western part, the Mobutu, mentioned by Nelson Mandela. I am because, and we are what we are because we are, and we are because I am. So you cannot defend individual rights, but on the contrary, African people are part of a collective group, and we need to take into consideration this collective group to evolve further. And it's also the fact that some rights are not relevant in some societies. And there are many instances in Africa, for example, where women cannot inherit a land. And in some regions, in a dozen of African countries, where a woman alone cannot declare the birth of her own child to the administration. And we work within my entity on the rights of children as well. And we know that today the World Bank says that there are more than 500 million of people on the African continent that cannot prove their identity, either because they've not been declared when born upon birth, or because they lost their ID documents during migrations, etc. And also migrations which are also between different continents, not only within Africa, but also on the religious side. Remember, the most iconic case is Boko Haram, which is says that Western education is evil, and it is haram, and a sin. And I don't want you to think that what I'm saying is something common, but around this religion there is this extremist trend that has developed, and that's preventing
access to human rights. Women, children can no longer go to school because this is forbidden. And also, these are impediments to the access to this right. And there are also other instances, economic development. What do we see today? We see that countries, developing countries, cannot give human rights or human rights because there are other tasks, consolidating the nation, economic development are not completed. So authoritarianism is more efficient to promote development and economic growth. And what we see today is that how fascinated are some African countries for Asian countries and the way they have evolved. I can give you examples of countries that are presented as models of economic models, Rwanda or Benin as well, where you see an economic development, a great economic, but authoritarianism, which is impeding human rights and rights in general. That's the first point. And the second point, as regards human rights and people's rights, there's something that on which we should all agree, is that human rights it comes from the reason, and in all human societies, even in African societies, we have the concepts of equality, dignity, human dignities are present in all our societies. You don't have the society where you have concepts which are weaker compared to others. And also, can we also ban human rights? What would be the consequences? And we see that on a daily basis when we want to benefit from those fundamental rights when it comes to social rights, education, right to education, to health, to social welfare. And we see the consequences on the child mortality and mother mortality. And we see that when it comes to civic rights, this leads me back to inclusion topics. The challenges that it represents is that these policies, and when we talk about people fighting for the freedom of press and freedom of speech, so that has been mentioned earlier, how this is not promoting inclusion, equality, and society which are not inclusive cannot progress further. And here there is a conceptual approach of human rights that should allow us, or rather should accept that human misery is to the detrimental as political oppression. And this implies a more deeper approach of human rights and development. Third topic, it has to do with when people talk about the fact that human rights cannot be adapted or cannot be implemented in such region, when we refer to the rights of autochthon people or the rights to homosexual communities. And sometimes in countries, it's a crime. In Tanzania, for example, if you are homosexual, and other countries as such. And we can also ask ourselves whether those human rights are unreasonable. Are they reasonable? Have a different sexual orientation compared to others? Is it unreasonable? Should we question the right to life? To having a life? Should we also be turned into slavery? Should we be arrested, arbitrarily arrested, aggressed, etc.? So I don't think anyone here in this room would plead for such a limitation of such rights throughout the world, actually. And if we accept that there is a dilution of human rights, if we can change them, if we can accommodate them depending on the cultural, social, economic situation, well, it means we're going to give up. It would be synonymous of giving up, and we would have it given right to those oppressive, obscurantist powers, conservative powers, and we would give them personal justification for defending what is morally not defendable. So I would like to conclude my speech by quoting Monica, who was a major defender of human rights, that was saying there will be no such thing as peace on earth as long as human rights as long as human rights will be violated in any place of the world.
Merci pour ce propos extrêmement clair qui a rappelé l'universalité.
Presentation reminding us of how universal human rights are, and that there is no such thing as a contradiction between development and human rights, and that on the contrary, this goes hand in hand, and that we should not accommodate, and this would be the equivalent of giving up, if I understood well. So same question as the ones I asked to the previous speakers. Is there one word or two words that you would use to summarize what you just said? What would be the word, the keywords you would give? Well, for me, it would be the challenge of altruism. For me, the human being is not a wolf for human beings. And what I mean by that is that
et nous savons ce qui est bon, ce qui est mauvais. Et si nous allons dans une direction qui est opposée, qui est en contradiction avec nos valeurs, notre culture, et avec les notions de dignité, de liberté, d'égalité, c'est que consciemment, c'est que nous le faisons consciemment. Et pour des...
knowing what we're doing.
On voit
and very
la
often for unsaid reason, we see the rise of authoritarianism.
Tous les régimes un peu autoritaires sont, j'allais dire, aujourd'hui.
All these authoritarian regimes are warmly welcomed in Africa, and I feel uncomfortable about this, and I'm not the only one feeling this is uncomfortable, because is it really the examples we want to show to our youth? We have the youngest population of the world, more than 400 million young people aged 15 to 35, and these are the ones, the people of the future, the ones who are going to progress and to evolve in the future. So these are this is the current reality. This is what we need to observe and address. And thanks such a event with all the participants based on their experience coming from different continents are important. And I paid really close attention to what Mrs. Lou said earlier about Latin America, and which is similar to sometimes what's happening on the African continent, namely when it comes to rights, women's rights, because women and children are most often most vulnerable people, because the children's rights is depends on the behaviors of adults. So these are key aspects that one needs to stress. Well, just one last question, and then we are going to move to the questions with the audience and with people online. For all the people who have been bearing witness of the different situations, you talked about how fascinated people are for Asian dragons, as you said, but also because of the fight against of terrorism, a lot of African countries are resorting to Wagner troops, Wagner forces that was mentioned before. How can we make sure that we get out of this type of solutions that to fight against violence with another type of violence? Well, I believe that the examples you mentioned, and namely for African continent, we will be able to get out of this only through one thing, one keyword: education. In our countries, we still have illiteracy level which is very high, and people don't have access to education, and as they don't have access to education, they are not able to think, act, and this is observed today, and this is what we see with children, with women, and other types of minorities. So for me, education, and as when we are going to raise the social level of people, then they will be able to judge, to accept what's good or not. And this is necessary. It may be simplistic, it may seem simplistic, but having traveled around the African continent and having met quite a lot of activists fighting for human rights, I strongly believe that it's about education. Well, thank you. You've heard this this presentation of the current status of the world, which is quite dull. But I believe there are questions in the room for our different speakers, for one or the other, or all of them. I see a hand writing over there, and there will be questions online as well.
40 minutes devant nous.
We have 40 minutes. So we do have time to discuss.
Bonjour. J'ai entendu avec beaucoup de joie
I was pleased to hear this topic of being exemplary, because very often I'm annoyed by the fact that organization that we represent for a lot of us actually, or the organization you belong to or involved in, I don't often hear about the governance with the society liability of the organization, which is the method which has been drafted and completed in 2010 with the support of the ILO, and which has been translating in ISO 26000. I think that it would be to your own benefit as well when it comes to exemplary if you on your side were looking at your own governance and if you were putting in place ISO 26000. Any one of you would like to pick up on this idea of it being exemplary? The microphones are over here, but
Rejoignez-nous, je vais laisser mon siège, moi.
Come on stage and I will leave you my seat. Have a seat with us.
Sí, muchas gracias a esa inquietud. Creo que
Thank you very much for this question. Indeed, I believe that being exemplary, I don't intend or say that I'm a model, but I come from the roots, the very. And I do have to make efforts to, and I had to make efforts to be where I am today. And I didn't want people to impose on me what I didn't want. When I was 13 or 14, I decided to get married with a man of 50 years old when I didn't even know at the time how to read and write. So I fled. I flew away from my home in order to seek a better future for myself, for my younger brothers and children, because I was the oldest one, so that they would complete primary school, primary education. That's what I did. And I thank God. And for people who do not believe in God, but they would thank citizenship. But bear in mind that I had to also make efforts and I had to be trained further. I had to go back to school when I was 20, to go back to primary school, whilst working to feed my family, my brothers and sisters. Then I got married, and then when I was 35, I decided to go and see what can be learned in high school, at the university, and this was really painful for years.
Servir a la ciudadanía.
I said to myself, I had to keep on working for my family, but also to be at the service of citizens. Was training academically speaking. So, dear citizens, I don't know from which country you come from, but I would have had to understand that I needed to know to do something as well for other women, for teenagers, girls, and women of my own region. So these organization processes coming from the roots, from the basics, and as of 1988, I started encouraging the setting up of schools for leader women, because we need to work together. We need to strengthen this link and then build ourselves. So these education institutes, these schools made it possible for women who did not know how to read or write, but who have talent, heart, mouth and ears to be involved in this educational process everywhere in Ecuador and in the Caribbean and Latin America. This is the reason why we are here today through these schools, training schools. They are not only premises. I'm talking about educational processes, training about self-esteem, economic rights, leadership. And what do we want to achieve through this? Is that the most humble women achieve a comprehensive citizenship, but a co-liability as well, to be jointly liable as well. This is why we want to train women from the countryside, most humble women, in order for them to have children in better condition, in a peaceful and harmonious way, being respected, in order for them to be real players, real actors, and also to act towards the government so that public policies are developed in order for them to invest in the countryside and not only in urban infrastructures, in concrete buildings, so to say, but we need to have their investments in the countryside as well. We need to have investments in the services for the rural areas, and we should be allowed and entitled to be real players in order to have access to decision-making areas, because otherwise, if we don't do that, most men, not women, want to impose on us their way of thinking when we want to know what's happening. So the humble citizen that I am has gone through different steps, different challenges, and at one point I became the authority of the parish of the Ecuador. We have 2,000 such governance, small governments, and I wasn't able to reinforce citizenship and to prepare myself academically to become advisor within the electoral advising committee. I'm the only agricultural woman who managed to achieve this level. You have to go to school, train women leaders in the different communities. I love your question because I strongly believe that our governments and international cooperation have a co-liability and a huge co-responsibility, joint responsibility in the current situation. But we want to also make sure that resources are for governmental institutions, but that should reach to root organizations such as our organizations, so that we have efficient work, not subjected to political calculations, which leave millions of women and girls aside of the society. So we don't want only to copy-paste something. They need to come to the roots, to work together with us, to strengthen the citizen participation. There could be a lot of things to say on this topic, but co-liability, being jointly responsible, and I would like to invite those governing, those working in international cooperation and the grassroots to work together in order to work together, to progress together, to become better citizens, better women, better spouses, and better mothers.
Je vous propose qu'on alterne et qu'on prenne une question qui vient.
I suggest now we switch to an online question coming from online. We mentioned the rights, but what's fundamental is the rights to own a land, and most deprived people, when it comes to this, are young people and women. How can we make sure that this is a right observed for everyone? So I guess several of you could answer this question. So who would like to grasp this question? How can we make sure that women and younger generations have access to land, to the right to own a land? Sorry.
Could you please repeat the question?
How can you to make women and young people to have properties, to have the right to own the soils and
Thank you for the question. I think it's a very good question. Women and children, how can they own the land and they have the rights to the property? Unfortunately, in my region, it's not very common because the right goes to the men, to the sons, not to the and sons also the adult son. So that's a very, I think, but of late we are seeing that the sons and and the daughter, they have the equal rights. But at the same time, it's kind of assumed that the daughters do not take the property, they give it to the brother or the father. So this is something which is very bad in my region, but I think it's very important because, and also women have been devoid of their rights, because we know that more than 70% of the women who are practicing in agriculture, that's uncared, that's unpaid agriculturists they are. And they have the main say, especially in the mountains in my region, they are the ones who are actually playing important role. It's very important, I think, to make it, make a stringent, good policy, not stringent, but a very good policy for the women to pay their rights, to enjoy their rights on the land, because they have the better traditional knowledge. They are the one who are restoring the knowledge. So I think it's very important. For the children, I think in, again, our region, children under or until 18 years, they cannot, they are considered under the labor. They cannot work on the field, but there are huge number of children population which are working on the field. So I think it's also very important that they enjoy their education first. I think that's very important. But at the same time, if they are working as an unpaid laborer in the field, I think that also needs to be acknowledged. So I would say that, yeah, it's very important for both the women and children to enjoy their rights, their land rights. But I would say that we are certainly lacking the policy. Our society is very, very male-dominated. So lots of advocacy needs to be done from the government, from our side, from the civil society side. I think that's a very important thing. And also, the mass mobilization, some sort of mass mobilization for the women and children to enjoy their rights on the land. Yeah, thanks.
Merci. Donc ça passe encore une fois par l'accès à l'éducation.
So, once again, it's about education for all, for all women as well, including women and girls. Maybe a question from the room now, at the back, or maybe after you? Then? Sorry, I didn't hear you before. So the person at the back.
Merci. Et merci aussi beaucoup.
And thank you very much to the different speakers for your testimonies. Thank you, great thank you to the FDF for organizing this at Antonio Cortes. I work for a network of organization from the civil society, international civil society, and I had several questions for the different speakers, namely for Haro et de Samoa. And I will log in Spanish if you allow me to do so.
Haro, felicidades, muchas gracias, Luz, por haber compartido.
Luz, congratulations and thank you so much. Thank you so much for sharing with us your testimony and for reminding us how women, teenagers, female teenagers and girls are important at all levels of the society. And I have a question more specifically for Latin America. What changes occurred now that we had a lot of governments from the left wing that pretend to be progressive governments? I think of Ecuador, in Ecuador, Evo Suarez in Bolivia, and Fernandez in Argentina. What were the major changes? What's the political will beyond just giving gifts to the most deprived communities, but what are concrete, tangible changes they've made for these communities? Did they fulfill their promises? Did they meet what they promised or not? And then the same question will be to India and for Modi's government, which is highly popular, similar to governments in Latin America. Did they fulfill their promises? And whether the countryside is now picking up? Is there a political will behind this? So these are my two questions. And for Mrs. Bolshakova, or any other person who would be willing to answer this question from the panel. I had a question on the tangible action, concrete actions.
Les fake news, les narratives contre la société civile.
It's about the fake news narratives in civil society, the hatred speech narratives against human rights, against sustainable development goals. Sometimes we have the feeling that these narratives are predominant online. So how can we make sure that we have a real action plan to address this, to tackle? Thank you to you and to the AFT.
Est-ce que les gouvernements de gauche en Amérique latine ont changé un petit peu la donne?
Have Latin American governments in the left changed the system? What a terrible question.
Lo que el mundo ha visto a través de las redes y de los medios. Con todo el respeto, creo que la prensa informa, pero también a veces la prensa desinforma.
Great respect, I have to say, the media informs, but sometimes it misinforms. You can see everything, but as for government, obviously, I will talk with the greatest respect for all those here about Ecuador only. I've never had an ideology or partisan approach. I was asked if I was from the left or the right at a time when I was basic executive manager. I was saying, no, I'm trying to reduce inequality. I'm trying to ensure that there is respect for women in rural areas. I'm against abuse of the most fragile, and in which case a journalist said to me, you're on the left. And I said, I was defined as a woman on the left. But at another time, in a meeting of ministers under Rafael Correa, we were talking a lot about socialism, communism, all kinds of things. And I had to leave, and they said, don't leave. We need to have your point of view. And I said, well, okay, you've brought me to tears, but you've talked about Leninism and communism and I don't know how many isms. I come from the base. I don't have a theory. That's how I started. I started my struggle in the field. I had to go into the city to get letters written to me or for me to the authorities to manage to get roads, drinking water, justice, infrastructure. We did all of that as our top priority. One of my sons said to me, I want to see you. Mama, will someone help you when you need? Because you give, and we have to give to them. And I said to them, you have to reconcile yourself to that. You have a mother, that's me, and I took care of my brothers and sisters. Well, with regard to you, I do the same thing, but I also have this need to take care of a wider audience. Now, obviously, I've asked for things from Korea's government: infrastructure, health care, education. Korea had a great idea that I wanted to share, which was to close the schools or in the most remote communities. He wanted to create large universities in the equatorial Amazon basin and another university in Ibarra. But unfortunately, if you close schools with a single teacher, what happens? Children have to go to more populous towns. Parents have to leave their communities to get closer to their children, and therefore, so sometimes it's good because they got scholarships to go to Russia and other countries in the world to specialize. Now that's great. But what's terrible is that the countryside was abandoned, and a lot of young people didn't get an education. So there's good things and bad things. There's good and bad. I can't judge. I can just tell you what I've seen. But in terms of Morales, it's exactly the same thing. I met him at an international event. I won't say where, so you don't think that I'm biased. But I'll say one thing. He said you have to be an actor, dynamic part in the basis to become, one day, to become part of the discussion, to be able to propose changes for our countries. That's what Evo said to me. And I said to myself, he's right. You have to overcome your fear, go forwards. And 30 years ago, I didn't speak like I speak to you now. I would have been trembling. And even now I feel a little bit stressed, but independently of governments in place, decision makers must take account of the base at all times. Once at an event in Mercosur, I was asked, what are your criteria in relation to women who are councillors and politicians? And I said, well, what should I say? I said, I think that somebody who gets into a political space should socialize on behalf of her peers to improve the quality of life around. You have to open the doors and bring well-being to the base without ever forgetting, so that you can govern for everyone. It doesn't matter whatever your political color is. For example, in Chile in 1937, illiteracy had been abolished now, but in Ecuador, we still have 17% of people who are illiterate in the most remote communities. And it doesn't matter what kind of government you've got, left, right, whatever. So history will judge what each government does. There's good things, there are bad things, there are things that are harder and more complex, but I've seen a lot of people thank the government for changing things, whereas others generate a whole veil of hatred that does an awful lot of harm to our people. I don't know if I've answered your question.
En partie, je pense, et elle s'adressait également à vous, cette question.
Well, perhaps I can ask that question to you as well. The role of Modi, the JGP, have things changed for Indian people?
Thank you. This thing was not working very well, so I actually asked my friend to send me the question in English. Thank you. So, yes, there has been, I mean, it's a very populist government, what's happening in my country. I mean, they have done a lot of work in, especially in the agriculture. They have introduced the scheme on crop insurance. That's one thing. There's another thing is called Atmanirbhar Bharat, where the small landholders are given INR rupees 6,000 at the 3/4. So they get about 18,000 rupees annually for producing crops in the small farmers. So there are some schemes that the government has done. They are also using the foreign direct investment actually in the farms, so which is also benefiting the farmers. Now the farmers, you can buy directly from the small farmers instead of going to the to the middlemen. So there has been some initiative that's done by the government. I can't say that if they are the ones which have actually done such a benefit, because I do not have the data to prove that how much they have intensified and they have benefited. But yes, there are certain schemes that's taken by the government. Yeah.
Mais c'est le même gouvernement qui voulait faire la réforme agraire également.
The same government that wanted agrarian reform to deregulate, therefore,
le marché.
The market.
Yes, I mean, yeah. So the deregulation, they started, but then that was, they talked something about the minimum MSP, minimum price for the market for the farmers. But yeah, that was hugely contradicted. So that both the things. I mean, on one hand, they are supporting. There are some schemes that they are trying to make the agriculture as an independent sector, but at the same time, there are the regulation which caused the huge farmer strike in my country a couple of years ago. I mean, that's again contradiction. But so that's what I'm saying, that I do not have the data to prove that the kind of schemes that the government has already launched, how much they are benefiting, because there has been lots of anger among the farmers. Yeah.
Entendu. Alors, une question Internet.
Now, an Internet question, and then I'll go back to you. In fact, two questions from the web. I think they're addressed to André Francaillo.
Il y a quelqu'un qui nous dit, je vous salue de la RDC.
I'd like to say hello from the DRC. I hope that human research means Western habits and customs imposed worldwide. Looking at Uganda against homosexuality, it gives the impression that human rights are European, whereas another web user says, I share your opinion, Mr. Hoyo, on the education of the African populations, and I'd like to know what strategy should be applied to resolve this issue. So that's why I've asked for you to reply.
Oui.
Yeah, well, to answer the first question, the person from the DRC. No, I don't think. I think it would be a fallacious pretext that's given to us each time where we say, yes, human rights are a concept of the West. And because it's a Western concept, it isn't transposable or applicable to our continent. And that means we can't apply them. So they use the example that today we live in a world where those who are there, the states that are considered a bit as the major promoters of human rights, had wars for human rights. And they say, yeah, okay, that's a Western faction, it's the Trojan horse. Or through the Trojan horse, we want to try and impose a Western culture, the precepts and values of the West on Africa. No, I think you have to stop that message. That's an argument behind which dictatorial states will take refuge and others, to name just them. This argument has no longer any value to answer that. But when we're talking about education and the strategy to implement for that, for education, I think at that level, it is very important. And to take the case of children's rights, today we can see that, for example, in exercising children's rights, parents are highlighted. But parents, for whatever reason, have been not up to the mark, or the system has been failing them. So in other words, their rights were not recorded. So I think you have to refocus the discussion on awareness of the child and explain to the child why it's important to be identified, to have a birth certificate, to have a legal recognition, because that will make it possible for the child, ultimately, to have an identity, a legal entity, and that will also make it possible to exist, but also to have some control over his or her destiny. Because without that, we know what happens. No education, no access to healthcare, or weakened access, and all the other forms of discrimination where they'll be caught up, forced labor, early marriage, illegal adoption, and to mention just those. So in this strategy today, what we have to refocus on is rights and education. We have to open up these rights to education so that children very early on should be aware of their rights. And from that point onwards, we can have better consequences for the lives of these people. Marguerite Fourcade, do you wanted to respond to the universality of human rights? Yes, well, it's very easy to understand universality when you meet defenders all over the world, because we realize they all speak the same language. When they're talking about rights and freedoms, it means one thing. It doesn't mean there's not one person on this earth who doesn't want to have his dignity or her dignity done. That's what we talk about when we say it's universal. We're thinking in France about the Declaration, the 1776 one, the 1789 Declaration in France. the English speakers were much earlier than the French, but we think West. But that doesn't mean that there is a genealogy of human rights, because we have some very ancient statutes. I'm thinking about the Mandem Charter in Mali, that dates from the 12th century CE, that forbade slavery. So lots of people in human history have led to the definition of a very small number of rights and freedoms. That's the common framework of humanity. And it's based on tragedy of and the human experience of it. Not one continent has escaped that. So saying that it's just a thing. In fact, you mentioned this foul point, in fact, but that framework is our common language. And universality is that. It's recognition that we all want to have of one's human dignity. A lady has been waiting to ask a question just before.
Merci, je suis Christelle Kaloulé.
My name is Christelle Kaloulé. I come from Burkina Faso. I'm a member of Euphorus. Congratulations to the panelists and to the AFD for organizing this forum. I would like to say briefly that, and quickly, that every time I travel to events like this one, I hear people say to me, yes, Christelle, it's good, but we really hope you'll come back with solutions and concrete ones. Because there's lots of talk, there's lots of concepts, the concepts change, but fundamentally, the challenges are always the same. And people don't feel that things are moving. Now, it's true. What we heard this morning, when we heard things, there was one finding that was very tough. We are depressed, to go back to what you were saying before. I said this to my neighbor. And we can see that human rights are really falling behind or contracting, and that the defenders of human rights are increasingly in danger. Authoritarianism is on the rise, and that's what we see. But when I look at surveys in my country, the Afrobarometer, for example, we realize that populations, are not in favor of democracy or human rights. Surveys that are done in national languages that make it possible to make people's voices be heard, to have them expressed and to see what they really want. Unfortunately, that voice is not often heard. And the way in which things are undertaken in practice, in the day-to-day experience, that's what creates some confusion for local populations. Maybe they won't call it human rights, or they've given another definition of that concept as we understand them. But as has just been said, everyone sighs looking at this reality. And when we look at this forum, and if I think somebody else had asked this question, we are among us.
Quel changement réellement on peut avoir quand nous sommes en
genuine change can we have when we are together? Because we're all talking the same language here. We've got financiers, but the main actors, and it's governments in particular, how do we engage in spaces where they can hear people voice their concerns?
Je pense que c'est également des stratégies à multiplier.
I think there are different kinds of strategies that should be applied to get there and to address these multiple challenges. And I will tell you what my concern is. How? What strategy can we implement in countries where we necessarily feel a rise in authoritarianism?
Franco-russe a un peu partagé des préoccupations. On sent les choses venir.
Peut-être on est coming. Maybe we're a bit too shy in our actions, and that means there's a greater mass of challenges that have to be resolved. What strategy can be put into place? What solidarity can we apply to achieve these challenges that are just on the rise? Thank you. Would you like to? I don't work in defending human rights. I'm a journalist. And I must say, there's anger, the anger I feel inside. I want to have more political will, power, and greater reactions from governments. And if there's one thing I'd be ready to work for is that, to have much stronger responses. When Russia went into Donbass in 2014, we said, it's not important. When they annexed Crimea, no problem. And what we can see, the more we say it's not so important, the more we close our eyes on human resources, territorial annexations, a whole range of violations. So if we don't have political courage to bang our fists on the table, it'll just get worse. That's what I see in relation to the experience that we've all had with Russia and the way that it's been transformed into a monstrous state. I think it's typically, it'll be the same pattern being repeated in other regions across the world. We talked before about repeated coup d'etat. In Africa, people come into power, and then totalitarian approaches is on our doorstep. And so we do need political will. And to answer that question of that young man before, what do we do to struggle against disinformation? Well, misinformation. We look at that. We're working with young people, and as a journalist, we increasingly involve both governments and say, you have to award, you have to say things, you have to attribute this. And so there are multiple states. For example, they have disinformation and misinformation campaigns. In India, there's an awful lot of misinformation in India as well. It's everywhere, the same thing. Well, all too often, Western governments are supposed to guarantee human rights and provide information for journalists. Do not attribute what's going on. They don't say, this is the government that's behind that operation of misinformation. So you have to say who's saying what. That's what I wanted to add.
Thank you. A couple of things I wanted to highlight here. That we had UN SDGs, which was signed in 2015. We are halfway through, more than halfway through, and they are failing. Why they are failing? In my region, in Asia Pacific, they said that we will not be able to achieve UN SDGs goal until 2065. Especially in the gender, now they are saying that even in another 200 years, we will be able to achieve a gender. What I say that I completely agree with my friend here that, political will is such an important thing. And I think, yesterday we were talking a lot about the government's accountability, but how are we holding them accountable? I don't see a lot of government here. So, we are actually talking to ourselves and, I understand the AFD has a very important role, but I would really want then governments to be part of such deliberation where they are listening to us. SDG 16 that talks about the whole issue of transparency, government accountability, ownership, but no government want to talk about it. So I think that multi-stakeholder talking and creating on one platform, I think that communication is very important, and definitely the political will, because the governments do not want. They are completely changing the narrative of democracy. According to them, if it's not working, then there is a military coup. So because military feels that this democracy is not good. So basically it's between government and the so ultimately until there is a strong political will with the people's participation and the communication, creating a platform where we are talking to each other. I think, that's something that I'm looking to, when maybe next time, when you're doing such deliberation, you can invite the other stakeholders as well. Thanks.
Mettre les gouvernements face à leurs responsabilités, vous voulez enchaîner?
Putting governments face to face with their responsibility, yes, absolutely. The importance of
l'éducation aux
the
médias
media
pour les
and the
personnes de
importance
40 ans et
of the
plus,
media
de
for
50 ans et
people
plus.
aged over 40 or 50 or plus. There are so many programs, and it's so much easier to implement this in universities and schools. But in various studies that have been conducted, and in particular on how information circulates across instant messaging platform, WhatsApp, and so on and so forth, very often our mothers, our uncles will say to us, oh, I read this, and it'll get propagated that way. Because in reality, there's less understanding of how mechanisms operate in technology, in distribution of information, and these people are much harder to target because they're not in any school or university where we can directly go to. So creativity in the education and the media for the seniors, it's also vital. The second point I want to raise, it's a very wonderful initiative piloted by SSF, but a lot of international partnerships as well. It's called the Journalism Trust Initiative. It's so clear. A colleague mentioned ISO. There isn't, in journalism, the equivalent of ISO when we talk about standards. It's a fairly simple system with response to questions to do with the transparency of modes of management and financing, but also internal modus operandi to do with discrimination even within an organization, with a vital idea. It'll be much easier to judge the credibility of an organ, of a body, rather than trying to find the credibility of each item of information. So if a media it tries to be transparent, and that's a word that was used, and trying to be extremely transparent at the level of its processes and financing and owners, it's likelier to be credible. Negotiation starts with the social media. Microsoft has done it. No one uses Bing, I think. So let's hope that Google follows suit. But if we have information that's certified with JTI through an independent authentication, even if it's not a lot of money spent to be in SEO display, to be in the highest level of search engines, at least they have a greater chance of turning up than a site created by the Russians or the Iranians the day before just to disinform and have an awful lot of trolls to increase their visibility. If a site isn't transparent, then there are fewer opportunities that we can use there. These are things that we can carry on supporting on waiting until government changes policy or make democracy a radical idea that works.
Je suis absolument désolée.
I am so terribly sorry. So we have to conclude this morning, but I'm sure you can talk with our panelists as they leave. Making a democracy a radical, sexy idea, making sure we have more education access, try to get political decision makers to get more involved so those that are genuine political will, and transparency in the media, and tools to implement to make sure that the media actually really does its job. That's what I've learned from this morning. It was fantastic. Thanks to all six of you. There's extremely interesting and powerful presentations. And thanks to the AFD for this morning's sessions. And we see you again here this afternoon for the remainder of the day.
Bonjour à tous, je vous prie de bien vouloir vous asseoir. On va reprendre le fil de cette journée. Je me présente, je suis Daniel Bastard, je suis chef du service Asie-Pacifique à Courrier International et j'ai travaillé notamment pour Reporters sans frontières, qui est une organisation de la société civile qui a des rapports avec le développement. Avant de commencer,
before starting our session, I will just remind you that for people listening or attending online that you may ask questions, so do not hesitate to post them on the chat for the afternoon, and question that will be asked after taking stock of the situations of human rights in regions of the world. And we are going to try and look at, during this afternoon, at the heart of this topic, to move from an anthropocentric human approach to a more ecocentric approach, to see how different ideas or concepts are articulated in how we can move forward towards a more healthier environment. And we are going to see, and also the environmental side, and how we can see how these topics are feeding one another. So before we actually start, I would like to remind all our speakers to give us 2 keywords after their presentation, so that emphasize the priorities that we are addressing today, and we are going to present these priorities as part of a cloud at the end of this day. So we'll have 2 roundtables. The first one will be focusing on the framework, the concepts of this ecocentric approach that try to identify, and we are going to try and see what are the specific aspects of the emergence of nature that we're going to try and define further disciplines. So first of all, Jeremy Gilbert, welcome from the University in London, who is going to present human rights as a leader of the ecological transition, so University. And I think that this is a topic that will lead to the drafting of a working document that will be published next year. So we will have the first hints of the works before it's being published next year. I give you the floor.
Bon, bonjour à tous, bonjour à toutes.
Good afternoon everyone. Thank you for being with us this afternoon. It was quite a dense morning, so we'll try to keep up the pace and to try and give a bit of maybe a bit more accurate focus on what we're going to do. I've been working on this project, and it's a report that will be published within 2-3 months, I hope so. And what we are looking at is how human rights can support the emergence of development, but ecological development. So why am I here to talk today? Personally, my pathway was to work with autonomous people. I'm a lawyer working on the land property, land ownership by indigenous peoples. And when we talk about ownership, not owning, for example, a forest, we are the warren, for example, of a forest. And how when we talk about law, why are we talking about owning something? It's not owning, it's about relationship. And coming from human rights, I wanted to break these type of silos, and in 10 minutes, it will be impossible to address everything. So what I will try and do is to
comment on peut utiliser les droits humains donc en tant que conventionnels et toutes les
and how these treaties that have been ratified have enabled or will enable to have this right protecting this relationship between us and the nature. We haven't mentioned it a lot so far, but I think it's important. In 2022, the United Nations recognized that the right to a healthy environment is valid for everyone. We all know that access to a healthy environment is important, but without environment, we wouldn't be here. It was very important. It took a long time to the international environment to understand this, because very often the institutions look at rights for the benefit of human beings, and there was a missing link, and this is what we see emerging right now. And this right has its own environment. There are two aspects. One that recognizes that we as human beings have rights, but so that nature has also a rights, and this is this link that was missing between us and nature, and this is what was missing at international level. Quite concretely, how this is translated. I'm not going to cover all the rights because this could be a list or catalog of what's happening when it comes to this ecological crisis. And when I mention these words, it's not only about climate, ecological crisis, it's about biodiversity, where we are losing 60% of the species on Earth. And when we talk about ecological crisis, one has to remember that climate is part of a broader issue, and we need to act very quickly on this topic. Why am I saying this? Because actually, if we look at the topics we mentioned this morning, the right to food, for example, we talked about what's happening in India, in Latin America, how agricultures and farmers are important, the one actually working in the field when we talk about farmers, agricultures, but also we talked about the global approach to the agro-industry, agro-business. We all have a right to food. And this right to of access to food, UN thought for a long time it was access to eat, but it's also now a right to healthy food, food that is not going to kill you. It's about food that is not contributing to global warming, does not contribute to pesticides, to the destruction of the earth. So we are not going to come back to what was mentioned this morning in Indonesia, in India. clear examples demonstrating that the agricultural production is dominated by a very powerful sector, by a very powerful industry. And on behalf of preserving the population, we are destroying the earth. And there was a declaration that was maybe overheard or seen, the declaration of little farmers, small farmers producing at their own level. We've heard this morning about these women working in the land who are farmers. It was overseen, overheard. Why? I don't know, but it was very important because it means the end of the agro-industry conglomerate. And the special report even went further, saying that we have a right to agroecology. And what I'm trying to help you think is how we can break the silos of what are the rights, the human rights, and now we need to include this relationship to nature, and we could use the human rights in a more significant manner to fight against what's happening on Earth, because it's actually protecting people, and it also recognizes what small farmers are doing. The right to water, 2010, we recognize that we all have a right to have access to water. We all think it's a right of access. And I'm not going to come back to this at length because it's not going to change climate change, etc. But the role of human rights, and when I'm talking about this, is the work of special reporters, people working within international institutions. And there are so many organizations that it's very difficult to follow everything that's being done. But the problem is not that there's no more water, it's the governance, it's the way water is governed in the world, which is a problem, because it's dominated, it's under the power of specific power, dominating power, and they have privatized the water and access to water, although they don't own it. So, and this is linked also to rights to housing, to health, and this is all the things that are important for our health, and it's also questioning everything that's related to our link to nature, because they are all closely linked. So we cannot discriminate them or separate them. So it's the right to think in terms of a nature that will allow you to be well physically, and to have a healthy housing for some that will not destroy the planet as well. So I could look at a whole comprehensive list of all the rights, but what's important is the ecological understanding of our human rights. It's another aspect which is important in order to understand why human rights are important when it comes to
d'où j'ai commencé, c'est les peuples autochtones qui m'ont fait remarquer que...
Coming back to what I was saying at first, indigenous people helped me understand this, that the rights were dominated from the Western approach, seeing nature as a property, something that we own, that we use. And they also told me that we need to change the way we think, because if you look at a map, for example, of all that remains to be exploited, that can be used, where's lithium, where all the mines that we are going to use and dig our own indigenous people's land, and it is all the things that we will need in the future are in their lands. And it's also that what's happening right now, they are negotiating, bargaining at Dubai at the moment, carbon credits. So said, well, I'm going to produce, but I'm going to give money for a forest, and this is okay, then I can follow it. And I work with someone who said that in Kenya, who is giving carbon credit to be able to exploit a forest, and where Kenyan indigenous people live actually, and they are going to be the victim of what's happening in because their land will be sold on behalf or in the name of those carbon credits. So we're going to have this on behalf and in the name of these
on a parlé beaucoup des femmes.
Carbon credits. We mentioned a lot of women this morning. I'm not going to come back to this
écologique, elle accentue non seulement
what we see at the ecological side, on the ecological side, is emphasizing discrimination. It's also it has a multiplying factor as well, because we see that things were not going well, but with the pressure on small farmers with the climate change discrimination that already existed have been multiplied by a factor of 2. That's what is commonly said. So women are direct victims of this ecological crisis. We haven't said it much this morning, the migrants, for example, but we know what's going to happen in the coming years. Migrants, climate migrants, but not only climate migrants, but all the migrants that will be pushed out of their countries because of the different reasons or causes of the climate change. It's huge. The leaders are already finding it hard to deal with the current refugees coming in because of the climate crisis or the crisis. But they will never be able in the future to keep on living in the countries. And cases have shown that some people will disappear in the coming 10 years, and we don't know where these people are going to go to because they don't have this refugee status. So from a legal point of view, we'll have to look at human rights, which is our right to be able to live, to survive, and to flee or to go away from a persecution. And this persecution that is due to climate change. To conclude, I had a long list. I wanted to talk about children, but I won't have time to do so. I would like to ask you to think about human rights when it comes to climate justice, because there's only one way to go against one government and to say, as citizens, the state do not adhere to their promise. So it's human rights that our right to live is fundamentally impacted by the decisions of the governments if they don't do what we've seen a whole list of disputes, 350 last year, using human rights to force the states to act on the basis of the promises they make during the Paris Agreement. And these human rights are lead us to go away from oil, for example, and this is a recent study coming from the UN. And in Dubai, it's kind of the elephant in the room, and we're waiting to see when they are going to say we need to go out of fossil fuels or oil. I'm not referring, but this is something that we see happening already. And this was one of the means to push the front line, so to say. And another way to do so, and we mentioned it this morning, is the right to a non-toxic environment, to have access to an environment that is non-toxic. So there's a whole discussion and debate around the pesticides. And there is another topic that I won't have time to dwell upon, but the civic participation and human rights are very important when we talk about ecological crisis. And this is a proof of it at the moment. I live in the UK, and it is really unbelievable. They arrest people because they are contesting what's happening in at the level of climate change. We're talking about democratic government that changed the laws in order to be able to arrest people as terrorists, so to say. And we're not talking about Extinction Rebellion. It's stop the traffic in the street, etc. So, and you can be sentenced to jail for this. To conclude and to hand over to Marine to make this transition, I would like to say that what's important is that decisions were made. I had a presentation that I have not used, but it's not important. But there was an important decision from the American Court of Human Rights that recognizes that not only we have human rights linked to nature, but that nature has independent rights that are not only linked to our own interests. And it opens a path to use human rights to have a new topic being addressed, which is rights of nature. And in Argentina, there was a court reasserting this connection. Today, we are using convention and agreements which are anthropocentric because it's about our own human right, but this rights to nature is recognized and acknowledged so far. It's so much that even nature is now recognized as having rights. And on this, I'm going to leave you and hand over to Marine because she will, I guess, invite you to reflect about this relationship between us and nature, that this link is more ecocentric than what we may think, and what is quite surprising at the moment, because when we say human rights, we tend to think it's only for human beings. But no, because nature is part of us. Thank you. Thank you, Jérémy.
La transition est toute faite.
So you made the transition for me. I'm going to invite Marie-Hélène to come and talk about the history and prospects about nature rights. Chair, the president of the NGO.
Super. Merci beaucoup. Je vais commencer par...
Thank you very much. I'm going to start with a brief question, which is for you.
Si j'arrive évidemment à faire passer les slides. Ah, non, trop vite, pardon. Donc, quel est selon vous le point
what's according to you, what's in common between the gigantesque mine,
des millions d'hectares de monocultures arrosées de pesticides et des bateaux
in Amazon rainforest, millions of hectares of monocultures continuously crisscrossed by spreaders of biocides, factory ships crisscrossing the oceans and catching 250 tons of fish every day, frozen and packaged directly on board. Well, what they have in common is that they are strictly legal, and that's the issue. All these activities and many others that methodically plunder and destroy nature are, for the most part, perfectly legal, and they are the face of an over-industrialized and extractivist society. That is to say, they are based on over-exploitation of natural resources and exceeding by far the capacity of ecosystems to renew themselves. So this methodical plundering is motivated by economic arguments, encouraged by dominant political discourses, and tolerated by a legal system that is incapable of integrating the biological balances of our planet. So it has to be said that current law is structurally incapable of protecting living things, and because scattered across various laws and codes, we are breaking down this into environmental policies, divided into systems, entities, forests, sea, coastline, mountains, a utilitarian approach, agriculture, shipping, as if it was incompatible with the fact that natural environments are closely linked and interdependent, and considering that the pressures of certain human activities have a domino effect on the biological balances of the ecosystem. While the stability of our ecological environments has conditioned the emergence of our society, their collapse threatens not only the most fundamental human rights, as it was said, but also the democratic health of people in the world. So, faced with this situation, dividing in particular, finding a model of society that is enviable for or wishable for humans, but not humans alike, in order to define a natural contract, as a worded it. So new legal principles are emerging in order to try and establish cross-cutting social norms that respect the biological function of the living world. Within that framework, the rights of nature. Sorry, this is.
Je pense que ça va fonctionner.
Donc, actually work.
Ça y est.
Yes.
Merci beaucoup.
On the right slide. Thank you. Technology is always my worst enemy. So it's a kind of a new environmental ethic and a set of legal rules and principles based on a paradigm that nature and all its component parts have intrinsic fundamental rights. So the aim is to provide legal justification for a model in which human beings are no longer at the top of the species pyramid, but are part of other members of the communities of natural entities and regain their place among the living. The recognition of the rights of nature was devised in 1972 by the American public law professor Christopher Stone in an academic article with the evocative title, "Should Trees Be Allowed to Litigate?" And this is about the legal rights of natural objects and the issues of giving nature the legal personality and intrinsic rights in order to guarantee their protection. So Stone reviews the evolution of law over the centuries. He points out that the status of subject with enforceable fundamental rights is not a state of nature, and describes slow changes that have led to the gradual widening of our society that is linked to condition of foreigners, slaves, women, and also discrimination suffered as a result of the comfort for the dominant to maintain the status quo to their advantage, obviously, by invoking pseudo-scientific assertions in the service of racist or patriarchal vision of the world. So, in this book, it reflects that our anthropocentric vision of the world modifies our relationship to non-human by depriving them from rights and in the lack of representation in our societies. So since the years 2000, this has grown rapidly in South America, for example, and has been enriched by a variety of philosophies linked to the cosmovision of indigenous peoples. And the emergence of the rights of nature is now protein, depending on the territory and cultural context in which it's emerging. So there are different approaches when it comes to the rights of nature. One that acknowledges the general rights, fundamental rights to nature. In Ecuador, the movement has grown up in fertile ground, compatible with the idea of personally living things through the cosmovision linked to Pachamama. And this led in 2008 the adoption of a pioneering a new constitution recognizing rights to nature, and has led to the judicial annulment of numerous industrial projects that are incompatible with the rights of nature, and where they were violating ecological tolerance thresholds. And this was the case in 2021, and which was a ruling on the mining permit threatening the Los Cedros forest, and which is leading to a new planning compatible with the essential rights of nature. And in many other South American countries, a new step has been taken. I put America, but it's Africa. In Uganda, for example, there is an environmental protection law in 2019 setting other regulation at local level having to do with the protection of sacred sites. And this is through this type of innovations supported by the town of Corridabat, as Edgar Morin is going to present it later on, in Costa Rica is another example. And legal strategies are also being put in place to strengthen this protection of an environment, to provide rights to fundamental environment systems, river, forest, mountain, as they are considered as sacred for the peoples living in these areas. So this is the case also in Bangladesh, which recognized the rights of rivers after a long public debate, and the setting up of a group of people representing these rivers. The case in New Zealand with the Wangani River, and in the United States with the Declaration of Rights of the Snake River on the lands of the Nungu people. In Europe, this movement is progressing as well. This is the case in Spain, where the Mar Menor Lagoon has been acknowledged and recognized as a legal entity, and with people, residents, talking on behalf of the interest of this lagoon. So our rights can also be recognized for specific natural entities, and it is the case for the recognition of the rights of loyalty islands for the turtles and sharks. This will be presented by Victor David, a researcher that will present this in a moment. So, as you can see, there is a recognition of the nature, rights of nature, globally speaking, and the rights of nature at more levels to nature as a well, I have to stop right there. So my conclusion, just one word to conclude, is to say that this movement is now propagating and spreading out throughout the world. I cannot mention all the territories, but it's very often linked to questioning of colonial models present on those territories, and what we see also in the Western countries, also the
qui sont portés par
des acteurs en rights of nature, supported by actors resisting through mobilization, saying, well, these rights are unfair, this right is no longer acceptable in the way it is applied, because they are condemning us as human beings and also the environment. With AMD, we are going to publish a book of this about the rights of nature in 2024, which will aim at finding the tools provided to the actors defending this type of development.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. Sorry to be a little strict on timekeeping, but it's out of respect to the others.
Et puis aussi aux questions. J'aurais quelques questions par rapport à
questions in relation to what you highlighted. First of all, a quick conceptual issue. We're talking about ecocentrism.
C'est marqué éco-perspectivisme, je crois.
Est-ce que perspectivism?
Comme un affreux barbarisme.
No, that might sound awful, but what does that concept actually mean?
C'est bon. Je préfère utiliser le terme de bioperspectivisme pour bien...
I'd like to say bioperspectivism to really understand that we're not just focusing on something else once again, and to have one single focal point, but to have the whole point of the thinking is that we can actually decentralize and have a perspective that's not just from that of human beings, but of all living things comprising this environment. This horrible word, in fact, to not use new expressions. Now, in passing, can I ask you very briefly, Marine, what would be the priorities to implement for this day? Well, empathy and humus. Interesting.
Et Jérémy, est-ce que vous aurez 2 mots?
Jeremy, would you have 2 words?
Je pense qu'on est tous les deux d'accord, décolonisation du droit, parce que c'est ça dont on parle. Décolonisation au sens où la nature a des droits.
In the sense of nature should have rights, and an approach to human rights that includes ecological rights. So we relate to nature, and that's a profound human right.
On n'a pas pu parler d'un droit à l'espace civique. Je crois que ça faisait partie des regrets.
Space. I think it's one of the regrets. Can you say a little bit more about that as part of the bioperspectivism that you're mentioning? Maybe I can start. For example, I don't work on rights of rivers in England, but people who do that, we close the door to them. So there's already a rejection of a sort by the media, but also by the government that refuses to look at this because their project, I'm very often, and so we're talking about local populations taking back control of their environment, saying, it's my river because I'm its guardian. So civic space there is being closed because we can even talk about it, because it goes right into that. I don't work in France, but I imagine it's the same. It's a highly centralized state, France. I can't see the French government let all these initiatives grow, because we're talking about the Parlement du Loire. They say that the Loire River has a parliament. But how do we integrate that? In terms of civic space, we have to add this aspect, this dimension that will be difficult in the rights of nature. But what can I say is civic space, and I haven't been specialized in that for the last 5 years. It's extraordinary what's developed. And we thought actually it was far away, but it's becoming very, very close, but very quickly. What's coming? Concretely, to give you a simple reason, if I go into the street today, just because I want the government works on the climate, the fact I'm in the street, on the street with these people, it's an offense. It's a criminal offense, which was unimaginable 5 years ago. So there's escalation in every country when we're talking about defending rights, but when we're talking about rights, it was clear this morning, 50% of rights, the defenders of rights are those people who go out and march. They are trying to protect their lands. That's what the people who are. So we've seen an acceleration that goes, and we see Global Witness in 2012. In fact, if you do the figures today, it's been multiplied by a factor of 8. So it's extraordinary what's happened in just a few years. It's just as incredible, in fact, when you look at the number of people that can, once we talk about the environment, we put in barriers, but also the number of attacks that are justified in terms of protecting the economy. To go back to what Marianne was saying, it's illegal. So if we say no, then we're instantly classified as being a problem. So the civic space is getting much closer, closed down faster. To be a bit more positive, with legal, we've actually got a development, which, and I'm not questioning at all what you're saying, but noting that on a national scale, and in particular in France, this idea of a new law based on fundamental rights of nature, has not yet a current issue, not to be too blunt about it. There are other strategies that can be considered, and that's to work on a local scale. In other words, to ensure that people seeing that laws are failing can use other rights. So we decided to work with natural reserves, with parks or reservations. They have their own governance models, and they can invent new things. So we work in particular with local water commissions. In other words, places where there's still some form of freedom to be able to say and create new discussions, new debates, and have a debate in France. So at the moment in France, we have ecosystem managers who realize they don't have what they need to deal with a drought, to deal with the deregulation of the climate. And they know that the current laws, as worded today, won't be enough. So they want to test things. We, as lawyers and legal experts, we say we'll work with these people and try and ensure, in an informal way, recreate spaces for things. So we're talking about rivers of river parliaments and for mountains, and ensure that citizens can trust democracy and find their place in it. Well, thank you very much. I'm very, very grateful to you for your insights.
On va passer à la table ronde suivante.
We're going to move on to the next round table, and we'll go into the details there with 7 specific case studies from local projects and initiatives. So thank you very much, Jérémy and Camille.
Cette table ronde sera
This roundtable session will be an opportunity to analyze how, very concretely, we can structure these concepts of human rights, rights to a healthy environment, and rights of nature. Let's go into various continents, or onto various continents, with examples, governments, national examples, as will be the case in Colombia,
en Sierra Leone et aussi au Congo. On aura aussi des initiatives locales, on en a parlé tout à l'heure avec le cas de Curitiba, des représentants de la société civile aussi, bien sûr, notamment au Bangladesh, en Sierra Leone et au Cameroun. Et puis on aura aussi une lumière plus, on va dire, française,
insight with
en Nouvelle-Calédonie.
Something going on in Caledonia. Without further ado, I'm going to hand over to Mr. Juan Carlos Vargas, who's a Colombian member of parliament, and will explain to us.
L'exemple de la Colombie permet de comprendre
the example in Colombia will ensure a recognition of a right to a healthy environment in his legislation.
Bon, ben, merci beaucoup. En fait, je ne sais pas si parler en français ou en espagnol.
Well, thank you very much. I don't know whether I should speak in French or Spanish.
Essayer de faire le français, mais ça va être...
I'll try it in French, but it'll be a little tough. If I don't get there, perhaps I might switch into Spanish and they'll have to put their headsets on.
Donc, moi, je voudrais en fait commencer par...
I would like to begin by starting off with something
dans la conférence antérieure, et c'est le fait que le droit international
was in some way very separate from human rights. And I believe in Latin America, there's a very fine example of how these two things can be combined in a very efficient and effective way. And it's the Escazú Accord or agreement. It's the first international treaty that is mandatory for the countries that ratified it and are part of it now.
Mélange d'une façon
and which brings together in a very precise way the defense of nature and also the defense of human
la
rights.
Colombie n'est pas encore partie.
Colombia is not yet
disent que le procès à partir duquel il a été ratifié par le Congrès
say that the proceedings have to be done by the Parliament has been correctly implemented. After that, we'll get into it, but there are already 10 countries in the region that are signatories of this treaty. And of course, this treaty has three fundamental pillars. If we look at it, it's transparency in the information, environmental information. Is that right? Yes? The second is this access to justice, environmental justice. And the third relates to the participation of communities in the decision-making or the territorial decision-making process when, for example, there is an administrative project there getting set up in their region. They must be able to have their voice heard to decide whether, in effect, it should be undertaken like that or not. And I believe it's a huge progress for our region, perhaps because Latin America, maybe with Africa as well, the place where there's the greatest environmental,
peut-être la Colombie est le premier pays avec
disons, perhaps Colombia is the first country where the largest number of conflicts of a social and environmental nature can be found in the world. And of course, if we want to address these conflicts, we have to do so with the participation, of course, of our citizens. If we don't use them, it'll never be resolved. Alas, in Colombia, this conflict means fatalities. The latest Global Witness report showed how Colombia has over 40%
environnementaux des
environmental leaders defending the earth murdered on the planet. In 2022, there were 177 leaders murdered worldwide, 60 of whom were in Colombia. It's extremely violent. It's incomprehensible. It's very hard for us to talk about this.
Quand vous voyez les trois premiers pays, ils sont toujours
tous. The top three countries, they're always in Latin America. It's firstly Colombia, then Brazil,
le Mexique, qui l'année dernière
avec Mexico, which last year had over 30 murders of environmental leaders.
On ne joue pas avec ça.
So, we're not playing at this in Latin America. Defenders of the environment are constantly under the threat of death. And a treaty like the Escazú one, which ensures genuine access to justice, which ensures participation by communities, to question the transparency of the economic interests setting up in these communities, well, it's absolutely important. And that's a very good news that should be copied in other regions. Why not?
Sur cette matière qui devrait être lidérée par les Nations Unies.
Governmental transparency maybe should be done by the UN, but for the time being is not the case. Now, with that said, to go
depuis la Constitution,
Colombia is doing since the Constitution, the 1991 Constitution, which is a genuine constitution, an environmental one, over 26 articles in it focus
la protection de la nature, on a
protecting the environment. We've been able to create a national environmental system that defends the interests or upholds the interests of the nation and of future generations in Colombia. Of course, a system that is far from perfect, but has been put in place, and today is very important that we'll have to have one or two adjustments, above all in the way we elect the members in the regions, because they're co-opted by politicians who, and also by the armed forces, the regional authorities, that therefore there's a very extensive creation going on here. And the 1991 Constitution has also created the Constitutional Court, which is the first barrier of defense for nature, because it is this body that declared the first ecosystem as having rights of nature in El Rio Trato in the Choco region. When you read this ruling,
là, la sentence de la Cour constitutionnelle pour nous qui défendons l'environnement, c'est vraiment une...
It's poetry, because this ruling integrates a vision, incorporates a vision.
Comment vous avez dit en français déjà? Plutôt éco...
eco-perspectivist. A synergy between nature and mankind in the environment that is so important. And this ruling
a fait un clair mandat à l'État.
Has clearly mandated the state, but not in a general way, but in a very specific way, the President of the Colombian Republic, that must highlight and show the policies required to protect this river, one of the most
où il y a le taux de diversité plus grand au monde.
We've got the highest biodiversity rate, and Colombia has the highest biodiversity rate in the world. The same as Brazil, but in a country that's 5 times smaller. And just in this region in Colombia, over 10% of the entire planet's biodiversity can be found. So it was absolutely vital to be able to defend it. Now, afterwards, the Constitutional Court and the Supreme Court of Justice that declared the Amazon basin as a subject with rights. And there, the Colombian state had to implement actions, very specific ones, to defend Amazonia. And we got good news last year. We were able to reduce deforestation by 30%. By 35% in the region of Amazonia, and almost 13% in the national parks.
Et ça, c'est issu quelque part.
And that's the result, in a way, from the mandate issued by the Constitutional Court to defend the Amazon Basin as a subject of law. Now, of course, this policy,
si elle a été quelque part successful, comment on dit?
If it's been successful,
j'oublie mon français, je suis désolé.
I'm forgetting how to speak French. Apologies. It's because there's been an approach that's changed in the way we should defend or protect the territory. Maybe the government had a very militaristic vision to try to put an end to deforestation. So they were taking autonomous people's lands, they would put them in prison, I don't know, and the new government got these results because they put at the center of the defense of Amazonia a participatory manner of dialogue with communities to have agreements to protect this forest, which is fantastic. And perhaps today the most important ecosystem on the planet. I believe I've come to the end of my time, but I just want to conclude by saying that
de la défense territoriale sans les communautés,
defending a region without communities will serve no purpose. Agreements with communities, when we can see this from the state, with people will save the planet, not with laws that are done centrally, that does not necessarily take account of territories and where people live on our planet. That's how we'll be able to defend nature. With communities, in addition, if you could see the 60 deaths of those people who were defending their territories, half of them were autonomous people, indigenous people. That's terrible for the government. That's how we're going to be able to defend our environment. I think I've used up all my time. I thank you for your attention. Thank you, sir. I'm going to ask you perhaps to use 2 words that would come to mind as priorities we can highlight for today. Participation, I would say, is one word.
Organisation.
And organization. The territory in Colombia is very disorganized. We have to organize it a bit. I have a question. The Constitutional Court has recognized Amazonia as a subject of law. What kind of concrete action can the Colombian state take to protect it? Well, once the court has ruled that Amazonia was a subject of law, the Colombian presidency had to do a COMPES in Colombia, in other words, a public policy that has resources, money, because without any money, we won't get there. You can make any kind of public policy you want, but if you don't have the means to put it into practice, it's impossible to succeed. And there's also international cooperation to defend this. But I think the British and the Germans, and I believe also Norway, that are using a lot of money to defend Amazonia. With that said, in the context of global warming,
les obligations des pays du Nord global,
the obligations of the global North countries are absolutely necessary for countries such as Colombia, or countries represented here in this panel, to be able to put these policies into place. And we have to say that at the moment, the NDCs aren't even at 10%. I was in Dubai yesterday. I've just come from COP28 when they said they'll create the Loss and Damages Fund. Well, it makes me laugh because the Adaptation Fund today, countries such as France or the UK or the US are far from putting in the money that they promised at the Paris Accord. So I don't see the point of creating funds if countries who have to pay the historic debt for global warming don't do so. So I think in the terms of cooperation, it's absolutely vital because the Colombian state can create lots of policies, but we're a poor country, so we won't have the means to support and implement these policies over time. This is the time to do this. If we don't do it now, then the global North countries that have the biggest footprint, so to speak, in this tragedy that we are experiencing on the planet, if they don't put in the money that corresponds to that, it'll be impossible for poor countries. Okay, thank you very much. I believe it's very accurate fair to remind us of that, the responsibility of North countries towards the world in general. Thank you very much. Let's go on to the next presentation. Let's ask Elena Thompson to take the floor. Elena is Deputy Director of Amati, which is a support place for social and environmental justice based in Sierra Leone. Elena, over to you.
Thank you very much to AFD and the other panelists. Juan Carlos actually set me up perfectly by ending on the importance of community-centered approaches and community-centered decision-making. We in Sierra Leone look at this issue not just as anthropocentric or ecocentric. In Sierra Leone, we say that the land belongs to three people: those who have come before, that is the ancestors, those who are presently here, and those who are yet unborn. And that concept in and of itself includes an idea that the land and the environment belongs not just to human beings, or it's not only a commodity. It understands and underscores the value of what the environment means as a means of livelihood and as our cultural and other important assets. And even though land is one of Sierra Leone's greatest assets, it really hasn't benefited the people, especially rural communities. So of the 5.4 million hectares of arable land that we have in the country, about 75% remains uncultivated, and 80% of foods consumed in the country, like rice, which is our staple, is actually imported. and the country is food insecure. On top of that, rural communities continue to suffer injustices around land tenure rights and have continued to suffer such injustices over the years, mainly due to antiquated laws. Women, even when in law they have even when in customary law they have equal rights to own land, their access has been restricted. Communities having a lack of decision-making power and negotiating power vis-a-vis large-scale land-based investors, and corruption in land administration and acquisition. So for example, in 2012, through a one-sided deal that a company engaged in with a traditional authority behind closed doors without the involvement of the landowners, this oil palm company acquired over 30,000 hectares of land in a chiefdom in southern Sierra Leone. Now, to put this in context, 30,000 hectares is the entire chiefdom. And that means that's where people lived, where their water sources are, everything was essentially acquired by this oil palm company behind closed doors and without the landowner's involvement. Namati, the organization that I work with, we take a legal empowerment approach mainly through community-based paralegals. And our paralegals worked with members of these communities to provide legal education, help people understand what the land laws are and what the process is for acquiring land, and help them in understanding what their rights are around their land to be able to negotiate a new land lease that reduced the size of land from that 30,000 hectares to about 2,300 hectares. And that new lease included environmental and social protections that benefited the communities. But still, we've seen in recent years that the government of Sierra Leone seems to have doubled down on pursuing development at all costs. And that means that they're essentially pitting development against the rights of individuals and communities, or that's how we've seen it play out. And this is no different than the patterns of development we see at different levels, community, national, and global. And in Sierra Leone, almost all major mining and industrial development operations are run by foreign corporations, including, and this is basically a trend that has started during colonialism and the slave trade. So it's not anything new, but we've seen that trend essentially continue. And this paradigm is even more pronounced at the community level. This is because those who bear the brunt of environmental harm and loss of their lands have almost no role or power in creating or implementing the rules and systems that are meant to protect them. But we see that land-based development and people's land rights don't have to be enemies, and I'll show you what I mean. The video, yes. Oh, can I have the video, please?
Land in Sierra Leone largely is governed by customary law, and those lands are not documented. We are trying to reform our centuries-old land laws to ensure that the land is now vested in the people themselves. We were able to build a database of experiences and cases that we've been involved with over a period of time. And that became the basis for us to launch into policy advocacy. Policies don't change things very much. You need the policy provisions to be translated into law that could be enforced.
The bill entitled the Customary Land Rights Act 2022, being an act to provide for the protection of customary land rights, the elimination of discrimination.
We have seen the introduction of two important bills in Parliament, the Customary Land Rights Bill and the National Land Commission Bill.
Well, I think I'm glad you see the woman.
We had hundreds of community folks, women especially, coming out to show Parliament that we want these bills passed.
Wetlands, wildlife, habitats, virgin forests, etc. The protection of ecological sensitive areas are going to be guaranteed by this bill when once it is passed into law. All those in favor say aye. Aye. The ayes have it.
I think we've taken the first step in addressing that marginalization, that power imbalance. Now communities are going to be front and center of these transactions. They can say yes or no to investments, and that would stick because it is backed by law.
Anything where they do, you angry. For let it succeed, it don't go easy. But if you boku, the one day where they left, they go here, you will see them they talk behind.
Thank you. That was just a clip, but you can see the full video on YouTube. It's called "People Rising Beside the Water." The experiences and voices of communities like the one I mentioned earlier, and women like Mrs. Jallow, who you saw in the film, led to the Customary Land Rights Act that secures them greater land tenure rights, especially for women. Land users and landowners in every region of the country organized themselves. They gave input during regional consultations on the bills. They wrote a letter to the president of Sierra Leone. As you saw in the film, they showed up in great numbers, in large numbers at Parliament to directly ask their MPs to pass the bills. Every provision in the Customary Land Rights Act draws from lessons about the existing system that emerged from specific cases. So for example, the Act requires free, prior, and informed consent for all land-based transactions, regardless of sector. So oftentimes there's an exception carved out for mining. In this case, that's not the case. It grants communities the right to free, prior, and informed consent over all industrial projects in the territory. And to our knowledge, we haven't seen a legal regime anywhere in either hemisphere that grants such robust rights to communities facing harm. The Act also reinforces constitutional guarantees of non-discrimination, and it ensures that women and men have equal rights to land under customary law. It prohibits practices, like I mentioned earlier, that prevent women's access to their ownership and their land rights. And it provides a statutory minimum percentage for women who, as was mentioned earlier this morning, are often the largest, and in our case, are the largest percentage of land users in the country. It ensures that they are represented in all land administration structures and bodies. And also, importantly, it doesn't stop at, customary or community land rights, but also goes to ensuring that it protects the livelihoods and environments of communities by banning industrial development in ecologically sensitive areas. But implementation of this act is still very nascent. And realistically speaking, it's going to take decades for people to really be able to realize these new rights. Our previous experience really demonstrates that a progressive legal framework is only one factor in realizing rights and improvement in land governance in Sierra Leone. And so there are a few things that really need to be in place to push along that realization of rights. And the first is going to be collaboration of multiple stakeholders, and that was mentioned on an earlier panel as well. In all the legislative processes I've witnessed in Sierra Leone, I've never seen one where all the relevant stakeholders, that is traditional authorities, communities, government, the private sector, civil society, were all somehow involved in the development of a law and work together to shape that law. And you can see it comes out in the provisions and the outcome. And that spirit and practice of collaboration has continued after the enactment of the laws in the implementation phase. One of the biggest challenges that will have to be overcome for implementation is the level of knowledge about the new laws that communities, government ministries, departments and agencies, the private sector and civil society have about them. People obviously need to know about laws in order to use them or enforce them. And so civil society, especially community-based actors, play a crucial role in awareness raising on the new laws in languages and in ways that people can understand. And because the laws are about decision-making on land and making those decision-making processes more inclusive and democratic, this is aimed at trying to help address the issues of corruption and chaos in a land administration system. And finally, one last major test for implementation of these new laws, particularly the new framework on responsible land investment, will be whether large-scale mining and agribusiness companies move from business as usual to ensuring they obtain the free, prior, and informed consent, the written free, prior, and informed consent of customary landowners. And this, as I mentioned, applies to all types of investment. So civil society has already been engaging on that front, but more obviously needs to be done. We've recently launched a land investment checklist that companies and communities alike have been clamoring for. But other civil society organizations are really going to be, and donors are really going to be important in ensuring that civil society can continue to engage community-based actors. And so we are really at a moment where Sierra Leone has an opportunity to be a global leader and promoter of community-led, bottom-up, rights-respecting, and sustainable development. And so it's an exciting time, but also we know it will be challenging.
Thank you so much, Lerno. I'm going to switch to English just for fluidity. I'm going to ask you two words, two priorities that you have in mind that would apply to this state today. What do you have?
So I'll use two words together. So community-based or community-centered approaches. As I mentioned earlier, everything really has to start from the bottom up, yes. And we've seen that when that happens, whether it's traditional authorities, government officials, and even the private sector are able to get more done. For the investors as well, when communities have greater land tenure security, the investors have greater security in their investments because everyone knows what they're getting into. Everyone has agreed. And the communities become part of that project, helping to protect it because they also have an interest in it. So the ensuring community participation and also that decision-making or creation of laws, policies, or practices starts from the community level is really key.
Mm-hmm. And another word that comes to your mind?
I'd say multi-stakeholder platforms. I know that's two words.
It's okay. It's okay.
One hyphenated. But that collaboration is really, really key. It ensures that we have much richer, not only obviously laws or policies, but implementation, that all these stakeholders are involved in implementation and are addressing all that goes into implementation from different angles.
Okay, great. Thanks a lot. We're gonna stay. We're gonna go on speaking in English, since we are now going to listen to Mr. David Empron, who is the regional director of Caritas Bangladesh, and he's gonna talk to us about the free consent for local people to, especially in Bangladesh. Thank you.
Good afternoon, and today I'm proud to be here to inform you some information about the free prior informed consent in Bangladesh. Basically, our country became independent in 1971 after a liberation war against Pakistan. Before that, up to 1947, we were one of the colony of the British. We were under the colony of the British. So after a devastating flood in Bangladesh, our organization worked with the people, though we are faith-based organization, but we don't work on faith, but only on the development. So my topics, free prior context, is one hand it is interesting, and one hand it is very wondering too. Because some cases, you see, this is the information of Bangladesh, very dense. Majority of the community are indigenous people, only below 9% or 10%. We have 64 districts, so this is not the factor, but I'm moving towards the main topics. Most probably not working. Oh, here. This is the Bangladesh. You can see our flags, and it is in the South Asia, the downside. You can see the map, and this is the total Bangladesh. It covers the Afghanistan, Pakistan, Nepal, Bhutan, India, and also the Sri Lanka, Maldives. This is the South Asian context. So the case of a free prior informed consent is very interesting in our career. In one hand, it is very interesting, and on the other hand, very wondering. The orientation, basically, is not up to the mark. I'm not sure, not working. Yeah. No. It's not working. What? Yeah. Some cases, it is highly questioned. Some cases, some people are pleased, some people are displeased. Because, why I wrote this sentence? Some people are pleased. In the name of free, the harassment is free for the indigenous people. Killing, kidnapping, burning their house, false forest case, everything is free. We receive free. I belong to Santali indigenous community in Bangladesh. So we receive everything free without our consent, without informing us well advance. So this is the common fact. On the other hand, the free prior consent, this consent is not practiced in all level. Only a few organizations, like big organization and some journalists and some civil society members, they also raise these things occasionally, and we join them, but ultimately it is not clear to the mass people in Bangladesh. So the situation in free prior consent, I am sharing here the it is being violated in many various ways. Flora Babli Talang is a female lady. Once upon, in 2 years ago, I was facilitating one session, and suddenly we came to know that some police and some forest officials, they are attempting to plant trees in one of the villages of the indigenous peoples. And Babli, the female leader, she was along with me full day, and we completed the work and returned to a village. In the evening, we heard that a case was filed against that female leader, that she was leading to protest the forest officials. So this is the common scenario in Bangladesh. Also, you know the World Bank funded project, Sufol project. This project was implemented in one of the forest area, Madhupur forest area. Unfortunately, the goal of this project is good, but unfortunately some corrupted indigenous peoples who are in leaders are chosen for this management. And this forest land is very sacred to the one of the Garo indigenous people, because we, the indigenous people in Bangladesh, have different type of land tenure system. Very sacred place, forest, for their livelihood and for in terms of religions. And deforestation, you were mentioning, the deforestation is one of the factor. And here, one study was conducted in 2022, and this project negatively affected the indigenous peoples. And also the violation of the rights of the indigenous so-called, we have so many so-called projects, eco park, ecotourism, national park, reserve forest, and also the reserve forest and also the resort. We have so many schemes by the government, but the indigenous peoples are not being informed well advanced. Only they received the legal notice, this land belongs to us, so you have to free this land, we will do this. And also, on the other side, beyond the land and the forest, there was quota system. And the quota means some reservation in Bangladesh for free admission to the indigenous people and also for some services. Unfortunately, on 2018, the government abolished. All this opportunity have been abolished without prior consultation of the indigenous peoples. And there is another interesting thing in our country. Unfortunately, well, we have covered this one. Most probably. Okay, we'll see the slide later on. And there was State Acquisition Act in our country. What is the drama behind this act? 1950, it was introduced in 1950, State Acquisition Act. Those recorded land in the name of indigenous people, it cannot be handed over to the non-indigenous peoples without the permission of the land officer, government land officer, that means assistant land commissioner. But unfortunately, this is being violated without informing the landowner. The assistant commissioner of land, he is passing the application or he is approving the application. This is one of the evidences of violating the rights of the indigenous people, especially right to free prior informed consent. Also, government has diversified attitude in action. There are another area in the most northern part of Bangladesh, what I was saying, that to leave the indigenous peoples, but some schemes are taken only one particular area, the Madhupur and Sylhet area. So, Here, the government is playing another type of drama, and that places, they are not being pressurized too much, but only few of the indigenous people are being pressurized. We have also some hilly area, and there is land commission for hilly area. But we, the plain land, I also one of the members of plain land indigenous community, we are shouting for the land commission for the plain land, but government is not paying due attention to our voice. Also, there is the exclusion of indigenous people in decision-making process. In Chittagong Hill Tracts area, which is especially the sea belt area, they have one kind of self-governance system, but plain land self-governance system is totally unrecognized. The government does not pay due attention to demand of the plain land indigenous peoples, including women, for introducing reserved seats in the local government bodies such as union, council, upazila, and sub-district council, and also the municipality council, district council. Whatever councils, there is no indigenous people's participation in those councils. So, this way, the right to free, prior, and informed consent are being violated in our country. So, what Caritas Bangladesh basically does, it has a small corner, now it started for the indigenous peoples. We are trying to motivate the people, through sensitizing the people to claim their rights, though it is not much whatever the actual need. On the other hand, sometimes we become threatened by the government. If we talk too much against government, it will bring negative impact to us. So, somehow managing this issue, we are trying to work in Bangladesh, and I do hope that this information will be a little helpful to you to rethink for the future what moreover you can do. Our indigenous peoples are being advanced day by day, and the major demand to the government, you know, indigenous people are not recognized in Bangladesh. This is the common factor, and we all the indigenous people are trying to be recognized by the government of Bangladesh. When government will recognize us, then many things will be opened. We are waiting for that days. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can you just give us 2 words that would be some priorities for you in the Bangladeshi context to promote the rights of indigenous people? What 2 words that would come to your mind?
And I told already the recognition of constitutional recognition of the indigenous people is much needed at this moment.
Yeah, and you can follow the example of Sierra Leone. And another word, maybe?
Other words, sensitization also is much needed in Bangladesh, in Bangladeshi context. I don't know, maybe it is very clear to the other nations, but in our country, it is not yet popular, not yet so. Sensitization is also required. Okay.
Thank you very much. Thank you. On va repasser en français maintenant pour la...
So we are going to switch back to French for the last presentation of this panel with Mr. Nonouka-Gomat, representing the forest economic ministry of the Republic of Congo, which is going to present the North region of
Merci
Congo.
beaucoup.
It's going to tell us more.
Alors, je suis Alain Nonouka-Gomat, coordonnateur du projet Paysage Forestier.
Nonouka-Gomat, coordinator the project.
J'aimerais commencer mon intervention en exprimant toute ma gratitude à l'AFD.
I would like to, first of all, thank and express my gratitude to AFD who invited me and gave me the honor of expressing myself in
un projet de développement qui a
to talk about innovative project that was launched in 2020 and which was for a duration of 4 years. So obviously, the presentation I'm making is directly linked with human rights and development, because within this project, PPFNC is the acronym, we have something which is specific, which is the landscape-based approach. And in this landscape-based approach, you have the 3 pillars of a sustainable development, which are included socio-economic development. And from a social point of view, as you can see, you have the involvement of the people. Very briefly, I will be very brief to present quite broadly this topic, because it's funded by mainly by the AFD and also the French Fund for European Development and other contributions, SIV, IFO, and WCS, which are technical partners implementing one part of this project. So that's for the project description. So 4 components or 4 common components are part of this project. The first one has to do with biodiversity, with the green corridors, or where WCS is rolling out this component. The second component has to do with local development. And then there is a third component, which has to do with sustainable forest planning. And the fourth one, which has to do with integrated land planning of this territory, ensuring economic development of this area. So what is the area covered by this project? It's in the north of Congo, but not the comprehensive northern part. There is one which is in Likwala, Lasanga, and the north of the western basin, for a total area of 9.5 million of hectares. And this area, we have very important assets, because in total there are 19 forest concessions and also several protected areas. And for this whole surface that I mentioned. So Congo, and I forgot to mention this, is part of this Congo basin, which is very important hotspot when it comes to biodiversity for Central Africa, which needs to be preserved and protected. I'm sorry, it's not working properly when you want to switch the slides. So this is a map illustrating, and I'm going to come back to this later on, and this is linked to the local development, and you can see 20 being represented in the area that I don't mention, covered by the project. And when looking at this approach, one has to understand the following when it comes to how people are involved. But before coming to that point, I would like to stress one thing. In Congo, we have tools implemented, arrangements put in place that tend to develop a legal framework to rule some topics, and namely, for example, the relationships with local and autochthon and indigenous people. There is a law 2020, which is ruling the forest law in Congo, and within this law you have new concepts such as the CLPA, local community of indigenous people, because what is at stake is to integrate them so that they have their word to say as well, because they do have a word to say, because in the past we were imposing something on them. The second concept is the CLIP, it's the free, prior and informed consent. It's about involving these people in order for them to provide their point of view, to give their opinion down to the whole chain.
Au total, 20 projets pilotes qui ont été mis en place. En 2022, il y en a eu 6, et puis en 2023.
So we've got 20 projects that were implemented since in fact, there were 16 done, and then 16, these 20 pilot projects apply various rules, in fact, and also apply to these villages, because these villages absolutely have to be within the community approach. It's an attention there, and they have to be within these development areas. areas so that the forest companies have development plans. Then there is selections done with the involvement of local populations and also consultation and the implementation of villages so that we can see the arrangements and see which households that can be kept and should be benefiting from these pilot projects. So there we go. Very quickly, I'll say that we use positive discrimination as a concept because here we were taking account of the 50% quota of men, women, and also 50% of indigenous peoples, so that there should not be any discrimination, comprehensive discrimination. Then there is a charter of commitment that was signed with the beneficiary, taking account of this and also compliance with vulnerable populations and also restrictions on child labor. What's an MGPC? In fact, we're using this. It's a way for handling complaints and conflicts. This tool makes it possible when these populations have problems, they can explain them, and we've got what we call moderators. These are individuals we've hired that are tasked with managing these pilot projects, and then we have focal points that also take a look at all the problems to see what the populations may have and try and solve them. And when they cannot solve them, they escalate them to what we call referees. In the consideration of the CLPA customs and laws, it's in compliance with current statutes in Congo and concern primarily the promotion and protection of indigenous populations. This statute dates from 2011 and highlights the fact that populations should be protected. So I'm going to go further and say there's even a fully fledged ministry. It's the Ministry of Human Rights and Promotion of Indigenous Peoples, where there's a whole Director General that focuses directly on issues of indigenous peoples. It's very important. It hasn't been overlooked because before there hadn't been one. It shows the dynamic that's being created to increasingly take account of these populations. The project, it's not a detail, aims at preparing local parties to adopt the methodology of the project, the pilot project, so they can carry on to use local development funds generated by the tax basis of these forest industries. We've got a whole workshop where we invited all the parties involved, all the stakeholders, so that we could see the proposal made by the PPFNC in its approach to make available to them tools so that we can see how we can manage these local development funds. It was a very important experiment because we got 2 recommendations and all the partners, all the participants found it a very useful idea. The PNFCA had actually very positive. Now, in structural terms, just to summarize, in the structure of these pilot projects, there are sectors of cocoa, manioc, and basically non-leguminous produce. There's also things like pepper and also honey and other things. So how is this done? There are 2 points in Sanga and Likuala, and the number of pilot projects per department. When in Sangala there are 7, and in Likuala there are 13. The principle was simple. We had subsidy agreements which made it possible to sign together with the populations, the indigenous people, and which made it possible for us to be in a more or less legal framework, legalized framework. It was done. You can see, and you have an idea of the populations involved. We can see, on the one hand, the people we call the Bantu, and the indigenous peoples as well, working together. These pilot projects are developed not but well, by them because they're the beneficiaries. We've got this table that clearly summarizes what we can see, the provided projects, the number of projects available to each department, and as I said before,
c'est une très belle expérience parce que...
So it's a very fine experiment because, believe me, it didn't exist before, and here it meant that populations at one point could take control. And here the aim is to counter poverty and precarious existence. And therefore, these populations, without taking exception from their food habits, should have tools, various forms of support to be able at one point to take control of their destiny. And I will conclude with this.
Voilà, en termes de résultats.
In terms of results, and there's also financial incentives done to have best practice instances. So local life becomes more dynamic because there are agricultural things to market produce. There should be an increase in income and
voilà, une stratégie de développement.
And here we can see the zero deforestation. People are aware of things, access to vulnerable populations to ensure food safety and the creation of sectors and markets and developing sort of pilot projects for this project, as I said, concern decision-making tools. That's in a global approach. So on the
qui relève directement du ministère de l'économie forestière.
And it reports directly to the Forest Ministry and therefore considers that there can be support from this, the technical support, methodological support, financial support, and also to make it possible to go further in preserving biodiversity. The overall aim is to preserve biodiversity, maintain the ecological approach while developing the social and economic character of what we're doing. I thank you for your attention.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much.
Comme les autres, je vais vous demander peut-être.
As with the others, I'm going to ask you perhaps to conclude the discussion for two words, two priorities that you believe should be highlighted in the future.
La première priorité.
As a perspective. The first priority, taking account of the global objective of this project, I will say this: let's preserve our biodiversity while ensuring
développement socio-économique. Ça résume tout dans ce que je venais de dire.
That summarizes everything I've just said in my quick presentation. The second word, more action, less talk.
Je crois que c'est une très bonne conclusion à cette première
partie. I think it's a very fine conclusion to this first part of this round table. I think we've better understood how human rights and rights of nature and environmental rights
l'articulation est vraiment très intime. Je vous remercie.
Very closely structured. Thank you. You can go back to your seats, and I'm going to ask the next three speakers to come and join us.
Je vais demander à Seigneur Edgar Mora de nous
rejoindre. To Mr. Edgar Mora to come and join us.
Et à Victor David de bien vouloir nous rejoindre.
David to come and join us to continue this roundtable session. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. On va pas.
Thank you very much. Well, let's not waste any time. I'm going to ask you to welcome.
Donc on va continuer avec Monsieur Edgar Mora,
qui est l'ancien former mayor of the famous city of Coriabat in Costa Rica, who reorganized the whole urban development plan around the non-human inhabitants, which I think is extremely poetical and also very political. And I'd be happy to have Mr. Mora if he could explain what has happened. Thank you.
Muy buenas tardes, muchas gracias.
Well, thank you, and thank you very much. My thanks to the Agence Française du Développement for having invited me to this colloquium. I was asked to talk to you about this title,
Empezaré recurriendo al registro.
Environment and Nature. Citizens pollinating is the example of Khorridabat. There are over 420 years.
En 1552, el oidor de la
At the
audiencia
beginning
de
of Latin America. In 1552, the governor of Guatemala, Thomas Lopez Verde, asked the indigenous cultivators to join so that everyone.
Así como calles trazadas y una plaza. Cierro comillas. El mismo oidor,
quotes, open a church and create a space.
cultivaban dentro de los pueblos y les prohibió.
Judge Thomas Lopez Medes noted that indigenous peoples were growing even in their village and forbade them by saying, do not plant maize in the town, but everything has to be clean. And there should not be any trees. Everything has to be cut down.
Hemos escuchado y quizás repetido el cliché de que los problemas de nuestra ciudad
heard and repeated the cliché that the problems of our cities in the global south are due to the lack of urban development or excessive urban development, and on the contrary, our towns and cities, irrespective of their size, have been arranged in great detail by colonial powers, with the intent that took no account of the sustainable approach. So I believe this is a good reason to explain why the configuration of towns in Latin America seems extremely complex because there doesn't have any possibility for sustainable growth and healthy growth that respect the rights of mankind and nature. This political declaration that I shared shows the prevention on a symbiotic approach between nature and indigenous peoples against greater urbanization. And we can see that city is a domain of politics, and this quality can be found in the heart of its concept as a monumental scenario for all DAC and powers and towns have been used to create subordination, as we can see, but the scenario could be updated with other projects for a certain point, and it's also a place where people still live.
En mi ciudad, Khorridabat,
and there is quite a lot of transformations in my town, Khorridabat. We believe that the principle of change, the most radical, fundamental change that we could offer to this town that's so organized, so ordered, to reposition it in the 21st century, was to define the urban life as a three-dimensional container of experiments for lots more citizenship than what was being done when the colonial powers ordered highly humanized habitats and prevent contact with nature and maintain far from power and transform it.
Ciudad Dulce es un programa.
So how did we do this in Khorridabat? Well, our program created conditions to improve the quality of life for all the inhabitants in the territory, both human and non-human inhabitants. We used a system of coordination as a model for prosperity, and we implemented in reciprocity the colonizers and also acknowledged its citizenship, which led to a call for action to say that a city would bring an end to the countryside, and on the contrary, we should harmonize it in agreement with nature. Why include pollinators as new citizens? Well, in a dimension that we do not see, streets are corridors for pollination that they can penetrate every day when they turn up in the urban setting. In this thing, the fractal structure of towns ensures an alliance between various, for example, women and other factors, and they all inhabit the same town, and they have a flowery setting that provides nature, that, in other words, safety and food. Streets beforehand were not visited by hummingbirds or by other things because it was dangerous, and citizenship, the local authorities could prevent this, which I call an invisible alliance. So that when they appear, they are reinforced. Sorry for these alliances, or these alliances transform these urban areas in a platform for values and ideas as requested by citizens, and not by as imposed by economic bureaucracies. In the to ensure everyone's priorities are there. And in this rationale, according to this rationale, meaning and the request for quality comes from citizens. But think of a hummingbird that grows up and grew up in Curridabat, in my town. Thinking about what's going on in my building is that hummingbirds actually move like other people, like inhabitants, the other inhabitants of the neighborhood, and each time, frankly, my neighbor will go into the square. These squares are in courtyards of buildings along streets. So for Frankie, the separation between public and private has absolutely no importance whatsoever. There's nothing there for Frankie. The shape of our neighborhood is that of an archipelago of squares where there is life, but for me, it's a network of energy of private buildings, an energy grid. But from an ecological point for Frankie, if this archipelago had a way of measuring its GDP, well, the major factor would be the pollinization of this archipelago, and would be considered as a system, an ecological system. Frankie goes from island to island in this archipelago, and that's natural for that inhabitant. That's the nature in which he was born, where he operates according to a different way, and he can see that a street for him is a natural thing. A pavement is normal. A cable or wire where you hang washing is quite normal. For Frankie, our town is a natural thing. It's a biological environment. What Frankie thinks is that human beings there are part of nature. And we should do the same thing. We should do the same thing with our towns.
Que usemos nuestra capacidad para definir
really radical in policy terms, using our abilities to develop the biological functionality that towns have in the future, and not just their configuration, because that's easy, the easiest part. But if Frankie is a functionally biological inhabitant that adds value, that suggests that we should analyze, or we should channel energy, then Frankie and other pollinators are co-citizens, and their experience should be taken into account when we consider how a town grows. Curridabat, the shape of its city should be governed as if it was natural, and that's not what's normally done. This is the real dispute, the real crux of the paradigm. Because the success of a town like offering this kind of change, with the capacity of its citizens to find results, unexpected results with a higher value than standard results, even though those are satisfactory, that were never taken
para
into
que la
account.
ciudad
In other
actúe
words,
como naturaleza, su
for a
sociedad
town to act as nature, society has to learn how to manage what it has and not what is defined as exempted. This questions the relevance of strategies and projects as primordial instruments of development. Our learning process has highlighted nature and habitat, governance, and feelings are the four sides of a river that add to the current in which the experience of everybody should be in this situation of exchange and oxygenization that is constant. This calls for an intelligent approach for all those living on the planet. Thank you for your attention.
Señor Mora, me voy a preguntar si tienes dos palabras.
Mr. Mohan, I'd like to know if you have 2 words to describe 2 priorities. Briefly.
Sí tengo 2 palabras, pero también tengo un poco más.
You're asking
Entonces,
for me to give you 2. I've got a few more than 2.
Voy a decir, para ser breve, el diseño determina el resultado.
To be brief, I'd say design determines results.
J'aimerais savoir dans quelle mesure.
And I'd like to understand what you've implemented in Nonouka-Gomat can be applied to other places. What would be the requisite conditions to transpose this to what you've done in Nonouka-Gomat to another place?
Sí, es absolutamente aplicable a otros lugares.
No applicable to other locations, independently of the scale, or irrespective of the scale of the other places. What matters is the will to embrace its materiality in the closed scale of the global south. This comes from the colony. In other words, the importance we attach to the configuration that we're talking about applying methods, designs, and public policy that take account of other values of a conception of nature, because whatever is considered nature is configured, of course, but they also have their own scales that we have to take into account. So all of these factors, public policy that we call the soft city or town, is because we believe that the pollination system ensures prosperity, and we are inspired by this to arrange the habitat. But these are methodologies that are shared. It's a combination of methodologies. And perhaps the most important, as I mentioned, is one that I mentioned at the end. This isn't easy for administration, public administration, given its principles of legality, but it would mean creating 2 mechanisms that would function together with harmony. One would launch traditional projects with unexpected results, and maybe against the second one, because we are talking about using emerging results, organic ones, as if they had been produced by nature. They can be produced spontaneously.
Pero entonces el otro sistema toma esos resultados emergentes,
other system, shall we say, will make the most of these emerging and unexpected results, and will analyze it, will produce new theories for the place, and will be integrated in implementation or design. And that is the hardest thing to achieve, because we need an approach in towns. That's where we can do it. In towns, in cities, we should be able to optimize the use of autonomy. Without autonomy, this is impossible. This is the reason why this kind of program, in which there is the possibility of adding value of nature in the spaces we inhabit, should be produced where people live, not where the most fictional state, this mechanism of state, which is a legal fiction that has no bonds with anything. I'm talking about the government that is linked with everything. And that model can make it possible not to make the most of everything that emerges. It is a cultural shock, obviously. Because one thing that the colonial powers eliminated was the possibility of not working by project mode, but to see what happens and see what's going on. And that for 500 years, that has been taken away in Latin America. And in the original culture, the indigenous populations didn't have this idea of the project. They have the ability to manage what would happen, the unexpected. They relate more to the unexpected than to the,
un atout aussi d'être plus lié au non pas au projet, mais à la réalité de ce qu'on vit. Muchas gracias. On va...
Let's move on straight with Madame Estelle Eloubé. Do I get that right? Do I pronounce it right? Loubé, Secretary General of l'APADIM. It's Action for the Protection in Africa for Displaced People and Environmental Migrants. And more specifically, we'll talk about Cameroon. Oh, sorry, the Congo Basin.
Bonsoir tout le monde.
Good evening, everyone.
J'ai la lourde tâche de vous parler aujourd'hui des forêts du bassin du Congo.
About the forests in the Congo Basin.
Les contraintes liées au temps, je veux être
With the time constraints, I'll have to be a little quick and go to the crux of the matter.
Je me présente aujourd'hui devant vous comme
I am in front of you as an activist combining the courage of our compatriots, Maître Aligom, who's here,
le courage aussi de Simone
de Beauvoir,
et justement la passion de Wangari
Maathai,
actuellement.
To whom I
je m'appelle Lobé, je viens du Cameroun justement, je suis
I come from Cameroon. I'm the co-founder of the
APDM et des migrants environnementaux, plus connu sous l'acronyme de
therefore as under its acronym. I represent this new form of feminine militantism that promotes values of sustainable development, protection of the environment, anti-racism,
et de protection des droits
and protection of human rights, and particularly of indigenous people in the Congo Basin in Africa.
En fait, le bassin du Congo aujourd'hui est à juste titre considéré comme le deuxième
considered as the second area after Amazonia, and my colleagues mentioned the issues that we share, the same challenges, and the same concern. Actually, it's
plus de 500 millions d'hectares en termes
de 500 million hectares in terms of this area, for 300 million hectares of square meters. And we work within this basin, which was created early 1980, at the end of the 70s, beginning of the 80s, and it was and there was a kind of concerted management of these forests, thanks to the support of international donors, European Union, AFD.
Et nous travaillons particulièrement dans le tridome qui comprend le Cameroun
Tridome, which encompasses
justement
Cameroon, Gabon,
le Congo. Sa
and
diversité faunistière et faunique, justement,
forest diversity makes it as a major preservation area in terms also of carbon capturing. Most of this, there is a question of protected areas in this area, and indigenous people are considered as guardians of these forests, as it has mentioned for Amazonia. They live from their livelihoods based on hunting, fishing, and we have also cultural aspect tied to this way of living. And I have had these indigenous DNA in me because in Cameroon because I'm a pygmy, and in Cameroon it's like you are an inferior. It's almost an insult when you say you're pygmy, and it was sometimes something you had to be ashamed of. And now today I am proud to say I belong to this forest indigenous people. I'm proud to see that there are women, and that women have the right now to fight against degradation and violation of our land areas in this Congolese basin. So the main problem is that when these protected areas were created, and there were other people living in these forests, similar to what happens in Amazon, and everything was decided by our government. And then there was an economic revolution, and there were concessions to be made to forest concessions, and the rights of these people were not observed, and they did not even observe the agreement or respect the agreements they had passed with the state for those areas.
Excuse un peu là.
I do apologize. It's difficult for me to switch to the right slide.
Voilà. Justement, j'ai cofondé la PADIM.
I co-founded APADIM about 10 years ago or so, and we have three main work strands: human rights, environment, social rights, and we wanted to work on the criminality, environmental criminality in this Congolese basin, and we decided to address vulnerability pockets where organized crime is present and violates the rights of these people. And the transnational criminality is something which is growing in this basin with major impacts on the rights of indigenous people. Talking about organized environmental criminality, I'm talking about illegal forest exploitation on protected species, which are not illegally used, and also ore, diamonds, and gold, which are exploited by foreigners in our villages, in our working areas.
Donc, face à cette vulnérabilité,
so faced with this increased acute vulnerability, because of the creation of protected, because they led to people to move and therefore they were more vulnerable, and this was created by the people. And in addition to this, there was the climate vulnerability with the climate change and all the also issues related to deforestation caused by large companies coming to use our wood, our land. So we are at really in a cross cutting area, so to say, of organized crime, and they also benefit from the lack of organization of Cameroon, and crime is very violent in this area.
En fait, nous ne travaillons pas seuls dans le bassin du...
But we are not the only one working in this Congolese basin. We were fortunate. Apadim was fortunate because there was a network of actors in this area in Gabon and in Republic Democratic of Congo, and it's even maybe more serious over there compared to Cameroon. And we work with the global initiatives of the Trident through the Resilience Fund, supporting us in the field, train us when it comes to safety, and organize our work in the field in order to support us in this fight against organized crime and in order to preserve the rights of indigenous people and local people. In Cameroon, we don't talk about indigenous people. We talk about local people. We talk, and this is a population rather than people, and it is tied to the rights of minorities, at least in the legislation in Cameroon. So, with Radicozilla and Barisi, my colleague who was not
des actions justement pour essayer de désorganiser.
But we are leading actions in order to try and target those criminals within the Congolese basin. But we have to know that leaders in this area and in areas where we work, they are under constant pressure. There is an acute vulnerability that is used by criminals to also make use or use the local people, because they ignore, they're not aware of the legislation, because the government put in place the legislation, but then there is no follow-up, and people living in these forests, they don't even know that there are such laws in place, and therefore when they activities, they're not even aware that this is replaced by law, and they are the ones being arrested, they are the ones being targeted by they can't, and they don't manage to protect the forest, although they've been preserving and protecting the forest for years. And this is a major problem with this type of criminal gangs exploiting misery to benefit, financially speaking, from this, and also to damage the rights of these people. So we try to organize this resilience by putting in place revenue generating activities because with the women, because they are the very first victims which are being used within this whole chain of organized crime. Because in the reservation of Troya, I work in the Dia forest. You will see women carrying wood made of protected species, and they don't even think about the consequences if they are being arrested. And these criminals not only use the fact that they ignore the laws, they use the fact that they are poor, and when there are issues, problems, they're not even sentenced or pursued by our states. So this is very complex situation.
Notre travail est assez structuré.
Our work is quite well structured because in terms of practical activities in the field, we work together with the United Nations Organization Against Crime and Drugs, and they have different strands, and in Apadim and our partners in Congo, we work on 3 of them: protection, prevention, and promotion. In terms of, which, as I said earlier, we try to disorganize these crime organizations and to raise awareness of our leaders by making them understand what is the risk if they belong to this criminal gang. So we try to make them understand what are the sentence they could be punished with, and what is in place in order to disorganize this criminal system, to develop fear among the people. It's going to
la pénétration des gangs criminels
be a showstopper to the criminals in order for them not to penetrate the villages. Because in terms of protection, what do? We try and train community leaders that we have identified, and to combine their work with the ones of the eco guardians and the different players promoting human rights with the territorial local authorities. We work in the field. We're not the only one working, and we want to organize this resilience of these people, of this population in our state. In terms of promotion, we try to develop networks, as we have the local initiative in Mali, and we have networks also with Latin America to share best practices and to try and make sure that we can disseminate this when we go back in our respective territories in Africa.
Oui, on va conclure justement.
You got a conclusion, maybe? Yes, this will be my conclusion. Well, these are the different activities. We go in the forest, we try and train, inform the population, try and share also different experiences, and to see how the know-how, the knowledge of these people can be used as an opportunity in order to fight against organized crime within the forest of the Congolese basin. I'm sorry, this is a very short time to explain all this. Thank you very much. Indeed.
Comme tous les autres, je vais vous demander peut-être 2 mots.
Others, maybe 2 words. I will hand over the microphone to you.
2 priorités.
So 2 priorities of what should be put in place, what can be put in place today.
Le premier mot, c'est les
words. What the first one would be resilience. Why resilience? Well, resilience when faced with a system which is very aggressive, and resilience against climate change, resilience faced with donors such as AFD, which find it difficult to fund initiatives such as community-based initiative with a major impact, and also resilience against the system, which is always flouting the rights and make major decisions from the leaders in Dubai currently. And the second word I would say, transparency from our governments, from our part, in order to make sure that when there are legislation put in place and when they give concessions to international companies, what are the contracts? What is within those contracts? We need transparency. We want to claim for this transparency. And transparency for you donors, also funding actions in our countries. How can we make sure that we put in place a follow-up system, a monitoring system for all the large projects that you fund, so that you on your side understand what you want to do when funding large projects in our countries? Thank you.
La corruption est quelque chose d'assez universel.
Corruption is something which is quite universally shared, I'm afraid. Well, thank you very much. And after Latin America and Congolese Basin, now we're going to go to South Pacific with Mr. Victor Lavitte, who is a charter in development and sustainable environment and sustainable development. He's going to talk about the Loyalty Islands in New Caledonia, and he's going to talk about how legal identity was developed for turtles. The floor is yours.
Ouais, je pense qu'il faut appuyer plusieurs fois à chaque fois.
Merci. Bonjour à tous.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone.
Voilà. Il est coutume en Nouvelle-Calédonie.
We used to say in New Caledonia, when we take the floor, to have a custom being presented. So on this picture, you have customs which is done when we welcome people. So this is the custom towards the AFD for me today, welcoming us with a major thank you, specifically to Farid, Sarah, and Aurélie, who wonderfully organized my participation to this day, to this beautiful conference. And thank you to all of you who are present here today, in person, but also online. And thank you also to the panel members of these sessions, which deeply moved us through their testimonies, very sad and also very brave testimonials. And thinking about my slides that I'm going to present today, I thought maybe there were too many colors in my presentation, but maybe this is something good. I'm one of the last speakers of the afternoon for this round table. Some people said that we keep the best ones for the last. So
Merci.
Thank you. But now, without further ado.
Voilà. Alors effectivement, moi, je vais vous rendre.
Indeed, I'm going to describe briefly something that took place this year, and I'm going to develop this through three main points, with the development of a new category legal entity, the nature and rights, and also the Kanak perception, which is playing a part, and the right of nature to decolonization, Kanak environment, and the change, the need to change level of action. And to see that the rights of nature correspond to the need to change a certain level of action.
Voilà, donc ça c'est pour montrer où est la Nouvelle-Calédonie.
So this is what to show you where New Caledonia is located. So because sometimes people talk about New California, no, New Caledonia. So it's archipelago in the South Pacific, and on the coastline of Australia, New Zealand, and in an area which is called Melanesia, with indigenous people, Kanak people, who've been living there for about 3,000 years. So why should we recognize nature elements as a legal subject? Marie-Hélène mentioned the genesis of the movement of nature rights, but for Kanak there is no such thing as a difference between human being and its environment. So a human being is both sea and earth and land. So, and this is what was at the initiative of this for 10 years ago. I was asked by these local people to support them in the fight for the rights of environment and nature.
Et donc, le travail.
So, the work led to the setting up of the environmental code for the Loyalty Islands province. So this is an encounter between researchers and society, and these Loyalty Islands is populated at 80% by Kanak people, and they wanted to have an environment code that would reflect their way of seeing the world, and not a copy-paste of the French environment code, because I would like to remind you, this is still part of the French territories in Caledonia.
Alors, le titre s'appelait donc la.
So the title was official recognition of the rights of nature, and this is in that sense that it's unique, and therefore I'm presenting this today, is that it's really written in full in the positive law, and in the positive law some elements of nature are legal subjects, and it has been published in the official journal of 2023, July 2023. So this is not about citizens' declaration, it's not something theoretical, or it's not just about a collective will supported by NGOs or citizens. It's part of the legislation, elements of the nature, but its difference is that this time it's for France, it applies to France. I don't know until when this will remain as such, because this remains a territorial local authority within a state, specific state. So a judge could always decide that this text is in violation of the French legislation. So it remains quite fragile, but nevertheless it exists, and it's been in place for 6 months already. Not bad. But we are still within the recourse deadline. So what does this text say? So I'm going to go to the what's essential. So the elements of nature, living species, and natural sites are recognized as natural entities with subject to rights. They are fundamental rights which are recognized, and they have no duties. Each natural entity has its own interest to act and to have its done on its behalf. So each living element or ecosystem element are encompassed, and we also took advantage of the experience throughout the world, which was to oppose to find solutions which are the most viable for our island environment.
Oops, j'ai loupé la diapo importante.
Sorry, I missed the important slides.
Non. Faudra acheter une télécommande à la FDE.
I think AFD needs a new remote. That's for sure.
Vous pouvez revenir en arrière, s'il vous plaît?
Can you switch back for me, please? No, back forward. Oh, that was the one.
Pour la première fois donc en Nouvelle-Calédonie, en tout cas.
So for the very first time in New Caledonia and in the South Pacific, turtles and shark, which are iconic species for Oceanian population in general. It's not just for Kanak people or not for Melanesia, in Polynesia as well. We have this specific bond with specific elements of shark, and sharks or turtles are part of this. And so sharks and turtles were the very first species identified by the islands province, because we could not have a whole list of 200 species because we would have to wait too long. So we started with sharks and turtles, and other elements will be can be added in the future and be integrated in the regulation in this text. I was saying, so what's the legal entity, natural entity, is that this entity has rights. So there's the very first attribute, and I'm using the words, the wording natural entities because it's all part of our research work, and because initially I thought that we could have nature elements such as animal as legal individuals, legal subjects, but it is in conflict with the rights of human beings. And for dozens of years or even centuries, only humans, it is considered that only humans can be legal persons. So we decided not to, we don't want sharks and turtles to be considered as human. So, but we have the object or subject. So, but living is not a physical person, but it's not an object either. So we had to find another legal entity to be defined, and this is what we did.
Alors, pour montrer qu'en fait, c'est aussi.
So to say that we're going to move quickly over this, but this text translates the indigenous way of thinking in Kanak, and in our tradition, we eat turtles during a specific events, rituals, and having a legal person applied to sharks or turtles could not mean that it would be the end of a ritual, the end of a symbol of something iconic for us. So we had to keep it. So there is a waiver in specific cases. The capture of turtles can be authorized. It's important to bear this in mind, because if we want to translate it into other territories, here, for example, we're not always, not everyone wants to be vegan at all levels. So human face, it's something that it's important when we create such legal entities. Who is going to speak on behalf of sharks or turtles or other nature elements that we can all imagine? So after studying what was done elsewhere, we decided to have six people, and 3 would have to be from indeed coming from indigenous population. So this work was possible because we work in a decolonization context. And this is a decolonization framework in New Caledonia. We have local authorities and organizations which are, if I understood clearly, this is the end of this agreement of Nouméa, which is from 1998, and still valid today, even if it's fragile and may disappear soon.
Voilà. Donc,
but,
il se fait qu'effectivement, en Nouvelle-Calédonie,
it means that in New Caledonia, the French legislation, the European legislation does not apply. New Caledonia is sufficiently autonomous within the French Republic to be able to make specific decisions that apply to our area, and this is the case for environment. And so this was one of the reasons, and the second is the legal normative competence when it comes to environment is within the hands of the three New Caledonian provinces. So there are three environmental codes in New Caledonia because it is a federal government. So there are three codes each time. It's a federal approach. That's the way it works. And the last aspect, which is nevertheless important when it comes to the setting up of such natural legal entities and the recognition of them as having rights, is the life unity principle.
Voilà. On comprend l'attitude du Kanak par rapport au monde.
We understand the behavior of Kanak to the world, or the relationship to the Kanak to the world that surrounds it, because each living element can be the spirit of someone's ancestor. So by destroying nature, well, the mankind is destroying itself. So it's kind of anthropocentric. Another observation made by ethnologists and people with goodwill that way. So there's an observation that says that Kanak have a friendly relationship to the fauna and flora. So Kanak has to be understood like that. It's like a respectful friendship, which is supported by the Kanak agriculture, and he promotes the growth of these
Donc, le principe, c'est le déterminant, c'est-à-dire que l'homme et la nature ne font qu'un.
The single principle is life. So nature and mankind are one single thing. So,
la nature et l'homme,
and nature and mankind and nature are one of the same thing. Nature is a sovereign entity. And mankind, man is not above or superior to nature.
Oops. Okay. Alors, évidemment, donc, on s'est appuyé donc, dans nos travaux.
So obviously, we supported our works with works that launched the movement of the rights of nature, because it was initiated in 1970, what Marine mentioned earlier. But today, we have an approach to nature which is no longer considered as an asset, it is not something that we have in common. It doesn't belong to anyone. So, and also, we take on board beliefs and cosmovisions of indigenous people, and the taboo of legal personification of nature is no longer valid. What seemed not possible or unthinkable years ago is now possible. And this is here a list of what was done since 2008 and down to 2023. I would like to refer you to the United Nations website, which shows the list of all the countries which have adopted legal or paralegal text that recognize nature as a legal entity. So the legal personality or knowledge and recognizing as legal entities is not a miracle solution. It's just a pathway that we are exploring as researchers. And the promise for these islands, well, that people from the islands thought it was something that was that worked for them. So, but we have to go beyond that threshold, because it's a psychological threshold that is in our mindset. We're not being everything that's not human cannot be referred as legal entities. So we decided we need to have a new legal entities, which are legal natural entities. And as part of my work as a researcher, I work on this topic. I was fortunate to spend time in Martinique and to live there, and we launched a project in Martinique on Laguna, which is also dying, and the citizens wanted to protect this area, the saline, below this area, and I've got a project, it's the Meerbeeck, to recognize the Mediterranean Sea as a legal entity. If you're crazy, you have to go down to the thing and to try and apply to everything. So if you sit here, I'm trying to from research, because if we apply this for rivers, sharks, and turtles, why not Mediterranean Sea? So this is the project I'm currently working on. Thank you for your attention. And as you understood, when you work on the rights of nature, you are a committed researcher. You have to be a committed researcher to do so. For me, the rights of nature is something which is obvious, because in New Caledonia, and for several months now, following lethal attacks of sharks on non-Kanak people, sharks have been killed, and 4 killings by sharks, and hundreds of sharks have been killed. And man is a wolf for sharks. And when man was a wolf to man, there was a need to have rules, and now to prevent this from happening. And this is the case now for sharks and for nature. Thank you for your attention.
Avant de clore, j'ai juste Victoire vous demander.
Before we conclude, I just have some time to ask you for those 2 words, like the others. What are the priorities to be implemented from today?
Je suis bien sûr préparé à l'exercice puisque j'ai vu.
Of course, I prepared on this because I saw everybody else do it first, so it's a little easier for me. The first word I'd like to use, or retain, or propose is harmony. And in that category, in that word that relates to the UN program with harmony of nature, the harmony goes back to the idea of that unitary principle of life. It's harmony between mankind.
C'est aussi dans ce contexte de décolonisation, c'est aussi une question.
In the context of decolonization, it's harmony between indigenous peoples and those who've come from history and from colonization. And what we need in this world of violence and war is a bit more harmony. That's the first word that I'd use. The second word, and I've been thinking about this, I'll be a bit provocative, I'll just say replacement. So that might hurt, so forget it. Okay, open-mindedness. Because what we did in the Loyalty Islands could not work unless we had a bit of tolerance, a minimum amount of tolerance and open-mindedness. Decolonization, decolonizing our attitudes. We thought about, had learned how to think with Aristotle, with Roman law. We have to decolonize all of that. Oh, you also have to decolonize.
Ouverture d'esprit, c'est le deuxième mot.
Open-mindedness. That's my second term. That's what I chose. Thank you.
Merci. On va clore cette.
Well, great. We'll conclude this roundtable session. I think.
Je vois qu'il y a des questions.
There are questions. Let's start off very briefly. Lots of hands raised.
On va pas avoir trop le temps.
We won't have too much time.
Donc voilà, on va ouvrir. Bon.
No.
On va prendre une pause et.
We'll take a break.
On reprendra dans 15 minutes.
And we'll start in 15 minutes.
Merci beaucoup.
And go on with the next sequence. Thank you very much indeed.
So Mrs. Rask is with the Danish Institute for Human Rights. And she's here to introduce for us a tool that was made in coordination with the AFD, I think, which is a tool to measure what is this tool? What is this all about?
Can you hear me? Yes, I will tell you all about the tool. But maybe just first, I just wanted to say that I think we've really had some very rich discussions during the day, and I think it has been both somber stories, but also underlined, I think, the importance of integrating human rights into sustainable development. And my presentation now will focus on an accountability mechanism for integrating human rights into sustainable development. And it has been work that we have been doing together with AFD, as in a partnership with AFD, but also in a process with a number of other agencies that have been sort of giving comments along the way, and I will say a little bit more about the process. So it's an accountability mechanism for integrating human rights into development cooperation.
Thank you. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. So maybe to start, then the next slide, please. So I just wanted to say, we have been here, we're here celebrating the 75th anniversary of the Universal Declaration, also the 25th anniversary of the the Declaration on Human Rights Defenders. But there's another anniversary that we aren't celebrating yet, and this is the 20th anniversary of this UN Common Understanding on a Human Rights-Based Approach. It was developed in 2003. Just to highlight what this common understanding stated around what a human rights-based approach was, and it was that all development programs should have as a goal the realization of human rights. Human rights principles and standards should inform the way we do development cooperation. And I think we heard lots of examples today of the importance of participation, respecting the rights to participate and to be consulted in development programs and in development processes, the importance of ensuring that marginalized groups are reached in our development cooperation. And these are some of the principles that we were that should be informing the process of our development. And then, of course, that the outcome of development is about building the capacity of duty bearers and of rights holders to be able to know and claim their rights, so that we can realize further the realization of human rights. But that, I think, is hopefully well-known stuff, but I just wanted to underline that 20th anniversary of the Common Understanding. Then next slide, please. But I should also say that lots of member states have also made a number of global commitments to integrating human rights into sustainable development. The current international framework of the 2030 Agenda includes a number of commitments from states to do this. So the SDGs seek to realize the human rights of all. Next. And please maybe do it quickly. And they envisage a world, and then stop. Yes. Okay, stop. The agenda emphasizes the responsibility of all states to respect, protect, and promote human rights. Next. It's grounded in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and international human rights treaties. So again, the strength of the standards. And I think the most important thing for our work in development is that the agenda is to be implemented in a way that is consistent with obligations of states under international law. So we have, so next slide, please. So we have a lot of commitments and some research that the Institute did now quite a few years ago. Next. Highlighted that almost 92% of the 169 SDG targets have a substantive link to human rights. So again, we have a lot of commitments made by member states of the UN member states, and also a framework, an understanding of a human rights-based approach on which we can base our work. So now getting to the work that we've been doing with the AFD and a number of agencies. So next slide, please. So over the last year, we have been looking at, in cooperation with AFD, how can we develop a mechanism that actually looks at the degree to which human rights are integrated in development cooperation. But before we did that, we wanted to get an understanding of actually what is the state of play. What do development cooperation agencies actually do today in terms of measuring their integration of a human rights-based approach? So maybe if you can open all the yes, thank you. So this is a bit a description of the process that we carried out. Starting specifically, we had a meeting in April, a sort of general introduction to each other, to both AFD and to the Danish Institute. But since June, we have been working quite intensively with first by starting with stakeholder interviews with a number of development agencies and ministries to get an understanding of the degree to which they have been measuring a human rights-based approach in their development cooperation. We've had a number of meetings with different development agencies and ministries. You can see both in September and in October we met again to discuss this framework, because of course we wanted a framework that was useful for development agencies as well. So it was very important for us that we develop this in cooperation with agencies and ministries. And then we've had rounds of comments, and we've also had the French civil society giving us comments. Thank you very much. They were really useful to us. And also, of course, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in France that has also given us input. So we are now in a position where we can present a tool, but maybe just to go one step back to some of the findings that we had through the stakeholder interviews about where agencies are. So maybe next slide. So these are the number of agencies that we met and discussed with over the last few weeks, few months, as part of this measuring human rights-based approach to development, which I hope you have seen also outside the little publication, the briefing note that we have made of these discussions. So it's been primarily, as you can see, European development agencies and ministries of foreign affairs that are working with development cooperation and human rights. Next slide, please. So what were the overall findings? And maybe you can just put them all in. Yes, thank you. So these are some of the overall findings from our stakeholder interviews of where development agencies and ministries are. So it was very clear that most had legal and policy commitments to a human rights-based approach. There was also a number of agencies that had developed a number of tools and resources, and had also carried out very large evaluations of their integration of a human rights-based approach in the development cooperation. And there's recently been one also by Finland. But what we did notice that while there were policies, the proactive engagement of some agencies and with the human rights-based approach varied. New approaches have come into play, and sometimes the HRBA in some agencies have been put on the side burner. Many described after many years challenges in implementing the HRBA commitments in practice, and actually quite surprisingly, many highlighted the fact that there were many different understandings of a human rights-based approach, even within the same agency. And then, in terms of who was actually doing actual measuring of the degree to which they're integrating human rights-based approach, one ministry had actually developed a system for rating each program according to the level of their human rights consideration, and this was quite, well, relatively new. And then two others were exploring the degree to which they could more effectively report on these commitments. So maybe not looking at a kind of marker system, but actually being able to more effectively report on their commitments. But generally, we found a general lack of accountability and really a need to strengthen the more systematic monitoring and evaluation of the human rights-based approach across programs and projects within the different agencies. So if we go to the next slide, please. Yes, thank you. So specifically, what we found was that there was, although there were some agencies that had one agency that had developed a framework, there was actually no standardized means to assess the degree to assess the degree to which development cooperation respects and furthers the realization of human rights in a systematic way. We saw that where there were human rights assessments that were compulsory, it was mostly in relation to the do no human rights harm. But when we looked at, the doing good, the actual promoting and protecting human rights, so the more towards the realization of human rights and supporting states to live up to their obligations, this here we saw there were no compulsory assessments prior to approval on the degree to which human rights and the human rights-based approach were implemented. And we did find a lot of experiences and learning to build on, which have also inspired the tool that we have now will present in a pilot version. So next slide, please. So, what? Yes, yes, all. I think there's another point. Yes. So what is this human rights accountability mechanism, which we call the HRBA check? So primarily it is a mechanism designed to improve the quality of the implementation of human rights in development cooperation. We hope it will provide a more systematic framework for reporting on progress or regress in the integration of human rights and human rights standards and principles in development cooperation. And probably the most important element of what we hope this check will do as well is to secure accountability for some of the legal and policy commitments that development agencies, member states have actually made to human rights and to the human rights-based approach. Next slide, please. So who is it for? The way we have designed it in a way that it can be used by most or any sustainable development actor interested in integrating more, increasing their ambition on integrating human rights into development. So it can be used by development agencies, it can be used by civil society organizations, multilateral development organizations, and even national human rights institutions. So it's really an open a document to be used by those that are really keen to further the integration of human rights in development cooperation. Next slide, please. So this is the HRBA measurement system that we have developed, and for those of you that know some of the gender equality markers or other OECD DAC markers, you will recognize this framework, we have specifically drawn on the OECD-DAX system, marker system, the scoring system, the tier system of 0, 1, 2, to be able to, for those that want to use this as a marker, to be able to integrate to follow the OECD DAX system. And the three layers that we are proposing as a sort of differentiation of the level of integration of human rights is the 0 level, so the do no human rights harm, which is we consider the base level. So all projects should be at this level. We should not be doing human rights harm. And this is mostly related to assessing and mitigating risks and ensuring that the funded activity does not have any negative human rights impacts. So this is the absolute minimum. And then we have developed 2 other levels, also, as you can see, very inspired from some of the gender thinking as well. So a human rights progressive level, which looks at integrating human rights standards in the process of the intervention. So looking at, the principles of participation, accountability, transparency, equality, non-discrimination, and integrating that into the process of the development cooperation or the project. And then the last one being the highest ambition, the one where probably we would argue that the UN Common Understanding was pushing us towards as well, and that's the human rights transformative. So at this level, the realization of human rights is the principal objective, and we're really seeing work on structural barriers to the realization of rights. So that is the sort of overall measurement system that you will find in the HRBA check. Next slide, please. So what does it measure? Again, we have followed very much the OECD-DAC system, again, to make it compatible with, for those that want to use this system as a type of marker. So we are looking at assessing the analysis and whether projects and programs are based on human rights risk assessments and human rights context analyses. We're looking at the objectives of the project, so whether the projects respect human rights or are actually moving beyond that and advancing the realization of human rights by supporting governments to live up to their human rights obligations. We look at the indicators and whether they're indicators which help us monitor the human rights risks. We look at the activities, so that whether we can see that the analysis and the objectives and indicators are actually reflected in what the project and program intends to do. And then, importantly, we look at monitoring and evaluation, also to try to assess the degree to which this is also integrated into monitoring and evaluation processes. So these are what we would call the criteria for actually going in and looking at the degree to which human rights are integrated. Next slide, please. So just to give a little bit of insight into the measurement, and encourage you also to look at the document that we have shared. So all we are suggesting that projects and programs are classified against the HRBA check based on their meeting of a clear majority of the criteria within the respective levels. So we are suggesting, as I mentioned before, that the minimum standard is that the project should do no human rights harm and be based on a human rights risk assessment. So that's the bottom standard. We suggest, but that's of course up to each development agency, that projects and programs that are clearly human rights blind should not be financed. And what we have particularly integrated in the assessment system is what we call the comply and explain principle. And this is that there is no one-size-fits-all approach. So in short, when reviewing the projects and programs, if a project does not meet the indicators and standards, instead of saying, okay, this project therefore cannot be funded, but even though it has covered most of the indicators in the human rights progressive, for example, that instead there is a comply and explain principle, that if it cannot be met, what are the reasons that this cannot be met, and then it's of course objectively assessed whether that's, nothing more could be done. So that is a little bit the sort of some of the insight into how we're looking at the measurement system. Next slide, please. So maybe also to say that in a level 2 project, so the highest level, we are not suggesting that this is always the best level to be at. Also recognizing that in some context, one might not be able to go so far immediately in a transformational approach. So what we're really encouraging is the more systematic assessment of what's possible, and sort of encouraging and what should I say, those working with partners or communities on seeing how far one could actually move the integration of human rights in that particular context and with that particular partner. So really recognizing the importance of context. Then the next slide, please. So I'm just going to very quickly go through. This is what the check looks like. And of course, you cannot read it, but I just wanted to give you a sense of what it looks like. It is divided, as you see, into various criteria with checks on what to look for. And again, it is really meant to help those working with partners and with projects to explore what's possible, to hopefully understand what the human rights-based approach implies, and to discuss what's possible in a particular context. Next slide, please. And this, you see, the human rights progressive is done in the same way. And the next slide, please. This is also the human rights transformative, and you can see again the checks that one needs to also go through. And of course, this one is the most ambitious one. It's the most demanding one, and therefore there's quite more criteria around that. So the next slide, please. So what can we use the data or the information that we get from this? So the first way it could be used is, of course, assessing the funding levels. That's how the markers, if you use it in a way like a marker, you could be assessing, as for example, one development agency is doing today, how many projects are just in the do no human rights harm, and how many transformative projects they are actually funding. And some can even put, if they think it's desirable, targets on where they would like to be as development agencies. So this is the marker the check can be used in this way. But it can also be used, and I really want to emphasize this, it does not have to be used as just a financing check. It can also be used as a framework for discussions in teams across the institution on projects and programs, really encouraging the sharing of practices, developing common analysis, developing a common understanding. So it can also have that value as well. And also for those that are reporting to their management, we understood in our interviews that there were a number of agencies that are being asked to report on how they integrate, how well they are integrating human rights, either to their management or to their ministries. And this framework could also assist in, giving some indicators on the types of things that one could report on. Next slide, please. And then we have in the marker, in the HRBA check, a number of guidelines on some overall guidelines on how to use it. One of the very clear recommendations that we received when we were discussing with a number of the development agencies and ministries around the use of current markers was, and evaluations are also pointing to this, is that the markers tend to be only focused at the formulation phase, and therefore one loses the follow-up to really assess whether the project that was assessed as a human rights transformative project remains transformative throughout the project implementation. So one of the things that we are suggesting is that we apply the mechanism to the throughout the process, and I can see I've jumped to that because for me this is very important. But it's another point that was also mentioned was the importance of using this type of guideline very early on in the discussions with partners or communities or whoever you are developing a project or program with. So not waiting until it's written in paper to actually start the assessment, but really using it as a form of dialogue with those that you are working with. To apply it to all projects and programs. And it can only make sense, of course, if there is an investment in staff capacity, in using the mechanisms, resources attached to it. If not, it will just remain on paper and maybe remain a point of frustration for staff. So it's really important, the investment in capacity and resources to actually do this. And then one of the things that, particularly when we get to the transformative level, that we think is really important is really the investment in funds to build the capacity of the beneficiary and partner institutions where needed. Some of our partners, I could hear, are very well versed in using human rights in their work. But for those that are not really investing in the capacity, building their capacity to, understand the human rights-based approach and exploring how it could be used in their context. So again, moving away from the idea that we do a check at the formulation phase and then all is over, but really trying to integrate it from the early phases and throughout the program and project cycle. Next, I think that is, yes, so maybe just to say where we go from here. Thank you for listening. But where we go from here, so we have developed this as a pilot version, and we are very interested in working with sustainable development actors and agencies that wish to use this, test this, and give us feedback on how this is working and what needs to be changed, and also take it on and make it into something completely different if that is what is needed. So we're just hoping that this is inspiration to further accountability for human rights-based approach in development cooperation.
Thank you very much. So as you said, I believe this is really, this accountability mechanism is really like a common good, a common wealth that everybody here or online can make their own. I think that's the key message of your presentation. As everyone, can I ask you two words that come to your mind as priorities to implement human rights and sustainable development?
Yes, I think I mentioned some of it earlier. I really think from the discussions that we've had, and I must say I found it so very inspiring the last 2 days, and I think it's events like this, sharing of experiences on both some of the harms that human rights, that if we don't, some of the harms that we can cause if we do not integrate human rights in development cooperation. So more stories about that to really understand why we need to do this. And so removing it from a technical discussion, but actually really understanding the why. And then I also think the sharing, really sitting together. Now we're in a big group, but also sitting together in teams, in departments, in institutions, and really discussing and sharing experiences. I mean, I think in many instances when people start to share their projects, they might never have known that they were integrating human rights or human rights-based principles in their projects. But through discussions, you can see, yes, so this I did integrate, but maybe I can do more in relation to, yes, maybe I should work more on addressing discrimination issues, or maybe I can do more around accountability. But actually having that joint discussion and joint understanding, I think is really useful. And I also think that, I'll repeat it again, it's about investing in resources and capacity to do this. This cannot be done by itself. So it's really important that those that wish to do this invest in it, invest in the resources and capacity needed to do it. Okay. So those were three, sorry.
Yeah, invest, but you're not the first one to talk about resources, and I think that's a key issue. Thanks a lot, Carol.
Thank you.
And we'll hand the floor over to representatives of networks of civil society in France, with the Southern Coordination and the French Platform of Human Rights NGO. Without further ado, let's ask Yann Robert to speak to us about South Coordination and the stakes and challenges to overcome. Thank you. My name is Jean Robert. Yann Robert. So Jean Robert. But everyone always called me Jean, so it doesn't matter. So thank you to the AFD and coordination
de venir s'exprimer à ce moment précis de la conférence. Coordination Sud.
At this moment of the conference. At the moment, we have 180 organizations, associations in particular, both in humanitarian and in development.
The
question of human rights is central for members of the Coordination Sud in the diversity of objectives they are pursuing. It is central because humanitarian aid and development aid are directly linked to the effective access of rights, which results from a precise legal framework which corresponds to the legitimacy of promises made in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and in other statutes. Now, what are we talking about here? Access to the means of subsistence, obviously, but also responses to precariousness in many ways, in employment, housing, health, education, citizenship, through peace, freedom of expression, freedom of association, or women's rights, recognition of young people. These are all issues to which development must respond. The SDGs, we referred to these several times today, help to meet these challenges, each of which is linked to the rights covered by the UDHR and its complementary frameworks linked to the new challenges for rights in relation to the depletion of natural resources, accelerated climate change, which are, as we know, existential threats for the human race and for human beings in it.
For a long time, development has been perceived as an issue for the South. With the Sustainable Development Goals, we can see how it is also a global issue, a systemic issue. With human rights, we are actually talking about public policies, and we're expecting for them to bring cohesion to our societies, which are complex and diverse everywhere. In the South, and not just in the North, the same questions arise. Are individual and collective needs and aspirations central to development objectives? Having listened to what has been said today, I believe that we need to add individual and collective aspect and not to oppose them when we talk about human rights. Whether the policies and projects take account of development that leaves no one behind. And can this be achieved in contexts where civil and political rights are not effective? I believe that today we can say that everywhere democracy can only be legitimate if people can see that it makes their access to fundamental rights progress. It's an imperative that has become truly global. I began my speech from this angle because there are two ways of looking at development policies and relationship to human rights. There is the one that sees everything as part of a competition between everything, between everyone. That is still the dominant way of. And then there is the other way, the one that guides our civil society organizations, the one that only believes in the cooperation of everyone with everyone, the one that knows the centrality of relationship between civil society and institutions. We didn't mention that much today, actually. The need for institutions that rely on civil societies to build effective access to life. Civil societies that can rely on institutions to make societies move forward. The one that knows that rights are linked, especially in the field say interdependent. The one that relies on citizen participation to positively manage immediate interests, which are often divergent in our society between people, groups, in order to move forward collectively. And since we are in a northern country, I would add the one that knows that tensions in northern societies are the result of global policies that have been affecting southern countries for a long time. So many of AFD's general approaches, because one had to talk about AFD at some point, apart from thanking AFD for inviting. Well, in this project, we see a lot of civil society approaches, and this can be seen both in the financing that are that is offered to civil society specifically and in more general projects. So we should all be pleased about this and hope that ODA funding, this type of funding, will increase. So having clearly stated this, Coordination Sud is concerned about one issue, which we feel should contribute to the collective reflection of this day, which is not about rights, human rights themselves, but about their effective implementation. So while the Coordination Sud was delighted to see the advances made by the content of the 2021 law for French development aid policy, and this over the next 5 years, we note that too many of the guidelines that the authorities are promoting today are do no longer fall within this scope and not guided by this very too many. I didn't say all of them. So therefore, as a result, Coordination Sud have had to question the French authorities on issues that are crucial for the countries that benefit from French development funding. So I'm going here to mention 3 examples which demonstrates how much it is needed to have ongoing discussions in an open and constructive manner to ensure that the direction given by the Human Rights Compass is not undermined, bypassed, and sometimes ignored. And I've heard in the reflections that some of you said today that you were sometimes wondering not only for France, but for the northern countries in general. And the fight against financing of terrorism, which is highly topical and legitimate objective, has come to impact, according to us, the effectiveness of the development work carried out by civil society organizations in the field. We were required to record the identity of each recipient of funding, from the whatever the nature, from the very first euro, and whatever its nature. Our organizations did not succeed in getting people to admit that such a procedure was impossible to implement, that we were faced with a dilemma that made no sense, according to us. So either we did what we were asked to do, and for a number of reasons, our relationship with the beneficiaries for different reasons would be deteriorated, or we had to abandon the project of our activities concerned. So we sought the opinions of the Council of State, which in France, which generated important tensions in our relations with the public authorities, but led to a decision that enabled us to reopen the dialogue. To date, however, the state seems to be proceeding with procedures that no other European Union funder is requesting, actually, with, in our view, the risk of penalizing people who are legitimately benefiting, or should be legitimately benefiting. So this issue illustrates the tension that exists between the demand for fundamental human rights to be effective, which is at the heart of our conferences, and the way in which authorities are going to ask operators to implement administrative regulations. I will come back to this later. Relationship between financing of official development assistance and objectives external to this policy is another difficulty that arises from political authorities. As far as migration management is concerned, the 2021 Act explicitly rejected this link between development, I'm referring to, and repressing what's considered as illegal immigration. However, this issue is coming back to the French Parliament, and beyond that, to what is being discussed at European level. We know that the Secretary of State, on behalf of the Ministry, is clearly opposed to this conditionality, and this is something that we welcome. But will she be heard? Because development aid might be a victim of policies that should not be directly linked to it. An example of aid conditionality that we consider illegitimate, there is the suspension of funding for NGOs operating in Burkina Faso, Niger, decided at the highest political level on the grounds that civil society has no voice in criticizing the coup d'etat. This de facto demands that NGOs position themselves at the risk of difficulties in implementing the core of their mandate to support vulnerable populations in gaining effective access to their rights. So it's therefore in the name of the primacy of this access that we are seeking to loosen the guardian note when we are discussing with the political authorities. Finally, there is a third example, because I said there would be three. There is the question of the unique place of the ODA, the public support to development in accessing two fundamental rights. So the 2021 law announced the welcome contribution of the increase in funding that began in 2019. At the same time, it was announced that the target of 0.7 of GNI, that this level would be reached by 2025. This is now just a stage. It remains a point of fact. This growth in public aid is all the more crucial that many of the investments that contribute to the cohesion of societies rely on public funding, which is often irreplaceable in a very primary sense of the term, because there is no other alternative. So, however, with no explanation for the reduced need of development public aid, and it has announced that the target of 0.7% would be abandoned, and the debate on development financing shifted. So abandoned, that's for 2025. So very, very long term for this 0.7%. It remains a commitment, but with no deadline in view. So, and the funding, development financing has been shifted. So government authorities are now arguing on that the focus should be on the contribution of private finance to development-related investment, and the public aid to development should be mobilized within this framework. So clearly, we feel that the centrality of the human rights compact attached to this aid disappears here. So there are two ways of looking at what I've just said. So there is one which judges that criticisms are unfounded, too negative, or even maybe too aggressive. Possible, maybe. But let me say quite directly, quite frankly, that it's not the case. It's neither the intention nor the way coordination should carry out its mission in when having discussions with the authorities. What I would like us to remember, and I'm close to finish to the conclusion, what I would like us to remember is that thinking about development aid, official development assistance, cannot do without the centrality of the human rights framework. It's a very comprehensive framework, a very demanding framework, an essential framework for reconciling, and this is what we want, is to reconcile action and the achievement objectives based on the values that our society claim, and that are the basis of our society, that they must protect and that they must advance. One last comment I would like to share is that there might be well, we may have reason to look at a given issue from approaches other than those of human rights. But we affirm, and I hope everyone in this room, that a sustainable development will never make progress without these other approaches being questioned by the approach of human rights, of all human rights. So we'd like to thank AFD for holding this conference, which demonstrates the importance it gives to human rights in its activities and its action. And thank you for your attention, even if I was maybe 10 minutes longer than what I committed to do. It doesn't matter. Thank you. Thank you, Jean-Robert. So, same as for other speakers, the two words, the two priorities. You should speak in the microphone. Inclusive society, but in the sense of all rights for everyone, which is opposed to other concepts of what our society can be. So concept that say rights is good, but not for everyone, at least for me, but not for everyone. And the ones that say, well, achieve your rights, you're competing with others, and good luck to you. It's not the way we perceive inclusive society. Thank you. So now we're going to move on straight away with Raphaël Chenuil-Hazan, representing the French platform of human rights NGOs. The floor is yours. Well, thank you. I will try to observe your human rights by not being too long and by being quite concise. Do let me know if it's too long. So first of all, I would like to say thank you, Farid, Sarah, the whole team, Philippe's team, for this conference, for the conference, for today's conference, for all the discussions, debates that we had in a small committees that were very interesting and fruitful, but also more globally speaking for committing to a deep reflection over the past years on the practices in the area of development in order to make sure that the rights-based approach should become a reflect, that it should feed in the actions of all the players of international solidarity, whether it be within associations, but also at the state level, and also within the AFD house. And I think that it's extremely important to perform this type of work to educate AFD house, because it's about raising information, raising awareness internally as well. And I think that's what that's the meaning of such today's event. I would like to say how moved I was over the past 2 days of discussions, for having the opportunity to listen and to hear so many testimonials, powerful ones, illustrated by the experience lived, people fighting, women and men fighting in the field, who are the defenders of human rights, whether farmers, United Farmers, female farmers in the Latin America, the testimonial of was really moving, African lawyers and actors committed against the agro industry in Asia or in Indonesia. I'm thinking specifically to my friend Fatia Moulidianti and Aris Azar, partners who faced on 17th of December in Jakarta up to 4 years of imprisonment for criticizing the corruption or mentioning the corruption of the state and the link of the military operations in Papua and Western Malaysia. I think about activists of LGBTQ facing difficulties everywhere in the world. I would like to greet Alice, my dear friend, who is a major representative of this group. I'm thinking of Palestinian, Syrian, Lebanese, who are facing the most difficult conditions to inform and help people of the world understand, as it was expressed by the director of the Samir Kassir Foundation in a very interesting presentation. And also, I'm thinking of Narges Mohammadi, who on Sunday will be awarded the Nobel Prize 2023. She wants to be awarded it because she's in jail, and she spent over the past 20 years, she spent 15 years in jail, and her children and her husband will be given this award on her behalf because they live in France and they are refugees here in France, and it's important to remind people of this. And she's in jail for fighting for the past 20 years against death sentence, and to have demonstrated and claiming women's rights for freedom. So it's something I haven't heard. Maybe I missed something, and I didn't hear about China. I didn't hear anyone mentioning China, country which, however, is at the heart of economic cooperation, contemporary one, at the heart of a global exchange through the new Silk roads with bilateral cooperation or multilateral cooperation agreements. And yet, China is the country embodying all the actions of human rights in the world, trade unionists, community representatives, lawyers, ethnic minorities, environmental defenders, and more, and so on. So I find this is interesting because talking about development or cooperation, this makes me think about something that was said during another AFD event several years ago. Sometimes I'm a bit, I like to address such topics which are a bit irritating. So I called upon in 2019 attention to something that was published in an AFD document, and in 30 pages, talking about the Silk roads, never once mentioned China, and which was before AFD members, and this was illustrating this discrimination between, or the distinction between the development-based approach, and not even mentioning the project in 2017 of a loan to China for a project of coal plant in Qingdao, which had not taken place after consulting NGOs. It's important. I'm saying this because there was a shift occurred, and I'm emphasizing this because we are in a new impetus. And my organization, this NGOs, human rights NGOs platform, such as Coordination Sud, we are acting as contact people for the local press. We represent 30 NGOs acting in favor of human rights internationally, and we try as much as we can to support and reinforce these rights wherever this is possible. So we've worked a lot over the past years with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, with the AFD, and I co-chaired in this respect a working group as part of the CNDSI on environment and reducing environment for civil society. PDH published a report on the shrinking of the civic space to do the monitoring of recommendations made to the states, but to all the components and the ministries and AFD, and which I believe is still a relevant tool in order to make progress in the future. I will come back to this later on. We also worked together in 2019 to the drafting with the AME to the strategy for development. As regards the approaches based on rights, there was a failure. After the years 90s, we've moved from OMDs to SD, Sustainable Goal Development, and today we do not consider the right-based approach without, or we do not consider development without human rights-based approach. So human rights should no longer peripheral elements, they should be at the heart of public policy. And I would like to mention as well, as I said earlier, the work that was done on the shrinking of the civil society. And also there is what I call a backlash on human rights and mainly on human rights for women or for LGBTQI+, in numerous countries, even in Europe. So I'm going to move faster because I see that and I've committed to observe your rights. So moving straight to the recommendations. So the ambition that we have on our platform is to work in an effective manner on how we can support and help the sectors dedicated to human rights and this partnership, the synergy between development and human rights. First of all, integrating at the AFD human rights in its strategic plan. So they are drafting their next strategic orientation agenda or plan for the next year. And in the previous plan, human rights in 2022, there was no mention of human rights. So I'm calling upon the AFD to make sure that for their next strategic plan, to incorporate human rights in throughout the whole plan, because this should be part of the strategic plan for the next 5 years or the next years to come. So I also would like to recommend, and this is derived from these two reports, to call upon the AME to develop a global strategy for human rights, including human rights and development, but also integrating all the rights in all these different and various components. And I would like also to have a systematized appointment of a contact person for human rights within embassies and AFD offices. This is a recommendation that we've made, and also for the drafting of a guideline on the human rights defenders, and this in collaboration with the OSCs. So in order to have a proper policy at the AFD, it should not be only based on the human rights approaches, it should be an overall approach, but based on fundamental rights, civic and political rights. With the 2000 movement towards transition towards new governance, it should be part of the AFD in its operation. And last recommendation, which is important for us, it's about securing the fundings for the human rights. Jean said it earlier, Jean-Robert said earlier, the 0.7% should feed in the human rights, taking into consideration the flexibility and the specificities of the different players of this sector. And I would like also to call upon the AFD to do so, but also philanthropic support to increase the fundings to human rights throughout the world, significantly increasing this support without conditionality, developing strategic complementarity of local and international NGOs, supporting human rights NGOs for structural support, co-funding, and this was at the heart of one commitment in order to mitigate the weaknesses of the sector, to fund the relocation of NGOs fighting for human rights, which are jeopardized. And also, I would like to call upon foundations, because there's not only the ministry, not only AFD, but foundations have to be part of, to be involved in the funding and not to get out of this Franco-French perception. Anglo-Saxon foundations have had this comprehensive approach, integrating human rights in their strategic plan, and the French ones should do the same. I thank you for your attention. Thank you, Raphael. Before moving to the closing session, same to the previous speakers, I will ask you to give me 2 words that would, beyond the recommendations, they were very clear, but 2 words that would embody the priorities. So I'm director of ensemble, together against the death sentence, and I'm chairing this other association, and it's the key word in this, apart from the work I do at the platform, is together. This is the key word. This is compelling. We need to work together on this synergies. I would say one word would be together. And I'm quite, I hesitate between transparency and flexibility. We've had transparency before, so we'll have flexibility around resources or having to do with resources. And I support the question raised on resources mentioned by Carol earlier on. So flexibility and of these resources. So I see this opportunity to Nas Amiti is in prison in Iran. And this is a very important fight for us as well. Thank you very much to both of you. And at the same time, I'm going to ask to join us on stage the next three speakers. So please join us on stage Zidane Satignon Kuessi, who's going to talk about the defense of rights, Andraina Mahatanasoa, who is going to talk to us to address these audience as well, and Thomas Melonio, who is going to give us the last words, to say the conclusion words of this day later on. So, Mavalo, the word is, the floor is yours. You can take microphones either here or stand up over there. So thank you very much.
Bonsoir à tous.
Good evening, everyone. I would like to invite you to look behind you. Please turn and look behind you. You will be impressed to see that we are still a numerous audience despite this late hour today. It's a long day, but it means that we are spending a very an excellent moment of sharing and of this nice discussion. So my name is Mavalo Christelle Kaloulé, President of Race International, as it was said, and I'm also originating from Burkina Faso. I've been working in the Sahel region, and I'm also the president of the Permanent Secretariat of NGOs of Burkina Faso. I would like to start, if you allow me to do so, by telling you a little story. I think that I've never considered myself as defending human rights until very recently. But for the past 20 years, I've been working in the development sector. And I was quite surprised when I was called the name defenders of human rights. And I understood that this was true, this was true when recently I was threatened for having condemned the coup d'etat that took place in my country.
Whereas those who had taken over control had actually said they were obliged to do so. So I understood what I was facing.
J'ai une forte délégation qui est à Dubaï pour la COP 28. Je devais y être.
I should have been there, but naturally I chose to be here. And you can understand. I find this a very important moment for our community.
Celui-là marche? Oui, je pense qu'il va marcher. Ok, formidable. Vous m'entendez? Ok. Alors que nous concluons cette conférence riche en enseignements,
very educational conference, I am a representative of Forus, our international network with 22,000 meters, with a vision for the future together. This event emphasizes the crucial importance of tying human rights with sustainable development in celebrating the significant anniversary of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and the United Nations Declaration on Defenders of Human Rights, we recognize together the importance of our mission. The discussions we've had from the things have revealed the diversity of the stakes, rights, human rights, protection of rights in Africa and Europe. These stories have improved our understanding of interconnected challenges that we face together. These sessions have explored the role of human rights in the ecological transition and emerging rates. The discussions have shown that the commitment towards human rights and the environment are not only essential, but also possible. This day confirms that sustainable development requires an integrated approach that respects the diversity of human rights and is aware of the importance of our natural environment. I'd like to share with you the reality of the region where I come from, the Sahel, Sub-Saharan Africa. In January 2023, the western central parts of Africa had 13.2 million displaced people displaced by force. It's figures that's doubled since 2018. However, the current context does not allow us to hope for an immediate improvement in the future. Despite its potential that is rich and varied, the region can best be qualified by a general instability, both in political and safety and community terms. Other factors such as the impact of climate change and food safety and poverty. We've heard throughout the day. In Burkina Faso, in Mali and Niger, in central sub-Saharan Africa, a security and humanitarian crisis has occurred and is becoming increasingly complex, leading to massive population displacements to human centers. Democracy as a universal principle of governance has been brought into question. Human rights and fundamental rights, freedoms, are sorely tested for security reasons. Partnerships dating from a long time ago are sorely tried and questioned by a part of opinion. In this part of Africa, populations have the feeling that the crisis has been and remains invisible or even completely overlooked, and that it has been taken hostage, which exercises additional pressure on civil society parties and humanitarian workers. The situation is, of course, difficult, but not hopeless, because populations are very resilient and are fighting day to day and wish to return to a dignified, stable, and prosperous life. Depending on the needs of humanitarian needs in 22-23 in Burkina Faso, 1 inhabitant in 5 is an internal displaced person, and some 2 million people are displaced internally. 3.7 million people need humanitarian aid, and only 30% of these needs for financing have been acquired. We also note 23.98% of education infrastructures are not working, not functional. As we're thinking about our trajectory, as we can say that on a global level in the recent years have been marked by unprecedented deficiencies that have reduced to nothing all of the progress achieved in achieving the SDGs. It has been said on multiple occasions. The path we choose now in this time of crisis facing our planet and its inhabitants, well, I'd like to remind you some of the important dimensions that must be at the heart of our actions. Dialogue and inclusive participation, given growing challenges. Dialogue sustained will ensure greater participation. They're vital. And civil society must be integrated in each level of decision-making. It is vital for governments to commit to support an environment that supports civil society in adopting a policy that is recommended by the OECD, for example. This must transcend the symbolism and focus on concrete actions to promote participation by civil society in all political processes and at every level. We observe a shrinking of the civic space, accentuated by digitization, that requires enhanced protection, digital rights and civic space. So we ask for effective participation of civil society that goes beyond simple consultation and ensure that the voices of the community are heard and integrated in world forums. Civil society reflects the hopes and needs of communities and must be a central partner in developing policy. Not including the contribution of civil society, we mean ignoring the real needs of the populations we do. The policy for sustainable development, and we talked about that this morning, should force us to improve coordination between the various policies. Civil society is a vital ally in identifying emissions, possibilities for synergy, and in particular, to help harmonize climate action with SDGs. The continuous contribution of world partners for development to combat poverty, inequality, and the effects of climate change require regional and international solid cooperation to help aid or reducing public aid for political reasons would gravely affect those who are in emergency situations, such as the people in the region I come from, and where climate change or conflicts severely threaten means of subsistence, food safety, education, and public health. It is therefore essential to acknowledge the crucial role of local leadership and the organization of civil society. They are vital in the analysis of complexes, then to identify needs and to define priorities, acting independently of political dynamics between states and focusing on the needs of the most vulnerable. In a context of democratic challenges and a restriction of the civic space, international partners must contribute significantly and constantly to fight against inequality and the effects of climate change. Public help, public development aid should be considered not as a diplomatic lever, but as a fundamental commitment towards these objectives. Organizations in civil society are key partners to achieve humanitarian programs and sustainable development. They play a decisive role to transform fundamental rights, sustainable development, and solidarity across the world, to make it a concrete reality and not an ideal. Rethinking the financing in respect of human rights and the principles of efficiency in development, it is imperative to increase investment and to ensure that we have resilient societies that meet the needs of communities and protect ecosystems. Donor countries should commit to providing public aid for development that is more significant and of better quality, and we have heard these words, the word flexibility, and preserve the integrity of aid and adhering to human rights and the principles of development efficiency. The recent events in Central South Sub-Saharan Africa should inspire thinking and reforms to be made. And investing in developing capacity, this is crucial. Governments should set national objectives to develop capacities for the various groups, including civil society, and regularly report on this. In conclusion, the transformative change that we aim at requires solidarity, courage, and audacity. France and the European Union are key actors in this transformation, defending values that are fundamental of human rights and actively supporting the Sustainable Development Goals from the Paris Accord. Our commitment is vital to ensure the 2030 agenda with specific attention to local actions. I'd like to conclude with a call for unity in action. and say that together we can transform human rights and sustainable development into a tangible reality. Forest, in cooperation with civil society, is committed to making this vision a reality. Thank you for your commitment, or unrelenting commitment, and for this cause together, we can make a difference, and a significant one. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Mavalo, pour cette...
Thank you very much, Mavalo, for this very strong speech, which put things in their place. We'll now take some time to listen to young people, the future defenders of human rights.
D'abord de Zidane Satignon Kuessi, qui est défenseur des droits originaire du
Zidane Satignon Kuessi, who's originally from Benin, and who will give us his vision of human rights. Over to you.
Zidane me dit qu'Andriana voudrait passer avant, c'est ça?
Zidane said that Andraina would like to go first. So let's swap around. Over. We'll ask Andraina Mahatanasoa to give us her vision of human rights. Adriana is from Madagascar. Hello, everybody. My name is Adriana. I come from Madagascar. I'm 17 years old. I'm a militant for children's rights, and the AEFD invited me to present yesterday the difficulties that Malgache children go through, and today to conclude the conference. I come from a poor family, and I would never been able to hope to be with you today. I am happy because children aren't always taken seriously, and girls less so, and even less so in Madagascar. But the AFD gave me the opportunity to be heard, and the other Malgache children that I represent, and who are the actors for change. In Madagascar, many children are not respected. I talk in favor of equality between boys and girls, and against violence based on gender. In my place, we send a girl to school means throwing money out of the window, sending a girl to school. Girls aren't allowed to inherit. Many suffer rapes, sexual exploitation, early marriages, die from abortions, or don't dare go to school because of harassment. Insulted when they have their periods, are insulted or violent, and from their parents, they're from foreigners. And people coming to Madagascar or even on the internet. We were talking this morning about the right to express one's opinion in Madagascar. This right is not there. It's when the President of the Republic is elected, and all resemblance, all the events, all opponents were forbidden to talk. And here I want to insist on the importance of education, on the right to quality education for everyone. Like our friends from Africa said this morning, in Madagascar as well, there's a lot of illiteracy, and we think that people want to do studies abroad to succeed, or study in French schools, because nobody believes in the efficiency of the educational system in Madagascar, not even the president, who's just been re-elected. I really like the idea of schools for training in leadership and in citizenship for women in Latin America. I was impressed today by the number of people and actions to defend rights worldwide. This gives me energy and encourages me to continue and raise awareness in my country and do the advocacy for this. Rights are universal, and we wouldn't be able to do this without respect for the law. In particular, children's rights. In my schools, a lot of my friends say that there's no point that human rights are a matter for the rich, for white people, for people with resources. They are rather suspicious of me. But I tell them, rights are for everybody. We can be happy, cannot be happy without having our rights respected. And the country cannot develop or grow without those rights. But I'm sad to hear that despite all these actions, rights are not the same for everybody. And I don't know all the programs, and I learned that there have been lots of promises and commitments made through international and national points and strategic partners, risk analyses and normative frameworks, things which I don't fully understand. Well, that's it. With billions of euros spent to defend rights, billions above all for Madagascar, to pay the poorest in the world, and I think that's funny.
Despite
all that, I know that it would be worse without these efforts. I know that it won't happen for even 200 years, but I think we've got to find more efficient actions. Perhaps we have to think of new solutions and find other approaches, be closer to the most vulnerable. Yeah, perhaps simple gestures that are not expensive to try and change the day-to-day existence. And when they are not respected, well, I can say I am in favor of local change. And every time that I try to convince people who don't care that we have to explain that children's rights are important and report abuses. I can see there's a small change, a behavior that can lead to big behavioral changes. I think we also have to be able to go have more conferences like the one I had here, and people who are not convinced of this should not stay among themselves. And we also understand why, we should try to understand why they're against it and try and convince them to help us fight for rights. And finally, a word that I've learned from this conference is impunity. Today in Madagascar, most people know their rights. The law exists, but is not applied. We have no trust in justice. There's too much impunity, too much corruption. And when we're told we don't have enough money to... And we had to sell things by paying or with arrangements or because they're protected. We're frightened of the police. We know that many people in justice are corrupt. And we need accessible justice for children. And there should be no more tolerance for any abuses of our rights. And my feeling is hope. Yes. Thank you for having invited me to this conference. And I think it's a unique opportunity that gives me the feeling of trust and confidence. And I hope that this will open doors for me in Madagascar. For example, to go with my group of children to Parliament to defend our rights. And I think all the defenders and the journalists we talked about who have been murdered or imprisoned in countries where this is important or elsewhere. And we should not give up. We should continue our struggle. And I want to say to us all, no children's rights. And you can't have without adults, and you can't have that without children. So thank you all. Thank you, Andraina.
Merci pour votre détermination.
Thank you for your determination, your courage, and your humor. That's really strong. Zidane, over to you now.
Donc Zidane Satignon Kuessi est défenseur des droits originaire du Bénin.
Originally from Benin. Good evening.
Je suis Zidane Satignon Kuessi, étudiant en master de droit public, recherche et concours à l'université.
Student in masters at Paris-Saclay University. I arrived in France on the 5th of September 2022 through an excellence grant and through the French government. It's a huge honor and a profound responsibility to me to be in front of you today to address a vital issue, this message for the future. That was the theme I was given, which I will say is saying today's words have resonance in the future. Can we talk about the future without talking about the present? We celebrate the 75th anniversary of the Universal Declaration and the anniversary of the defenders' rights, two vital pillars for the protection and promotion of human rights worldwide. In the workshops organized yesterday, and for this conference, I had the opportunity to look at this and, of course, highlight the crucial importance of young people and children in this approach. Our education, our confession, our determination, our foundations for a future that respects human rights. The recommendations from these workshops should be applied for all children and young people. We say, let's continue to raise awareness, to advocate, and to invest in our communities as we can, because our voice is a force of change. And to quote the Secretary General of the UN at COP28, said 2 days ago, I have to say, your voice, your activism, your motivation are more than ever necessary. Our governments, we ask to protect children's rights and to invest in high-quality education for everyone and to create mechanisms to oppress violence. And in the AFD, who've honored me by inviting me here, we insist on the importance of considering children and as young partners fully fledged and integrated, and including our voice in the implementation of your projects and helping support for young people. Also, it's a moment to remember for the AFD not to omit the integration of these recommendations as well as the various points raised in the last 2 days of discussions in your strategic plans currently being developed. As was pointed out today, collective mobilization is vital, for each stakeholder has a vital role to play. Ladies and gentlemen, the words of the future take form thanks to our current actions. It's an appeal for continuous commitment in favor of human rights, but also to plan ahead for future needs. And for people for this UDH as well, it's important to raise this question. We should be addressed to supplement, in fact, what we were talking about today. A health environment recognized in 2022 by the General Assembly of the UN as a fundamental right of humanity and should find its place in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights of 1948. Similarly, future generations require adequate recognition and a universal declaration with the reality facing humanity today. And commitment to this should be entrenched in our societies, be put in the very foundations of our institutions and our daily interactions. This requires a vision focusing on young people, providing tools to become the defenders of human rights tomorrow, because they already are defenders of the present. It's imperative to recognize that our world is changing quickly. Technological progress, environmental challenge, social political dynamics redefine our societies. In this context, it is vital to anticipate future needs in terms of human rights, because, alas, challenges at the moment are, and responding to this, take second stage. President Chirac said in 2002 that when a house is burning, we still look elsewhere. We still are looking elsewhere. We are at the heart of this evolution. Their voices, their ideas and aspirations are inestimable assets to shape a future where human rights are respected, protected, promoted, and therefore inaudible in terms of quality. We have to invest in education, in human rights from the early stage. We have to provide young people and children the knowledge and platforms that are required to make them citizens and committed in tomorrow's. And looking at this major anniversary, we commit to progress and ensure the human rights progress for the generations to come. This is an appeal to call for action for tomorrow's parents. Have dignity, justice, and freedom for all without discrimination. This is a moment to remember that Inaudible should take account of children and their hopes and expectations. This is a reminder because the system of measure will not be there and highlights implicitly people who are vulnerable. We are the artisans of the future. Let's commit to shape a world where human rights are universally respected and where children's voices and young people's voices are not only just heard, but taken into account in the future. And I'd like to conclude with a quote, each generation has to be with relative capacity affront its mission. This should resonate powerfully today, although we are faced with ways with the way we look. Let's look around us. We live a time of rapid change, where there are many challenges, environmental upheavals, technological progress, not to mention social and political tension. Our future generations are constantly changing. We ask, and we particularly ask the current generation, what path to take. So reminding us of this mission, working together to guarantee for the world, and each individual should respect and be protected. Or we shouldn't traduce this responsibility. Thank you for your kindly attention.
Merci Zidane, merci pour votre...
Thank you Zidane, thank you for that, the relevance of your observations and your strong hopes and aspirations. To conclude today's event, Thomas Melonion is the Executive Director for Innovation, Strategy and Research at the AFD. Well, thank you very much. I have the difficult, if not impossible, task to summarize and conclude this conference, but in reality, Andraina and Zidane, you did my job for me, because you illustrated, I believe, what was the very fragile path that we've seen since yesterday between a form of a challenge, of sadness and anxiety, given the extent of the challenge, and a moment of hope, where we've seen your energy, talent, determination that make it possible to navigate in this world where we can see we navigate friends of human rights. It's right in front of us each day. These challenges are constantly growing. And even so, what we should do is not lose hope or forget or give up on work. I can see, looking in this room, and I wanted to pay tribute to all those who've come from so far and have all shared their experience and their vision, and their missions, and sometimes their goals. And what I witnessed was everything was apart from apathy, despite the difficulties. And we've said this before, and a reference was made, because it's a commemoration and anniversary of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights that talks about an ideal shared to be achieved. And if we haven't achieved it, it's because we're not there yet. And to go back to that metaphor of navigation, we know somewhere, I don't know if there's a continent or a space that we would like to get to, and at least the route has its value. And I'm happy to see today people who are ready to commit. And it's important at AFD in a world of development, which we've been said, we won't be happy just to look at economic growth or environmental issues. The idea of imposing an economic growth based on human rights, it's not a consensus, it's not unanimously approved. Without the energy that you offer us, without your involvement, we might go beside this.
When talking about this form of risk or being tempted to be discouraged, you said there is also this side that I mentioned, that we keep on pushing forward a rock that might fall down the hill tomorrow, and yet we have to follow that path. And Camus said that we have to imagine this as a happy man, and this combat has its own value, its own value, bringing something to society. Even if there will be no end to this fight for the progress of human fight, there will be end to the need of educating, because there will always be the need of this political goal, and we should nevertheless keep on being mobilized and aiming for this paradise. I'm happy to see that the younger generation will have also present. One comment for AFD: today we are hosting this event to talk about human rights, but that doesn't mean that we are alone, that we're going to solve everything, and that we are responsible for everything. But as an agency working for development, as a development bank, we need to demonstrate how we can be efficient. We should not pick one type of rights against another one and not impose our agenda. We need to find women defenders, LGBT representatives, social rights defenders, people supporting a fight and fighting for something, and we can support it. And so we need to also rethink our strategy for the next 6 years. So we're working on this together with the state, but with also other players, and we hope that this will be ready by next year. And what I would like to share together with my colleagues is that we need to spend time to identify actors and dynamics in a specific country, in a specific framework context, and we should not come with our own agenda coming from France, but to think about the needs, but to think with the players that and the actors that we can support. Just a few elements that I would like to share with you. Maybe this is a speech which is easier for a development bank, because we're also a development bank, and we've been called upon in order to integrate in our reflection, in our thinking process, to integrate human rights, not only through our support to NGOs, which is important, but more globally speaking, in way we fund infrastructures, electrical power, rural development. So this is a message that's valid for AFD, but also for bank development agencies. We have quite a large network of bank development in Africa, Asia. So this is important, and the messages you convey to us will be conveyed through us to all the financial institutions that probably did not consider as human rights defense as a first and a priority for them. But today I feel that it was very clear, obvious, and relevant that all public policies should integrate this idea of this concept of human rights. And it's a reality. SDGs initially were supported by governments, were quite broad, and were not maybe paying sufficient attention to the human rights in the different countries, the current situation. There are progress, but this is quite limited when it comes to SDGs. And there are areas which have been neglected. And I think that exchanges that we have today were a very useful reminder of this. I believe that beyond this, the call upon us that you made, and that I receive it in a positive manner, I would like to thank all the participants. And I've said this for your impetus, your energy, the hope that you provided us with. And I would like to thank all the colleagues, and I invite you to do this with me. For those organizing this event yesterday and today, Farid, Sarah, in the front, Delphine and Sylvie, who are also with us in the room. And I would like to thank all the technical teams. You are all in this room. We've been more than 200 throughout the day. It was not easy. We were quite, this was quite tight, and we were victims of our success for the food as well, for the meals. But it is a positive sign that people are interested. We had also more than 1,200 people following us online. So we are very much international today, but also online. There was a strong international presence. And I would like to stress as well that there were organizations defending the rights of children who could not necessarily come today, who were attending online. So it's important to talk with adults. It's important, but also to make sure that our other associations who are at the forefront of the future, or the future of tomorrow, at the heart of what is coming next year, are also integrated and on board. So today, I think that we managed to avoid some pitfalls, and I would like to thank those coming from very far away. It was not the very first conference on the human rights, probably not the last one. I hope that will be even more operational in the future. We've identified a lot of solutions, questions raised regarding the funding aspect, so we will meet that objectives in the future, and listening to you in the future as well. Thank you to everyone. Enjoy the rest of the day, and see you soon.